Prologue. Fate resembles a child playing with ants, just when we believe we have everything under control. A swift motion of small hand unveils a cruel jest. The term rebirth is not unfamiliar to a young woman who often frequents novel forums, indulges in daydreams, and harbors a fondness for handsome men. In a state of half-dream and half-wakefulness, Liang Xiaoxia sensed that she was enveloped in a warm liquid, constricted and unable to stretch freely, with her eyes sealed shut. The warm liquid that enveloped her body seemed to exude a sweet, fragrant aroma, evoking a profound sense of dependency and tranquility, yet it also felt like nothing more than a figment of her imagination. Alas, the information at hand was scant, the situation remained unclear, and further developments awaited assessment. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Liang Xiaoxia drifted back into a deep slumber. The circumstances surrounding Liang Xiaoxia's demise were somewhat absurd and rather hasty. There were no ancestral treasures or jade pendants flashing in a moment of peril to save her, nor was there a tragic accident or an overdose of sleeping pills intervening. Prior to her death, Liang Xiaoxia was a youthful individual with a slight penchant for delusions of grandeur, an ardent admirer of the red-clad Chairman Mao, with a few confidenza. Indeed, both parents alive. She had merely carelessly consumed the blood sugar medication intended for her grandfather while engrossed in a game, but by the time she realized she was dizzy and feeble, she had already collapsed at the table, unable to rise. In her final moments, two thoughts flashed through her mind. First, it was truly wasteful to let that expensive medication go to waste. Second, she lamented the lack of an opportunity to bid farewell, imploring her parents not to grieve, and reminding herself that the savings account was tucked away in the bedside cabinet, ensuring it wouldn't benefit the bank. The days of pregnancy were a torment multiplied by 2 in the novel. The span from conception to birth is encapsulated in just a few lines, allowing readers to traverse a mere minute, through a fleeting 10 months. During this period, the father tenderly recites enlightening literature to the belly, foolishly kissing it, while the mother gently caresses and sings lullabies, crafting tiny garments, and pondering which parent the child resembles more, all in a cocoon of warmth and comfort. She also practices her formidable innate powers, instilling a sense of fear in any potential adversaries. When Liang Xiaoxia first perused the protagonist's experience of pregnancy in the narrative, she merely glanced over it, hastily absorbing the details. However, when the situation turned to her own reality, the days transformed into an endless ray, devoid of conclusion. Liang Xiaoxia cannot count the days on her fingers, for she cannot yet see them, nor do they heed her command. Based on her instincts, she senses that she can remain conscious for about an hour at a time, with a possible variance of 2 hours, before succumbing again to exhaustion. In the enveloping darkness, her eyelids feel burdened beyond the capacity to open, perhaps due to incomplete development. With her eyes closed, Liang Xiaoxia harbors a fervent desire to engage in primordial communication with the mother she will one day know, yearning even for a gentle touch on her ly, or the soothing sound of lullabies, or the affectionate admonitions of her father. Each time she awakens, she strives to maintain a tranquil heart, earnestly attuning herself to the external world, hoping to catch even the faintest signal that she is not a solitaire, being seemingly forsaken. Alas, apart from the occasional whisper of rustling sounds, she is met with utter silence. The cruelest fate in this world is not disappointment, but the relentless provision of hope, only to have it cruelly extinguished by one's own hand. There is no need for any main pursuit, it suffices to bear a few pregnancies for one who retains memories, and the past would likely be formatted accordingly. During one lucid moment, Liang Xiaoxia thought with a hint of malice. Yet memories are memories, akin to postcards nestled in a large trunk or a small iron box, gathering dust and rust, forever awaiting your return. They may fade and grow old, but they shall never be lost. They quietly bide their time for the next opportunity to be unveiled, offering either a broad smile or a profound wound. In her waking hours, Liang Xiaoxia often contemplated her father and mother, envisioning them furrowing their brows, scolding her with terms like little brat and silly child, while their lips curled into gentle smiles. She longed to weep, to feel warmth, to embrace. Though more than 10 months of consciousness had elapsed, there were still no signs of her emergence into the world. Time, the greatest weapon and the finest balm for wounds, led her to doubt, suffer, feel lonely, and engage in a ceaseless struggle of self-denial, affirmation, and further denial. Liang Xiaoxia vehemently included terms like isolated from the world and centuries of solitude in her personal blacklist, vowing never to use them. Those solitary, flamboyant heroes, lamenting the loneliness of life like snow, who once made her envious, have also been cast into the shredder of her memories. It seems that a life spent in emptiness is the most severe punishment for her past lives' hasty demise. Yet, when she pointed skyward in a curse, her little hand brushing against a layer of wall, Liang Xiaoxia was suddenly taken aback. As her fingers encountered a resilient surface, far from human flesh, resembling the outer shell of a wire bed, Liang Xiaoxia inwardly cursed herself, calling herself a fool. She should have anticipated this. The bizarre duration of her pregnancy bore no signs indicating the existence of her biological parents. It was highly probable that she was not human, but rather a creature of some oviparous species. Regret enveloped Liang Xiaoxia at the thought of never again being reborn as a human. In countless vivid and extravagant fantasies, she envisioned herself as a princess, a noble consort, a queen, a business magnate, or a starlet. Yet she never contemplated the possibility of not being human. Time, a teacher she wished to strangle, had imparted one crucial lesson during her perhaps years or even decades-long experience of gestation: to think calmly. If in her previous life, Liang Xiaoxia was a whimsical and occasionally impassioned minor character, in this life, she was endowed with an abundance of patience and time. Emerging swiftly from the abyss of frustration and melancholy, Liang Xiaoxia extended her hands once more, thrusting forward into the darkness, intending to discern the structure of the encasing wall through tactile sensations, thereby analyzing her predicament further. The surface was somewhat rigid, yet remarkably resilient, reminiscent of a tightly stretched sofa cushion. Regrettably, given her current strength, it seemed exceedingly difficult to breach. It bore little resemblance to an eggshell, though it could not be dismissed as an unfamiliar type of extraordinary avian shell. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude to her kindly biology teacher, who was now slightly balding, wishing him a lifetime of peace and well-being. Liang Xiaoxia was sincerely thankful for the gentle guidance of her biology teacher, which had enabled her to grasp basic animal knowledge, rather than being blinded by the dismal grades of her secondary school examinations. Rationality bestowed upon her a rather pessimistic outcome. She might be akin to a reptile, cold-blooded, possessing a long, forked tongue, and harboring a penchant for carrion. Perhaps, in a more formidable guise, she could resemble an ancient dragon, covetous like her, yet hunted by various protagonists, influenced by novels and biographies, as prey or as a companion beast. The protagonist, with a mighty shudder, would cause Liang Xiaoxia to bow in submission, pledging eternal servitude. A lesser possibility would be that of a crocodile or a Komodo dragon, neglectful of dental hygiene, yet wielding a powerful jaw to rend its prey, fond of sunbathing and the taste of wildebeest, with a high likelihood of perishing from dehydration in a parched pond. She could also be a gecko, a sea turtle, a chameleon, or other bewildering entities. Liang Xiaoxia shook her head, unable to fathom the notion of being covered in scales, with a long, curled tongue that would consider flies and mosquitoes as a lifelong menu transfo. Remaining into a duckweed green or a corpse blue in fright to protect herself, in an irrational line of thought, some human protagonists also emerge from egg-like forms, such as Neza or Neo from the Matrix. Life is not fated to tread upon a cold-blooded stage. There remains at least the prospect of playing the hero. Simultaneously, Liang Xiaoxia's keenly honed memory, though out of place, reminded her that Neza had spent 3 years ensconced within, emerging as a rotund figure, a quintessential representation of a monster, nearly felled by his father's sword for the sake of the populace. In the Matrix, apart from the dashing and charismatic savior Neo, the majority of humanity was drained of life, serving as batteries, contributing to the prosperity and grandeur of the robotic empire. Life is akin to a box of chocolates, reminiscent of Forrest Gump's musings until one indulges. The flavor of the next piece remains a mystery. It is also reminiscent of Schrödinger's cat, where the fate of the feline remains uncertain until the box is opened. This very uncertainty imbues existence with a delightful charm. Liang Xiaoxia lamented, "Regrettably, I am both the chocolate and the cat. destined either to be consumed or to meet a tragic end. Alas, the choices of the crawling lizard and the battery man are indeed fraught with indecision. After 10 cycles of awakening and slumbering introspection, Liang Xiaoxia has come to terms with her extraordinary fate of being reborn as either a gecko or a platypus due to her misdeeds. The pressing question now is, when shall she be able to venture forth? How shall she escape? Chapter 2. Dark dreams in the intricate tapestry woven by fate. Only a select few are the golden threaded totems of the sun, while the majority exist merely as ornamental blossoms. Our struggles against destiny are, in essence, an endeavor to become one of those suns, as we labor under the loom that crafts resplendent and complex images. Liang Xiaoxia pondered for a considerable time on the conundrum of how to break free from her shell, yet arrived at no satisfactory conclusion. What constitutes the right moment? A chick that emerges prematurely is likely to suffer from incomplete development, significantly increasing the risk of demise. Conversely, delaying its exit too long may result in suffocation from the cramped confines of its shell. Furthermore, how does one shatter this resilient barrier? Breaking through something tenacious is invariably a formidable challenge. Liang Xiaoxia had witnessed Shaolin monks effortlessly shatter bricks with a single hand, yet found it unfathomable to envision them slicing through a leather sofa with the same ease. A punch landing on cotton would struggle to exert its full force. What manner of creature am I descended from? Why do I find myself encased in such a peculiar shell? After ruminating for an extended period, Liang Xiaoxia decided to relinquish her thoughts to time if no solutions emerged. With a touch of bitter humor, she reflected that her ability to wield her hands, while a source of trouble, also bestowed another advantage. The world, shrouded in darkness and devoid of sight, rendered her in a state of perpetual twilight. Liang Xiaoxia, beset by dreams and fantasies and constrained from movement, spent most of her time either asleep or lost in reverie, with the line between reality and dreams becoming increasingly indistinct. In the depths of the darkness, she slowly extended her hands, delicately caressing the eggshell. In this manner, she could discern whether she was truly engaged in conscious thought or lost once more in a sweet reverie. This time, Liang Xiaoxia had succumbed to a profound slumber, one that seemed to extend longer than any previous experience in her history. Her mind was enveloped in a fog, as memories from the past flashed through her consciousness with alarming rapidity, as if she might remain in this eternal sleep, never to awaken. "Where is my dear girl?" Upon hearing the voice, Liang Xiaoxia hastily left a note for Tian, closed QQ, and opened an online learning platform, feigning diligence in her vocabulary memorization, sitting upright, striving to embody the ideal student. Her father, akin to a male version of Wang Shifeng, was ever so jovial, his laughter echoing even before his presence was felt. His single-lidded eyes narrowed into mere slits of mirth, indicating that he was in good spirits today. When his mood was less than favorable, he would still manage a smile, yet always inquire, "Where's my dear girl?" The mere shift of a word revealed his cheerful disposition. He was likely inside playing on the computer again, oblivious to the allure that captivated him there, risking his eyesight in the process. Furthermore, his daughter had only donned a single pair of jeans. In pursuit of beauty, she wore merely a pair of thin leggings beneath her outer pants, neglecting even thermal leggings. One could only wonder whom she would turn to when her legs succumbed to the cold. Alas, it seemed there was little he could do to regulate her choices now. The tone of his voice bore no intention of being deliberately subdued. Rather, it rose at the end, subtly critiquing Liang Xiaoxia. For the first time, she refrained from displaying impatience or feigning ignorance, simply closing her eyes with the corners of her mouth lifting ever so slightly. How delightful it is to reunite with them, to once again reside as a family. With a buoyant spirit, I eagerly presented my father with his slippers and dutifully poured a cup of warm water for my mother. I also peeled a sugar orange for my grandfather, a treat he relished but had refrained from indulging in since his illness. Carefully, I removed the delicate white strands clinging to the orange, mindful of my grandfather's dental troubles, which often led him to struggle with a toothpick for what seemed an eternity to dislodge them. My grandfather's cravings were insatiable, yet he could only indulge in half. Lest his blood sugar levels rise, the other half would be mine to enjoy. As I peeled the orange and inhaled the tantalizing aroma of braised pork wafting from the kitchen, I mused that a life spent in such simple joys would be quite satisfactory. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, I sensed a voice beckoning me. "Awaken, awaken. It is time to emerge." I fought to break free from this heavy stupor, striving to lift my eyelids. yet they felt burdened as if a colossal stone rested upon my brow, rendering me unable to rise. In my dream, the smiles once bright upon my parents' faces had frozen, transforming into expressions of seriousness and concern as they gazed at me. Their lips moved, seemingly wishing to convey something, yet ultimately they remained tightly sealed. That expression conveyed a disquieting notion, as if I, Liang Xiaoxia, were a wayward soul treading a path of no return. My grandfather, stooped with age, ambled slowly from the room, reminiscent of his days in military service decades ago, still sporting the short, disciplined hairstyle of a soldier, each white strand standing defiantly upright, never once yielding to softness. Beneath his gentle demeanor, my grandfather was a cunning fox, his eyes somewhat clouded yet retaining their sharpness. The warmth of his gaze offered silent reassurance, gradually calming the fluttering anxiety within my heart. Following the intricate lines of the palm, it felt as if it were both the first and the last time. The aged hand, roughened by toil, gently caressed the delicate, youthful hand of Liang Xiaoxia. With solemnity, grandfather urged her to remember, the Liang family possesses no fools. Indeed, members of the Liang family may occasionally exhibit moments of confusion or playful cleverness, filled with laughter and dreams. Yet, when it comes to matters of significance, they have never acted foolishly. Sweet dreams can be likened to an overindulgence in opiates, with waves of euphoria ensnaring one in their grasp, leaving behind an emptiness and unease that can only be alleviated by further escapism. Silly Liang Xiaoxia cannot distinguish between dreams and reality, naively wishing to transform this fleeting vision of beauty into eternity. If this is a dream, it must surely be the sweetest of nightmares. Dreams, after all, will inevitably culminate in awakening. In her hazy state, Liang Xiaoxia seemed to experience auditory hallucinations once more. This time, in addition to the familiar sound of silkworms munching on mulberry leaves, there emerged a rhythmic thumping she had never heard before, a persistent thud echoing in her ears. The thumping grew louder, clearer, a cacophony resonating with increasing intensity. It soon felt as if the sound was right beside her, accompanied by the sensation of a massive stone crashing against her chest, causing her entire being to tremble in fear. What began as a barely audible beat had escalated to a deafening roar, inflicting such pain that Liang Xiaoxia instinctively sought to cover her ears, desperate to shield herself from the tormenting sound. The drumbeat struggled, yearning to shatter her chest, to rupture her body, to extinguish her delicate form in its infancy. The sound was monotonous, mechanically repetitive, imbued with a sense of defiance and reluctance, unwilling to succumb to silence, yet brimming with reverence for life. This sound was the heartbeat, particularly vivid in the stillness. The dream had lingered long enough. In the boundless abyss of her dreams, she had reigned as a queen, commanding authority over many, wielding power with her intellect and beauty to forge her empire. She had also been the center of admiration, a charming princess adorned in luxurious garments, relishing exquisite feasts, cherished as a treasured jewel by her parents, accompanied by a kind and attentive husband. She had embodied the spirited heroine, donning male attire, a valiant sword-wielding woman who rescued the innocent from peril, championing the oppressed with courage and righteousness. She had lived as the mother of an ordinary family, as a youth burdened with profound grievances, and as a wise, contemplative elder. Her dreams were extensive and abundant. The figures within her dreams were often indistinct, their features shrouded in haziness. Sometimes even her own visage remained unclear. Gazing into the mirror, she could only perceive her beauty, yet she remained oblivious to her true appearance. Now, she yearned to awaken, to embrace life. She wished to personally experience the winds caressing the begonia blossoms, the snowflakes swirling in the desert, to feel the torrential rain drenching her, a delightful pain that invigorated her senses, to lie upon the golden sands basking in sunlight, feeling its warmth and a gentle itch. Infused with the essence of sunshine, flipping over to find herself adorned with grains of sand. She yearned to discern the countenance of every individual around her, no longer content with the abstract imaginings of her mind, but desiring clarity, with each face adorned with delicate lines, each unique in its own right. She longed to embrace the authenticity of life, to experience love, to feel hatred, to endure heart-wrenching pain, and to revel in laughter tinged with melancholy. The boundless darkness was not her desire. She sought safety, gentleness, and tranquility, yet was engulfed in illusion. Thud, thud, the relentless rhythm of her heartbeat echoed, a profound assault upon her senses. Who am I? I am Liang Xiaoxia, simply Liang Xiaoxia, and no one else. A sister is a sister, and I, Liang Xiaoxia, cannot succumb to such suffocating despair. Suddenly, Liang Xiaoxia opened her eyes. Chapter 3. The Mudball. What one has not secured in their pockets, even if it were mountains of gold and silver, remains merely a mirage, an unattainable dream. In contrast, what one holds in their grasp, even if it is but a single coin, possesses true value. Liang Xiaoxia gauged the distance between herself and the white altar, noting it to be somewhat far. If she were to crawl over, the delicate skin on her knees would surely not withstand the journey. She attempted to take a step, her body swaying slightly. Nearly losing her balance, she extended her arms and swayed side to side, regaining her stability. Once steady, she took a second step. However, upon the third step, she stumbled and fell into the mud with a thud. The altar was not lofty, consisting of merely 3 tiers of steps, each half the height of Liang Xiaoxia. A mere 3 large strides for an adult. The closer she approached, the more alluring the fragrant white liquid in the hands of the 3 statues became, exuding a delicate, sweet aroma reminiscent of rich nectar that tantalized her senses. Emerging from the depths of the earth, Liang Xiaoxia was utterly exhausted. Yet her ravenous stomach and her gradually darkening eyes clamored insistently, "We must eat. We must eat." In this vast expanse, nothing holds greater significance than sustenance. With aching feet and legs, she ascended the altar, only to behold 3 towering statues, each dripping a milky liquid that fell not upon the polished floor, but into the stone basins below. Upon closer inspection, the 3 liquids emitted distinct aromas. The liquid in the basin beneath the purple-clad woman was slightly cool, while that in the basin of the maiden in red seemed to be warmer, and the liquid in the green-clad woman's basin was at a temperate warmth. The rich fragrances danced around Liang Xiaoxia's head like mischievous sprites, beckoning her with joyous somber rhythms. "Come, drink me. Whichever you choose shall lead you to me." Which one to drink? It appeared that each liquid harbored different powers, subtly influencing the trajectory of what was to come. A rational person, with a well-functioning body, might hesitate and deliberate before choosing which to imbibe. However, for Liang Xiaoxia, on the brink of starvation and dehydration, there was no time for contemplation. She would drink whatever was nearest. The green one on her right was the closest, thus she resolved to drink that. Summoning her last vestiges of strength, she crawled with determination, her head tilting as she collapsed beside the stone basin on the right, reaching a finger into the basin to dip into the milky liquid. She tasted it. Its sweetness was balanced, imbued with the essence of grass, and possessed a hint of botanical spiciness. It seemed safe enough, though hunger gnawed at her. Liang Xiaoxia did not lose her essential caution. She had read numerous novels that warned against overindulging in treasures from the earth, such as spatial springs and divine materials, lest one suffer explosive demise. After a brief assessment of her physical condition, confirming there were no serious issues, Liang Xiaoxia took a hearty sip from the water in the stone basin. To her astonishment, she noticed that the wounds on her hands began to heal, evidently. This water possessed healing properties. Such a restorative liquid was indeed a rare find. Cradling the elixir, she drank until her belly was pleasantly full, taking care to apply some on her wounds. Eventually, exhaustion overcame her, and she fell asleep by the stone basin. Upon awakening, she found the vast, tranquil hollow filled only with the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. Liang Xiaoxia was uncertain how long she had slumbered. A sense of confusion lingered, though her spirits were relatively high, despite her lingering hunger. It appeared that while the delightful water in the stone basin could mend wounds, it did little to satiate her appetite. Since she had already ascended, she might as well sample the flavors of the water in the other 2 stone basins. In the basin belonging to the woman in red, the creamy liquid exuded a strong aroma of tropical fruits. It was overwhelmingly sweet yet carried a spicy kick, akin to high-proof liquor, causing Liang Xiaoxia to tear up and sniffle. Yet, once it settled in her belly, a warm sensation enveloped her, invigorating her spirit. Conversely, the basin of the woman in purple contained a white liquid that was nearly frozen, a delicate layer of frost covering the stone basin. The liquid was cold, its sweetness so faint it was nearly imperceptible, yet it bore a strong mint flavor that flowed icily down her esophagus, leaving her shivering while simultaneously sharpening her mind. Liang Xiaoxia contemplated tearing off a piece of the seed coat to fashion a small skirt that would shield her body and provide warmth against the night chill, preventing her from appearing too disheveled. Just as she was halfway through biting into the resistant seed coat, she noticed another small mound of earth nearby. seemingly harboring a young spirit eager to emerge. Pausing her efforts, she fixed her gaze upon the little mound, located 20 paces away, a blend of vigilance and curiosity swirling within her. After a moment of patient waiting, a diminutive form began to burrow through the soil, gradually making its way out. Much like her own emergence, it appeared breathless, covered in wounds and dirt, rendering its pristine white form indiscernible, resembling merely a small clump of mud from a distance. This little clay-like creature, likely exhausted from its struggle for air beneath the earth, collapsed upon its arrival, succumbing to unconsciousness. What should she do? Consume it or rescue it? In this enclosed environment, the duration of their survival was uncertain. Although the water in the 3 stone basins was replenished, it fell far short of their consumption rate. Nevertheless, Liang Xiaoxia found it difficult to reconcile the notion of devouring a fellow being of her kind, an act she deemed inhumane. Eating raw flesh felt equally unpalatable, as such behavior belonged to beasts. At her core, Liang Xiaoxia still regarded herself as a civilized, higher being, unwilling to regress to the point of indiscriminate consumption. Thus, should she save it or not? To save it would mean sharing precious rations, possibly inviting further complications. Yet turning a blind eye to its plight weighed heavily on her conscience. Ultimately, she resolved to offer her assistance. She carefully extracted 2 pieces of broad bean skin, fashioned them into small funnel shapes, and filled them with green and red water from a white altar. Wobbling gently, she approached the small, unconscious clay sphere, slowly coaxing its contents to drink, and tenderly brushed away the excess mud from its surface. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a girl, not a boy. Her light flaxen hair lay softly against her head, with slightly upturned eyes tightly closed, casting a delicate shadow with her lashes. The small, round face, akin to Liang Xiaoxia's, boasted a nearly translucent complexion, with lips so pale they were nearly invisible. Her long ears drooped back, utterly unaware. Truly, she was an enchanting sprite, graced with the Creator's abundant affection, evoking a profound softness in the heart of anyone who beheld her. After a moment, the little sprite awakened, her large eyes fluttering open, revealing dim gray pupils brimming with innocence. She stared blankly at Liang Xiaoxia, and the previously charmingly pale face transformed into one of delightful bewilderment. Their eyes met, and Liang Xiaoxia instantly discerned that this sprite was utterly guileless, easily deceived. Since she had found her, she felt compelled to take responsibility. With enthusiasm, Liang Xiaoxia prepared to begin educating this adorably naive sprite, momentarily forgetting her earlier contemplation of making her into dinner. Pointing at herself, Liang Xiaoxia prompted the sprite to follow suit. The little sprite quickly mimicked her in a sweet, high-pitched voice, pointing at herself as well. Liang Xiaoxia rubbed her nose, feeling a twinge of headache. "Let us try again," she said. Liang Xiaoxia pointed to herself, and then to the clay sphere, directing the sprite's attention. After more than half an hour had passed, the clay ball finally discerned their identities. The light filtering through the gaps in the trees was gradually dimming, and Liang Xiaoxia surmised that, if the sun were to be present, it was likely setting. It seemed imperative to expedite the creation of a sleeping bag skirt for the night. Liang Xiaoxia had no intention of relying on a concoction of liquor and lotion to endure the night. The somewhat bewildered clay ball, now guided by instinct, had climbed onto the white altar to drink from the stone basin, perhaps due to its prior acquaintance with the water in the red and green basins. The clay ball hesitated little, sipping from both. With closed eyes, it appeared angelic. Upon opening them, it transformed into a silly, daft creature. Although the clay ball did not fully grasp the latter part of Liang Xiaoxia's words, it understood that she was likely beckoning it over. Having never encountered another soul, the newly formed clay ball's mind was as blank as a canvas awaiting embellishment. In its heart, Liang Xiaoxia, who taught it to speak and offered it water, was the most revered and formidable figure. Thus, it instinctively complied with her words. That night, Liang Xiaoxia and the clay ball embraced one another, nestled within the broad bean skins, passing the hours together. Throughout the night, no other new spirits emerged from the earth. Liang Xiaoxia sorrowfully reflected that perhaps they would not come forth at all. On the following morning, Liang Xiaoxia awoke, her pointed ears catching the sound of delicate footsteps. Someone was approaching, and it appeared to be a multitude. Chapter 4. Parents, this world does not belong solely to you. To endure and wield influence, one must first comprehend the precepts of the game. Subtlety, circumspection, and utmost discretion are paramount. Prior to her rebirth, Liang Xiaoxia was merely an ordinary student. not a seasoned special forces operative. It was implausible for her to discern the number and caliber of approaching individuals based solely on auditory cues. Her ability to perceive the sounds was attributable to her prominent ears and unwavering vigilance. Liang Xiaoxia nudged the mud ball, who was slumbering on the opposite side. The mud ball stirred groggily, oblivious to the unfolding situation, with drool trickling from her lips. Her eyes remained half-closed as she nuzzled against Liang Xiaoxia before turning over, attempting to embrace her in continued sleep. Observing her utterly carefree demeanor, Liang Xiaoxia's forehead creased with exasperation. With increased force, she prodded the mud ball once more, disregarding whether she was awake or asleep, and promptly propelled her forward. The mud ball, merely a day old, could barely crawl, teetering precariously even when standing. Now, with her eyes shut, she was being dragged along by Liang Xiaoxia, nearly stumbling. Liang Xiaoxia, however, paid it no heed, hastily pulling the mud ball behind the altar, forcefully pressing her head down and firmly restraining her from erratic movements. Fortunately, since her birth, the mud ball had been remarkably obedient to Liang Xiaoxia. Initially, she whimpered and mumbled softly, "Liang Xiaoxia? Liang Xiaoxia?" seemingly disoriented. However, after receiving a fierce glare from Liang Xiaoxia, she obediently fell silent. While harboring malice towards others is reprehensible, exercising caution is indispensable. Should the approaching individuals prove to be elves, there is a strong likelihood of safety. However, if they are creatures of a different nature, danger may well be imminent. Upon her recent arrival into the world, utterly devoid of self-protective capabilities, and now burdened with an additional responsibility, Liang Xiaoxia found herself with little recourse aside from concealing herself, cradling a mud ball in her arms. She cautiously peeked from behind the altar, observing the newcomers to gauge the situation. The moment she beheld this group, a considerable portion of her anxious heart eased. They were a multitude of fairies, numbering at least 40 or 50. Their figures were delicate and graceful, predominantly clad in knee-length green robes that fit snugly at the torso and flared at the hem, adorned with varying shades of green and simple trims. A leaf-shaped brooch adorned the left side of their chests, and some featured floral designs upon their leaf brooches. Almost every female fairy was accompanied by a male counterpart, slightly taller and with ears that extended a tad longer than those of the females, also garbed in similar green robes, sporting an identical leaf brooch on their left chests. Among their long hair, one could occasionally spot strands interwoven with golden threads, secured with tiny golden clasps in intricate braids. In that fleeting moment, Liang Xiaoxia felt as though she were in a dazzling spectacle akin to the illustrious Can Festival, surrounded by a plethora of strikingly handsome men and enchanting women. Upon closer inspection, the beauty of the fairies was distinctly different from that of the superstars of her former life. The allure of celebrities often lay in their unique features. For instance, Fan Bingbing's luminous and expressive large eyes, or Liang Chen's signature wide smile, which captivated viewers with their memorable impressions. While not necessarily ethereal, these distinctive visages lingered in the minds of audiences. Even if they could not recall the myriad roles these stars had portrayed, their remarkable faces remained unforgettable. The appearance of the elves is more delicate than that of humans, predominantly characterized by petite, oval faces, irrespective of gender. The male elves possess slightly broader chins and deep-set features, infusing their inherently effeminate visages with a touch of masculinity. The female elves exhibit gently arched brows and rounded, petite chins, with their large, almond-shaped eyes subtly upturned at the corners, evoking the gentle caress of a spring breeze, soft and endearing. The beauty of the elves resides in their innate elegance, devoid of seduction or allure, reminiscent of the serene and natural charm of orchids hidden in a secluded valley. Such faces may not evoke overwhelming awe, akin to celestial beings, and their appearances are easily forgotten, leaving behind a lingering essence. These elves do not bear visible weapons. Each male elf carries a woven basket made of vines on his arm, containing an object resembling a spade, suggesting they are not warriors, but rather foragers, perhaps gathering mushrooms in the mountains. Leading the group is a female elf, flanked by two elder female companions, indicative of her esteemed position within the assembly. Her complexion is flawless and fair, devoid of wrinkles, and her high cheekbones and straight nose lend her an ageless quality. Her golden eyes resemble those of a keen hawk, and her cheeks are so slender that they seem almost devoid of flesh. Despite this, she exudes vitality. Apart from the bangs that frame her forehead, her long silver hair is intricately braided into small plaits, gathered uniformly at the nape of her neck. She dons a flowing robe of moonlit hue that drapes languidly to the ground, revealing a pair of iron-red pointed shoes as she walks. Her attire is devoid of embellishments, save for a green vine adorned with leaves cinched at her waist. Remarkably, wherever her feet tread, small flowers and grasses burst forth from the soil, visibly flourishing at an astonishing pace. As she approached from afar, it seemed as though a green silk ribbon trailed behind her. Is this the legendary magic? How enchanting! Liang Xiaoxia widened her eyes, intensely scrutinizing the leader. The individual seemed to sense her gaze, casting a subtle glance behind the altar, a slight smile gracing his lips. How extraordinary! Such a mere glance instilled a sense of reverence, embodying supreme authority yet exuding boundless kindness, reminiscent of a wise elder who, paradoxically, inspires no fear. Liang Xiaoxia lowered her head, trying to calm her racing heart, overwhelmed with panic. What if she was discovered? Apart from that fleeting glance, the elven leader paid her no further mind. She slowly ascended the white altar, standing before 3 statues, lifting her chin as she began to softly chant. Although Liang Xiaoxia could not comprehend the lyrics, the melody was captivating. The tune was deep and distant, soothing and gentle, occasionally soaring with a high note that felt entirely harmonious. It resembled a lullaby meant to soothe a child to sleep, yet also evoked the poignant farewell of a loved one embarking on a journey. The elves below the altar wore solemn expressions, tears glistening in their eyes, harmonizing with the melody, lost in their emotions. The mud ball, lulled by the enchanting song, had already drifted into slumber, while Liang Xiaoxia felt herself growing drowsy. She pinched her thighs sharply to stay awake. Now was not the time for slumber. After concluding the song, the leader slowly waved a hand, prompting the elves below to disperse, each standing before a small mound, retrieving their prepared shovels to begin digging. 2 pairs of elven couples soon discovered that the mounds they were to excavate were already empty, devoid of any contents. In haste, they rushed to the altar to report their findings to the elven leader. Liang Xiaoxia found herself unable to comprehend their words, sensing only a flurry of urgency and haste, the high and low tones mingling like the song of an oriole perched upon a branch. Yet the anxiety etched upon their faces was unmistakable, and it was evident they were desperately seeking the leader for a solution to their predicament concerning the missing child. Observing their worried expressions, Liang Xiaoxia felt a pang of guilt, as though her decision to hide away was somewhat ungracious. There was no need for alarm. Within the Tree of Life, they were safe from harm. The queen offered a gentle smile, gesturing subtly with her lips and eyes towards the altar, indicating 2 mischievous souls behind it who remained oblivious to the situation at hand. Although Liang Xiaoxia could not decipher the specifics of their dialogue, it was clear to anyone of sound mind that they were in search of her. Among the couples, one of the female elves possessed long, light flaxen hair, identical in hue to that of Mudball, likely indicating she was Mudball's mother. The other, adorned with a crown of green foliage and possessing reddish-brown hair, was presumably her own mother. Unlike the typical sharp features of elves, her mother's face was round and plump, with large, glistening eyes and delicate eyebrows, resembling a youthful girl, commonly referred to as having a baby face. Beside her mother stood her father, his long, light golden hair cascading down, save for a single strand resting upon his forehead. His angular features conveyed a sense of firmness, with brows furrowed and deep-set eyes that revealed little of his thoughts, suggesting a man of considerable composure, though the slight tightening of his lips betrayed an underlying anxiety. Faced with this scene, Liang Xiaoxia felt compelled to emerge from her hiding place, gently guiding the slumbering Mudball as she made her way from behind the altar. "Oh, Pucacia South Waxing Crescent, I offer my gratitude to you." The sprite, adorned with floral garlands, caught sight of Liang Xiaoxia as she emerged furtively from behind the altar, clutching a clump of mud. Draped in tattered remnants of a placenta and somewhat unkempt, her small eyes reflected confusion, guilt, and unease as they scrutinized the sprite. In an instant, the sprite cast aside her earlier anxiety and rushed forward to embrace Liang Xiaoxia. In Liang Xiaoxia's eyes, the round-faced fairy sang a melodious phrase, her excitement palpable as she lifted Liang Xiaoxia into her warm embrace, enveloped in a delightful floral fragrance that was both sweet and refreshing. The sprite's form, soft and plump, was akin to her cherubic face. Liang Xiaoxia nestled against her, realizing this was the essence of motherhood, a sensation that felt rather pleasant. Stealing a glance at her father, she noted his stern demeanor, though his eyes curved, hinting at a softened spirit beneath the icy facade. As they held each other, tears streamed down Liang Xiaoxia's cheeks. She expressed her gratitude to the deity of traversing realms for granting her the blessing of both parents in this life. As an ordinary girl who had faced little adversity, despite her intelligence, Liang Xiaoxia's heart had languished in solitude for far too long, compelling her to endure and remind herself to persevere. Suddenly finding herself in a sanctuary, a place to call home, the taut strings of her heart relaxed, and she wept freely. Dorian sensed something amiss with the child in her arms. Upon inspection, she found Liang Xiaoxia's cherubic face smeared with tears and snot, a chaotic sight indeed. The little ears quivered with sadness, causing Dorian to panic momentarily. She tenderly soothed the child for a while until the sobs subsided, her head nestled against Dorian's chest, yet she stubbornly refused to lift her gaze. Meanwhile, the clump of mud, indifferent to the surrounding commotion, was seamlessly transferred from Liang Xiaoxia's grasp to her mother's embrace. Briefly fluttering open its eyes before adjusting its position and drifting back into slumber. Chapter 5. The ritual. When God closes a door, he invariably opens a window. For most, however, this window resembles a mere vent, requiring one to relinquish pride and bend low to escape. The fairy queen Xiaoxia has already reached the venerable age of 500. 5 centuries may seem an eternity to humans, capable of encompassing the birth, prosperity, decline, and demise of a family or even a dynasty. Yet for the elves, 500 years merely marks the completion of youth, standing on the threshold of maturity. Since she inherited the legacy of the previous queen 147 years ago, she has diligently led her kin, treading cautiously as if walking on thin ice, fearful of any oversight that might lead her people to ruin. For over a century, she has presided over the renewal ceremony every 7 years. Having watched nearly all the young elves grow under her gaze, knowing each one by name. However, this year, a heavy sigh escaped her lips. Her chest constricted as if burdened by a stone. 7 years prior, 34 seeds of renewal were sown, yet this year, only 2 kin have been born. With their already dwindling numbers, such circumstances are undeniably a bitter blow. Is the extinction of the elven race ultimately inescapable? The queen stood still, silently observing those below. Each elven couple remained mute, silently toiling at the burial mound of renewal. The mound, once vibrant with life, has transformed into a grave where loved ones lie in eternal slumber. Tears glistened in the eyes of the female elves, poised to fall yet stubbornly held within their sockets. The male elf toiled solemnly, silent yet meticulously excavating the earth, layer by layer, wary not to disturb the slumbering child. The entire area was so still that the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Leaves rustled softly in the breeze, and the dim light filtered through the gaps in the towering trees, evoking an indescribable sense of solitude and desolation. The heart of every parent, be they elf or human, beats with the same sorrow. To lose a child is akin to having one's eyes wrenched from their sockets, plunging one into an abyss of darkness. A torment so profound that it renders breath itself a struggle. Lying quietly in her mother's embrace, Liang Xiaoxia observed the gentle movements of the elves as they unearthed one small bundle after another, each tightly wrapped in dark brown skin, outlining the delicate, curled form of an infant. Not a single elf wept aloud, yet their hearts were shattered as if crushed beneath an immense weight. The fathers unearthed the tiny swaddles, meticulously cleaning the earth from their surfaces, bowing their heads to softly kiss the foreheads of their children who had yet to see the light of day. The mothers cradled the precious bundles, tenderly kissing the foreheads of their little ones, as if singing a lullaby or bidding a farewell. Their gazes were devoid of luster, dulled and hollow like exquisite glass beads, lacking focus. In the end, each fragile life was placed into the woven basket brought by the elves. Witnessing these children, who had departed this world before even being born, and observing the gentle actions of their parents, Liang Xiaoxia felt the weight of the atmosphere press down upon her. The initial joy of reuniting with her parents dissipated, replaced by a heavy sorrow. These children had no chance to live, no future awaiting them. They are all of her kin, who ought to have been nestled in their parents' embrace, babbling sweetly like innocent children, perhaps destined to become companions of Liang Xiaoxia. Yet now, they are separated by a layer of bark, a barrier that renders them incapable of gazing upon one another. This layer merely signifies the distance between the inside and the outside, yet it also represents the chasm between life and death. This barrier is an insurmountable gulf, stifling light, extinguishing hope, imprisoning them within, and causing anguish to those outside. Had Liang Xiaoxia not fought valiantly from the outset, had she remained blissfully ensnared in sweet dreams, had she not struggled to break through the earth in search of life, would her fate have mirrored that of her kin? Would she have been unearthed by her heartbroken parents, merely to receive a fleeting kiss, thereafter forever separated by the veil of death? In the future, who would remember who Liang Xiaoxia was? Her existence would be nothing but dust. Confronting death for the first time, particularly on such a grand scale, Liang Xiaoxia's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy mallet, leaving her in a state of shock and trepidation. She had narrowly escaped. Skirting the edges of mortality, the fairy queen Haidai cast a glance downward, not missing the fear and sorrow reflected in Liang Xiaoxia's complex gaze. Ultimately, she observed as the young fairy gradually regained her composure, her eyes devoid of any tumult. A sense of admiration blossomed within her. It was rare for a newly born fairy to exhibit such understanding, seemingly possessing an innate comprehension of matters. Although still in her infancy, appearing timid and capricious, she could swiftly find tranquility. Upon entering the altar, it seemed that this little fairy had instinctively shielded her smaller companion, displaying an inherent vigilance towards others. How intriguing, indeed. This diminutive creature does not evoke the essence of an elf. Rather, it resembles the capricious and contemplative nature of the human races found along the southern roads. Indeed, it seems more prudent to part with this little one rather than keeping it for myself, hoping that it signifies a fortuitous connection. Unbeknownst to Liang Xiaoxia, within this brief moment, she has captured the attention of the elven queen. Queen Haidai, having witnessed countless peculiarities throughout her life, possesses an unparalleled ability to discern the hearts of others with a mere glance. Yet, she has never encountered a human reborn as an elf. Observing Liang Xiaoxia's cleverness, she attributes it to a divine gift. Perhaps the moon of Pucacia, hearing the sorrowful lamentations of the elven kin, decided to bestow upon them a bright intellect, one that may yet prove exceptional. Over the centuries, many dazzling figures have ultimately fallen like shooting stars, and the queen's admiration for Liang Xiaoxia is but a fleeting moment, her countenance remaining composed and adorned with a gentle smile. At this juncture, the excavation has concluded, and all the elves gather with their baskets beneath the altar. The queen descends from the platform, receiving the slumbering little elf from Lestina's embrace, and slowly ascends the steps once more. Liang Xiaoxia's eyes widen in astonishment. It appears that this statue possesses the ability to move. Could it be a mechanism or some form of enchanting magic? Once all is still, the elven queen retrieves the clay orb from the altar and hands it back to Lestina. Turning her gaze, she approaches Liang Xiaoxia. As the highest leader of the elven realm strides towards her, Liang Xiaoxia feels an inexplicable tension, her scalp tingling. It seems that her moment has finally arrived. The elven queen, observing Liang Xiaoxia's nervous and embarrassed demeanor, smiled with increasing delight. It appeared that she was quite bashful despite having lived as a human for over 20 years. Liang Xiaoxia certainly did not wish to be carried to the altar, as it would be exceedingly humiliating. Moreover, she instinctively felt a twinge of apprehension towards the benevolent leader of the elven race, as if she could discern her innermost thoughts with a mere glance. As the elven queen, Haidai, reached out to embrace Liang Xiaoxia, the latter hesitated and gently resisted, prompting the queen to relent, allowing her to descend and walk on her own, albeit holding hands as they approached the altar. 3 beams of light, violet, crimson, and emerald, encircled Liang Xiaoxia, momentarily wrapping around her. In that moment, she felt akin to a tricolor spinning pole outside a barber shop, adorned in swirling ribbons and fluttering banners. She reached out to touch the colorful strands, yet could not grasp them, witnessing as the 3 hues vanished into her being. As she closed her eyes to sense the transformation, she felt as if something had changed within her, yet simultaneously, nothing had at all. A vague speculation lingered in Liang Xiaoxia's mind. There seemed to be a connection between the animated statues and the water she had consumed from the stone basin. Perhaps the specific basin from which she drank would elicit a response from a particular statue during the ceremony. Once the ceremony concluded, the elven queen, accompanied by a multitude, exited the sanctuary. Aside from Liang Xiaoxia's parents and the parents of the mudball, the elves walked behind with baskets containing children, their expressions serene, concealing the sorrow and despair that lay deep within their hearts. Only the fleeting glimmers of grief in their eyes betraying their emotions, refraining from weeping. Liang Xiaoxia, held tightly by her mother, felt her fist clench with a touch of anxiety. Chapter 6. Secrets to Attain Eternal Life. one must attain tranquility and clarity, free from physical toil and spiritual disturbance, unseen by the eyes, unheard by the ears, and unknown to the heart. Your spirit shall guard the form. For the form is eternal life. In the dense and verdant forest, towering trees rise majestically, their roots gnarled and their crowns lush. Various vines thrive upon these trees, while the narrow spaces between them are adorned with an array of flourishing shrubs vibrant with life. The forest undulates with the terrain, a rich tapestry of green enveloping the entire continent, occasionally punctuated by shimmering blue lakes that glisten under the sun. This continent, cloaked in forest, stands isolated, bordered by the sea, with few visible pathways. Those unfamiliar with the terrain and devoid of maps may easily find themselves lost within the thick woods, ultimately falling prey to the lurking wild beasts. To the east lies a dormant volcano, which erupted thousands of years ago. Today, the once tumultuous flow of lava that wrought destruction is but a memory. The massive volcano is now enveloped by dense forest, transformed into a sanctuary for wildlife. The West Crystal Elf tribe resides near this volcano. Amidst the trees on the mountainside, a lookout tower rises prominently, constructed atop a straight, towering fir. 6 pillars support a modest observation platform, with a wooden ladder of rope hanging down for the patrolling elves to ascend and descend. Enjoying the warmth of the sun and admiring the vast, undulating sea of trees is Liang Xiaoxia, a little elf, with white trunks and white branches. The elves are ever present in your vicinity. Though the elven race often carries an air of superiority, looking down upon humans or dwarves, they are fundamentally a peace-loving people. Unlike the fire race, who are quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Decades ago, a prince from a great human kingdom embarked on a journey around the world. Upon hearing tales of the numerous beautiful women of the eastern snow elf tribe, he desired to take one as his bride. On his way to propose, he was caught in a torrential downpour, and a careless guard inadvertently felled a young elf tree seedling to kindle a fire for warmth. Somehow, this incident reached the ears of the elf tribe, who sought to punish the guard with death. The prince personally interceded on his behalf, but the elves remained resolute in their stance. Ultimately, the very female elf whom the prince wished to marry took it upon herself to execute the guard. Thus, the union between the two factions ended in discord. From that moment forward, the elf tribe became notorious for their uncompromising nature and fierce guardianship of their sacred trees. In human society, the elves were even depicted as fearsome demons, known for their malevolence and rumored to be man-eaters, causing people to regard them with trepidation. When Loki recounted this tale, his exuberance was infectious, causing the audience to erupt in laughter. The elves, blessed with longevity and profound knowledge, remained blissfully ignorant of the flavors of humanity, for their diet consisted solely of vegetation. It is little wonder that the elves exhibited such unwavering resolve a decade prior. Liang Xiaoxia had witnessed the elf queen leading her kin in burying unborn children deep within the forest. That very location has since flourished, now home to 32 majestic elf trees. The reproductive methods of the elf tribe are entirely distinct from those of other beings. After the union of parents, a seed of life is produced and interred within the hollow of a life tree, which nourishes the seed as it develops. This process spans 7 years, culminating when the third moon, the waxing crescent of Pucacia, rises in the sky, at which point the fully formed little elves emerge from the earth. Those weaker and unable to awaken are extracted by their parents and laid to rest within the forest. These deceased little sprites will, in turn, become nourishment. Their hearts transform into seeds for the tree of sprites, their bodies rupture to give rise to a new sprite tree. When the prince's guard felled the sapling, it was akin to slaying the children of the sprite race, and how could they possibly refrain from anger and vengeance? Initially, the sprite tribe had no intention of offending this prince. Humans, perhaps driven by political motives or a covetous desire for the enchanting sprites, sought a union between the two races. The sprites, wary of provoking a powerful human nation, feared the onset of war. Yet, the sprite tree harbors a closely guarded secret of the sprite tribe. Unlike humans, the hearts of sprites are situated on the right side, and they do not possess a heart that pumps blood, but rather a seed known as the heart of nature. When a sprite perishes, the heart of nature perishes with it. The sprite tree also contains a heart of nature, buried deep alongside the bodies of the little sprites. When humans chop down a sprite tree, the heart of nature does not immediately die due to the tree's resilient vitality. If preserved properly, it may continue to pulse indefinitely. Ordinary sprite trees have already matured, and humans are accustomed to cutting from the trunk, thus neglecting to unearth the deeply buried heart of nature. However, the guard felled a sapling, and no one could guarantee that in his carelessness, he might not unearth the heart of nature for his own gain. Enraged parents demanded retribution, and with the Eastern Snow tribe determined to protect this secret, the death of the guard became inevitable, disregarding the relationship between the two races. Liang Xiaoxia, with a blade of grass in her mouth, basked in the warm sunlight. Loki, having previously ventured out of the sprite forest into human society, was affable and spoke with a humorous wit, the little sprites of Shijing adored gathering around him, clamoring for stories. The tale of Loki never fails to elicit hearty laughter from the surrounding audience. Although it is an old story from decades past, some events even transpired before Liang Xiaoxia's birth, yet she remains utterly captivated. The information among the fairies is rather insular, living within the confines of the forest. They are blissfully unaware of the outside world, the reigning dynasties, or the identities of their kings. Such knowledge seems unnecessary, as these matters are but fleeting occurrences. Spitting out the grass she had chewed, Liang Xiaoxia rose to gaze upon the endless expanse of forest. She pondered that if given the opportunity, she would surely venture beyond the woods to explore the world outside. Xiaoxia, are you up there? A diminutive fairy with short arms and legs stood at the base of the lookout tower, shouting upwards. This little fairy was none other than the mudball that Liang Xiaoxia had cradled to sleep on the night of her birth. The mudball, now no longer referred to by that name, had been bestowed with a melodious fairy name, Hesha, which translates to adorable little blueberry in the fairy tongue. Nevertheless, Liang Xiaoxia still preferred to call her mudball, just as Hesha liked to call her Liang Xiaoxia when no one was around. A decade had passed, and Hesha appeared to have grown only slightly. Her shoulder-length flaxen hair was woven into a thick braid, elegantly arranged atop her head, and her slate-gray eyes sparkled with vitality. Hesha tilted her head back to admire the towering cedar trees, then glanced down at her dress, hesitating whether to climb up. Liang Xiaoxia was likely up there, but scaling the tree would surely soil her mother's newly made garment, a lovely grass-green dress that she cherished, and she was reluctant to get it dirty on its very first day. Oh no, not again, Liang Xiaoxia groaned, pressing her forehead as a wave of headache washed over her. The clay ball was delightful in every aspect, yet it was excessively clingy. It persistently sought Liang Xiaoxia's attention, requesting her to craft grasshoppers, share enchanting tales, and engage in imaginative play, pretending to be parents. The clay ball insisted on taking the maternal role, while Liang Xiaoxia was relegated to that of the father, tending to their baby, a domesticated squirrel, feeding it with care. As an only child, Liang Xiaoxia initially relished this experience, finding joy in indulging the clay ball's whims and playing these kindergarten games. However, after nearly a decade, the novelty wore thin, and her patience began to fray. The sprite possessed a high intellect but lacked emotional acuity. As the years passed, its mind had matured only a year. Whenever Liang Xiaoxia turned down the clay ball's requests, it would look up with its ashen gray eyes brimming with tears, its tiny hands nervously tugging at the hem of its dress, resembling a puppy yearning for a bone. Faced with such a poignant expression, Liang Xiaoxia found herself unable to utter any refusal, ultimately resigning herself to play along. Over time, she began to seek refuge, preferring to avoid encounters altogether. The clay ball, however, would relentlessly pursue her, delighting in their game of hide and seek within the forest. As the clay ball lifted its dress, preparing to ascend, Liang Xiaoxia realized there was no escaping. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the dirt from her clothes and discarded a smooth vine, stripped of branches and leaves, gripping her makeshift slide lock. With a swift motion, she glided down to the base of the tree. Wow, Liang Xiaoxia, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed the clay ball. Liang Xiaoxia gathered the vine, coiling it away behind a cedar tree, adjusting her attire. With her left hand resting on her shoulder and her right hand behind her back, she slightly squatted and offered a respectful greeting to the clay ball. May the lily of the valley dwell within your heart, my friend. A hand resting upon a shoulder signifies friendship. If the left hand is placed upon the left shoulder, it conveys an open heart, representing the closest and most intimate of friends. The lily of the valley is a delicate white flower, typically blooming 3 to 4 blossoms on a single stem, often exchanged as greetings and blessings among female friends, symbolizing a pure and unblemished friendship. Chapter 7. Swift-wind intuition and reason are contradictory yet coexist as companions. Liang Xiaoxia, do you perceive anything different about me today? Upon observing the upright posture of Mudball, eager for others to notice her new dress, Liang Xiaoxia smiled subtly. Mudball is just like that. Whenever something delightful arises, she is the first to share it with Liang Xiaoxia, and any new gossip is promptly conveyed to her as well. Nothing seems different, except perhaps a bit of dirt on your face. Liang Xiaoxia feigned seriousness, pretending to be unaware. Mudball quickly wiped her face, discovering it to be spotless, and in a fit of exasperation exclaimed, "You're a liar. Liang Xiaoxia, you're so mean. There's absolutely no dirt on my face. You're just like Loki, always playing tricks, so sly. All right, I'm aware you wore a new dress. By the way, how did you find me?" Liang Xiaoxia, playfully tickled by Mudball, swiftly diverted the conversation. "I followed your scent to find you," Mudball sniffed. "Liang Xiaoxia, you've become increasingly elusive lately." "Hey Liang Xiaoxia, let's go visit Teacher Swiftwind," Mudball nudged, tentatively revealing her little desire. Swiftwind, an elven mentor of battle dancers, possessed a cascade of lustrous silver hair and verdant eyes, his countenance perpetually adorned with a genial smile, extending courteousness to all. "So, you adorn yourself in a new frock, not for my admiration, but for the discerning gaze of Master Swiftwind?" Liang Xiaoxia jested, scrutinizing Nichio, whose alabaster ears flushed with a delicate roseate hue, her gaze wavering, yet vehemently shaking her head. "I aspire to be a battle dancer, and my mother instructed me to first inquire of Master Swiftwind concerning any prerequisites." Swiftwind resided beneath an ancient oak tree nestled in the southwestern quadrant of the forest. It being mid-morning, most elves were engaged in their daily endeavors, and Swiftwind's abode was uncharacteristically devoid of the throng of infatuated maidens who typically besieged him. Upon arriving at Swiftwind's dwelling, Liang Xiaoxia and Nichio found it deserted. "Liang Xiaoxia, do you suppose Master Swiftwind is absent?" Nichio lamented, her disappointment palpable at the absence of her cherished idol. "Liang Xiaoxia, tarry a moment. I detect the scent of our mentor." Nichio, guided by the familiar aroma, ventured towards the veil behind Swiftwind's abode. The sylvan breeze whistled through the trees, rustling the foliage with a resounding cadence, interspersed with the melodious chirping of avians. The two elven maidens stood at a distance, unable to discern the subject of their discourse. Liang Xiaoxia, with commendable discretion, restrained Nichio, who, upon sighting Swiftwind, was poised to rush forth in greeting, and discreetly concealed themselves behind a venerable tree. "Liang Xiaoxia, do you surmise that she is an admirer of Swiftwind?" Nichio whispered, her voice hushed with intrigue. "I know not." Liang Xiaoxia, too, found the situation peculiar. Elven courtship and declarations of affection were traditionally public displays. The more populous the venue, the more conducive it was for an elf to avow their sentiments. The elves have long held the belief that the presence of their kin enhances the prospects of happiness and love between two individuals. However, it struck them as peculiar that in this very moment, there was not a single observer among them. The female elf appeared quite unfamiliar, someone they had never encountered before. Yet, judging by the expression on Xuanfeng's face, it seemed that she had little chance of success. Uncertain of what the elf had said, Xuanfeng fell momentarily silent, only to return the bouquet to the female elf, who then hurriedly departed with the flowers in hand. Liang Xiaoxia and Niku had also decided to take their leave, recognizing that disturbing Xuanfeng at this juncture would be decidedly ill-timed. Suddenly, Xuanfeng's keen instincts detected someone lurking in the shadows, and he swiftly made his way towards Liang Xiaoxia. "Teacher Xuanfeng, it's me," Niku called out, seeing Xuanfeng approach. With a series of energetic leaps, he dashed up the hillside, eagerly waving his hands in excitement. And Liang Xiaoxia was pulled along with him. "Oh, it's you two, Hesha and Xiar," Xuanfeng said, gracefully landing before the two young elves with an elegant flourish. His noble demeanor restored, his voice flowing like a melodious stream. "Teacher Xuanfeng, you are truly amazing," Niku exclaimed unabashedly, his admiration evident. Liang Xiaoxia couldn't help but sigh in awe at Xuanfeng's swift yet graceful movements. "Teacher Xuanfeng, did you accept that elder sister as proposal of love?" Niku inquired, utterly oblivious to the concept of privacy, as he blurted out the question regarding what he had just witnessed. For a brief moment, Xuanfeng's expression faltered, but he soon resumed his gentle smile, ruffling Niku's hair and replying, "No," clearly displaying a sense of helplessness, tinged with amusement. The small figure exhaled a sigh of relief. For the first time, it astonishingly refrained from opposing the disarray of her hairstyle. Something felt amiss. Liang Xiaoxia had an inkling that today, Xuanfeng appeared rather peculiar. Upon scrutinizing him closely, she noted the broadsword slung across his back, the 3 earrings adorning his elongated, pointed ears, a mark of his status. His silvery hair danced gracefully in the wind, while a gentle smile, as tender as ever, lingered at the corners of his lips. His almost translucent eyelashes fluttered slightly with each word spoken. From every angle, he seemed the same Xuanfeng, however. Liang Xiaoxia couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about him today, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. "Dear little ones, what brings you to me?" Xuanfeng inquired nonchalantly, standing there with an air of tranquility. "I aspire to become a battle dancer, Teacher Xuanfeng. Could you guide me on how to achieve that?" The small creature blinked its large eyes, articulating the most pressing question. Throughout their journey, Liang Xiaoxia kept her head bowed in contemplation, persistently sensing that Xuanfeng was different today. The little one chattered incessantly beside her. "Teacher Xuanfeng is truly remarkable. Do you think he noticed my new dress? He is so gentle. Teacher Xuanfeng must be the greatest battle dancer. Hey, Liang Xiaoxia, do you think he would be upset if we secretly witnessed someone confessing their feelings to him?" Caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, Liang Xiaoxia nearly collided with a tree, when a sudden realization struck her. The crux of the matter lay here. Upon encountering them, Xuanfeng had not offered a greeting. Unless some pressing matter occupies the mind of Xuanfeng, leading to a nervousness that results in the kind of elementary mistakes typically made by novice, understanding spirits. What could this matter be? Could it be something uttered by that love-seeking female spirit? Just as one question arises, another quickly follows. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it. After all, she is not a worm in Xuanfeng's belly. Why is she so preoccupied with his thoughts today? In any case, all is tranquil in the clan, and there should be no significant disturbances. Indeed, the ease of life has rendered Liang Xiaoxia rather bored and prone to gossip. Upon returning home, she finds her parents present. Liang Xiaoxia places her hands upon her shoulders and bows deeply. "May the spirits of Karna bless you. My heart is with you, my dear parents." Her parents nod slightly in acknowledgement. "May our ancestors bless you, Xiaoxia." During mealtimes, the elven folk maintain a solemn silence. Lunch features a quintessential elven platter of 3-leafed sprouts, butterfly flower delicacies, sweet pastries, and a pot of stewed mixed vegetables, with the staple being elven pies filled with a rich mushroom sauce. The entire elven clan adheres to a vegetarian diet. Initially, Liang Xiaoxia assumed this was due to their reverence for the nature goddess, but she gradually understood that elves abstain from meat because their digestive systems are ill-equipped to process it, much like grazing deer. "Come to my room shortly." Madakini elegantly wipes his mouth with a napkin and addresses Liang Xiaoxia. "Very well, father." She wonders what her father might need her for. Chapter 8. Loki, no matter your age, in my eyes, you shall always remain a child. Sunlight streams at an angle through the intricately carved glass window, casting a warm egg yolk hue upon the pristine white walls. At this moment, Madakini sat behind his desk, his back against 2 towering bookshelves. His ordinarily stern and indifferent visage was now bathed in sunlight, lending it a touch of gentleness. An open scroll lay upon the desk, its edges yellowed and slightly curled from the ravages of time. One hand propped his chin, while the other, with its long, delicate fingers, absent-mindedly traced the surface of the inscribed text. "Father, I have arrived." Each time Liang Xiaoxia encountered her father, Madakini, she involuntarily adopted a demeanor of solemn respect, bowing her head and placing her hands obediently by her sides. Madakini was an entirely different archetype from her previous life as father, stoic and composed. Even in the face of joyous occasions, he merely allowed a slight upturn of his lips. Liang Xiaoxia took the scroll, which was adorned with pictographic characters, written in the ancient tongue of the elves. The ancient elven language, spoken thousands of years ago by the illustrious elves, comprised more than 10,000 intricate letters. The language currently employed by the elves is merely a simplified version of its ancient counterpart. Every day after lunch, it was time for the routine inspection of her studies. Liang Xiaoxia straightened her back, inhaled deeply, and began to read. The eyes of Karasan were cursed by Mattia. All living beings he gazed upon would turn to stone. First, his wife, then his daughter, his entire family became stone. Very well, that will suffice for today. Madakini gestured to pause, evidently pleased with Liang Xiaoxia's progress. Madakini operates in such a manner. When matters arise, he refrains from divulging the reasons or assisting in the analysis of outcomes. Instead, he unhesitatingly assigns tasks with an icy demeanor that brooks no refusal. Liang Xiaoxia may feel distressed and anxious, yet she cannot bring herself to resent Matakini. She is no child. She understands where Matakini's affection lies and recognizes the manner in which he expresses it. Acknowledging this, she resolves to fulfill her duties diligently. Liang Xiaoxia bows in farewell. Elder Yuchuan is one of the 12 elders of the Shijing tribe, a thin, wiry old elf with 3 small braids adorning his beard. He possesses a welcoming appearance, yet he is astutely shrewd and often quick to scold others over trivial matters. Strangely enough, he holds the largest collection of tomes among the elven kin. Liang Xiaoxia surmises that her father has tasked her with assisting Elder Yuchuan with the intent of delving into his vast library. However, Elder Yuchuan is notoriously difficult to please. One can expect a barrage of sarcastic remarks and challenges, especially with his arrogant grandson, who typically regards Liang Xiaoxia and her companion, Mudball, with a condescending glare whenever they cross paths in the village. Contemplating this, Liang Xiaoxia instinctively feels a headache brewing. This assignment leaves no room for refusal. So she must confront reality and gradually come to terms with her fate. In her previous life, Liang Xiaoxia was far from being considered beautiful. She inherited her father's small eyes and flat nose, often sporting a pair of oversized glasses that made her blend into the crowd. However, in this life, reborn as an elf, her eyes are large and expressive, her cheeks pleasantly plump like her mother's, and when she smiles, 2 charming dimples appear, rendering her a modestly attractive young beauty. Dwelling within this corporeal form in my previous existence, I surmise I would have garnered considerable admiration. Yet, cast amidst the ethereal visages of the elven race, I am relegated to a position of middling allure, at best, compounded by my diminutive stature. An unmistakable testament to my arrested development as a fledgling sprite, my presence, alas, is often overlooked, relegated to the periphery of perception. "Dearest Xia, shall we indulge in ablutions?" quoth Mudball, her voice a mellifluous cadence, as she nuzzled against me with endearing supplication, a tactic invariably efficacious. "Ages since our last immersion," she proclaims. "Yet 'twas but yesterday we partook in such ablutions." The elven predilection for immaculate purity borders, nay, transcends into a veritable obsession. Unblemished raiment and untainted countenances are de rigueur, lest one incur the collective disdain of our brethren. Daily ablutions are an indispensable rite, an immersive communion beneath the lunar effulgence, where the corporeal and spiritual impurities are expunged. A pursuit revered as the apotheosis of earthly delight. The grandest and most opulent edifice within the elven domain is not the hallowed halls of the Elder Council, nor the rigorous training grounds, but rather an open-air bathhouse, meticulously constructed from pristine marble slabs. Perched atop a subterranean spring, our forebears, with lavish indulgence, employed a plethora of rare and precious materials, inscribing upon the bath's foundations colossal reservoirs and heating arrays, solely to engender the most sublime bathing milieu. The bathhouse itself is partitioned into a myriad of pools, each tailored to diverse functions and purposes, steeped in an assortment of rare flora and medicinal herbs, and adorned daily with freshly harvested floral petals. At the culmination of their diurnal endeavors, the elves converge here, immersing themselves in the soothing waters to unburden their minds, or to engage in convivial discourse with cherished companions, sharing their passions and predilections. Even the position of the bathhouse attendant is the most coveted among the elven folk, with many young sprites aspiring to grow up and assume this esteemed role. After changing into fresh attire, Mudball tugged and pulled Liang Xiaoxia into the bathing pool. The water was infused with a botanical essence, exuding a delicate lavender hue. Upon entering, every pore of her skin seemed to awaken with exhilaration, and her fair complexion appeared even more luminous against the subtle purple bathwater, resembling the purity of the moon. The mist wafted gently, with a few white petals lazily drifting atop the surface, while Mudball gleefully splashed about in the water. Leaning against the edge of the pool, Liang Xiaoxia tilted her head back, her bright eyes sparkling as they fixated on the arched ceiling of the bathhouse. The dome above showcased an epic mural, vividly illustrating the tale of the elven hero, Xian Lu, who, after enduring countless trials, ultimately harnessed the power of the moon to vanquish the serpentine demon and safeguard his kin. In the painting, Xian Lu stood atop a high tower, his staff raised towards the heavens, the immense full moon casting a divine glow upon him. Opposite him, the serpentine demon cowered beneath a shadowy mound of earth, its visage etched with the terror of impending demise. What captivated Liang Xiaoxia was not merely the narrative of the mural, but the artistry within it. This grand tableau was entirely crafted from gemstones. Rubies formed exine loose garments, sapphires composed the sky, and the radiant full moon was meticulously constructed from overlapping opals. The hero's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of diamonds, while even the feeble visage of the demon was rendered with black pearls. Just as the avaricious Liang Xiaoxia drooled at the thought of prying away a few of these precious gems, a mischievous voice interrupted her reverie, inquiring slyly, "Are you contemplating how to extract them?" In the eyes of the mischievous little elves, Loki is a capable sprite, one who has journeyed far and wide, brimming with countless intriguing tales. Unlike the adult elves who carry the weight of their status with a certain arrogance, he possesses a youthful exuberance, leading a band of young sprites on whimsical escapades through mountains and waters, causing a ruckus in their village. Upon closer inspection, Loki's eyes are shaped like upward-turned peach blossoms. His nose is elegantly prominent, and his expression bears an ambiguous smile that exudes a charming recklessness, embodying a blend of purity and a hint of mischief. Two contrasting qualities that merge seamlessly on his face, creating a harmonious allure. Loki is clad only in simple shorts, his bare torso revealing a chest as smooth and white as jade, yet marred by a grotesque scar, half a meter long, that slashes across his chest. This is a man with a story, Liang Xiaoxia mused. To remove this image would be a tragedy. She raised her gaze to continue admiring the fresco on the dome, her voice soft and melancholic. Unbeknownst to her, the depth of her tone and the subtle, regretful inflection belied her 10 years, portraying her instead as an elf who has weathered many storms. Loki watched Liang Xiaoxia, the flickering light in his eyes betraying a flicker of intrigue. Even if you were to take it down, it would be of no use to us. We do not require money. Indeed, it is only in the realm of humans that money holds any value. Do you wish to see the world beyond? After a moment of silence, Loki posed the question. When you are ready to venture out, do remember to seek me. He spoke in a whisper, audible only to her. And before Liang Xiaoxia could respond, he rose and departed from the bathing pool. What Liang Xiaoxia could not foresee was that it would be Loki who would later provide her with the means for survival and self-preservation. Chapter 9. Flora Festival. Whether justice and valor are inherently virtuous remains an enigma. Xiaoxia meticulously contemplated the optimal career path. When he sought guidance from Matagini, he merely offered a laconic reassurance. Do not fret. Devoid of any further elucidation, the assessment preceding martial skill selection remained shrouded in mystery. Xiaoxia, impelled to self-reliance, fashioned a vine, coiling it around his waist, intending to wield it as a makeshift whip should the examination entail combat. Xia, you are particularly resplendent today. Allow me to present you with this floral offering. After offering his greetings, Fisher, a towering figure of pronounced musculature, hardly resembling a typical elf, proffered Xiaoxia an enormous coxcomb flower. Fisher, the progenitor of Mudball, possessed an idiosyncratic aesthetic sensibility, with an ardent predilection for cultivating verdant carnivorous plants. Xiaoxia, clutching the coxcomb flower, listened to Fisher's encomiums, his countenance a mixture of amusement and chagrin. Thank you. This blossom is for you. Xiaoxia presented Fisher with a yellow carnation. Fisher accepted the flower, volubly remarking, I must avow, Xia, that your appreciation for aesthetics has considerable room for refinement. En route, Xiaoxia encountered numerous elves, accumulating an armful of diverse floral tributes, only to redistribute a significant portion to alleviate the burden. Mudball ambled beside Xiaoxia, sporting a gargantuan cactus flower pinned to his chest, undoubtedly another of Fisher's creations. The thoroughfare teemed with jubilant elves. Several venerable elves congregated beneath a colossal tree, engaging in a convivial drinking session, their faces flushed with libation, incessantly boasting of their respective potatory prowess. A coterie of youthful female elves frolicked by the lakeside, playfully pursuing one another, vying to adorn each other's heads with foxtails. Numerous elves had set up stalls, peddling their homemade fruit pies. As dusk fell, all the elves gathered before the Tree of Life, where Liang Xiaoxia, satiated from her meal, settled into a front-row seat beside Mudball to watch the competition. The elven Queen Haidai and the 12 elders also arrived, taking their place on the elevated dais at the rear, surveying the scene below. The towering Tree of Life stood firmly rooted in the earth, its lush, semicircular canopy resembling a colossal arena roof, while its dark brown trunk, viewed up close, appeared as a thick, imposing wall. In front of the tree, a sunken, arched plaza had been constructed, with tiered seating allowing the elves to take their places freely. The West Crystal Elven tribe was not numerous, with over 3,000 residents gathered in this area, akin to a small cluster of ants beside an apple. Liang Xiaoxia craned her neck so high that it ached, yet she could not glimpse the top of the tree, feeling insignificant in its presence. The first event was the archery competition, featuring 2 young female elves. On the left stood a petite, green-haired elf wielding a short bow. Her right ear adorned with 2 small silver earrings indicating her current 4th tier. To the right was a slender, slightly taller elf at the 3rd tier, carrying a long bow. As the competition commenced, both participants swiftly entered the fray, darting around the field, evading, and seizing opportunities to shoot arrows at one another. The arrows used in the contest were devoid of arrowheads, merely smeared with paint. Before long, the haystack barriers in the center of the plaza were transformed into a riot of colors. As time progressed, the green-haired elf grew increasingly impatient. The arrows available for the competition were limited, and with her opponent being a tier lower, the prolonged inability to secure a hit rendered her increasingly passive. In contrast, the tall elf moved with steady strides, his breath measured and calm. Amidst the exchange of arrows, he nimbly rolled and evaded with grace. As the competition concluded, both sides of elves exchanged friendly handshakes, sharing smiles of camaraderie. Look, Sister Yu has won. Sister Yu has won. The excitement of the first match was palpable. With Nico pulling at Liang Xiaoxia's sleeve, chattering incessantly, Sister Yu has only been training as a bow hunter for 30 years and has already reached the 3rd tier. She must be a genius. Nika chirped like a sparrow, incessantly divulging everything she knew about the tall elf. Indeed, she was well suited for the role of a bow hunter, steadfast, composed, and always poised for action. These qualities are essential for an exceptional bow hunter, and all she lacked was further refinement. Given time, she would undoubtedly surpass her current capabilities, Liang Xiaoxia mused. As anticipated, the elf named Yu persevered through 2 more rounds before ultimately succumbing to a 5th-tier middle-aged male elf due to exhaustion. The competition continued for several more matches until a burly male elf adorned with thick braids took the stage, Reynolds, last year's champion of the bow hunting tournament and a distinguished mentor in the field. Reynolds, a 6th-tier bow hunter, stood as a leading figure among the younger generation of bow hunters. Dressed in silver-gray hunting attire, his brown hair was tied high in a ponytail, with a few strands framing his face. He bore a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, the golden irises often narrowed as if he were a hawk poised for flight. A large black ironwood bow slung across his back, his left hand rested against his thigh, ready to draw and shoot at a moment's notice. As the contestants bowed to each other, Reynolds' opponent could be seen sweating profusely, clearly anxious. At the commencement of the competition, Reno consistently evaded the attacks, while the braided male elf relentlessly loosed arrow after arrow in his direction, yet each time fell short, allowing Reno to deftly roll aside. After a dozen futile shots, the adversary displayed no offensive initiative, as if biding his time for something. The male elf grew increasingly anxious, his unease manifesting in his increasingly forceful shots, the sound of his arrows slicing through the air echoing throughout the arena. Meanwhile, Reno patiently awaited the opportune moment for a decisive strike. As an archer, he meticulously calculated the movements of both himself and his opponent, seeking a flaw to exploit. Suddenly, clarity struck. At the precise moment the male elf turned to retrieve his arrows, Reno swiftly drew his bow and released a shaft. The arrow sliced through the air, its fletching buzzing as it surged directly towards its target. The skilled male elf sensed something amiss as he reached for his arrow, twisting his body 90 degrees to the right, narrowly evading the shot. Reno's brow furrowed in concentration. The arrow seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, shifting ever so slightly in its trajectory. The male elf, unable to react in time, was struck in the chest by Reno's arrow, crashing to the ground. Though the arrowhead was blunt, the elf felt as if he had been struck with tremendous force, a sharp pain radiating through his chest. It was undoubtedly bruised. The audience erupted into applause, their hands clapping vigorously in admiration of this extraordinary and decisive shot. "Huarong, your son is quite exceptional," remarked Queen Hade, standing upon the elevated platform, applauding while conversing with a nearby elder. The ability to alter the arrow's path demonstrated that Reno had grasped the essence of archery. This essence marks the pivotal distinction between the 6th and 7th ranks of archers. This year, Raynor has just crossed the threshold of 3 centuries. Yet he has managed to ascend from the 6th to the 7th tier, a feat that necessitates both innate talent and relentless effort. The audience erupted in cheers. And as Raynor was preparing to exit the stage, Another figure emerged onto the arena, cloaked in a tattered black hooded cape, caked in mud and dust. The hem of his garment flapped forlornly in the breeze with each deliberate step. His face shrouded beneath the hood. It was difficult to discern his features, but his stature revealed him to be a male elf. The enigmatic male elf brandished a steel bow that glimmered ominously in the waning sunlight, its dark crimson hue reflecting a sense of foreboding. Beside him, a quiver held a sparse collection of wooden arrows, their fletchings askew and battered, suggesting they had seen better days. Whispers coursed through the crowd. The younger elves had never laid eyes on him, while a few elder elves bowed their heads in contemplation. "Is it thorns?" one elder questioned, incredulous. Upon hearing the elven queen's response, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the assembly. "It is he. I cannot be mistaken." No matter how the sands of time may drift, the silhouette of Thorns was unmistakable to her. At the first sight of Thorns, Raynor gripped his bow tightly, bracing himself for the imminent confrontation. The chilling gaze of Thorns pierced through him, rendering him as vulnerable as a fledgling bird ensnared by a serpent poised to strike. After the customary salutation between the contenders, Raynor swiftly retreated behind an obstacle, seeking cover. Even before the clash began, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped him. And soon his palms grew clammy with sweat. Thorns advanced toward Raynor, each step deliberate, akin to a specter of darkness drawing near. He drew his bowstring, aiming at the concealed obstacle where Reno was hiding. With a swift motion, he crouched and pulled the iron bowstring back to form a perfect arc, releasing it with a resounding whoosh that pierced the air. The arrow, imbued with an inexhaustible intent, soared forth like a thunderclap, rendering evasion impossible as it hurtled towards Reno. Seated at the forefront, Liang Xiaoxia sensed something amiss the moment the thorny bow was fully drawn. Her instincts outpaced her thoughts, propelling her forward to shield Reno. With a thud, Reno was knocked to the ground while Liang Xiaoxia took the arrow meant for him. "Xiaoxia!" cried the mudball and the surrounding fairies upon witnessing Liang Xiaoxia's brave intervention. The realization struck her before losing consciousness. She had become a savior. Chapter 10. Awakening those who are healthy do not torment others. It is often those who have suffered who become tormentors. Yung the moon hung high in the sky, 3 luminous orbs illuminating the violet night, resonating with one another. The grass surrounding the square was adorned with moonflowers, their pale petals swaying gently in the breeze, creating ripples of soft waves. The colossal tree of life basked in the moonlight, casting dappled shadows beneath its lush canopy. Fireflies danced around the tree, competing with the moon's brilliance. Everything felt so serene and beautiful. Liang Xiaoxia stirred from her slumber, her head buzzing, and the echoes of screams still reverberating in her ears. The arrow from the thorny bough had struck her squarely on the head. She touched her forehead to find a painful swelling. Indeed, it seemed one could never truly be a good person. Propped up by her arm, she now found herself on the grassy expanse beside the square, surrounded by the blossoms of moonlight. Mudball sat beside Liang Xiaoxia, covering his eyes, his body trembling, appearing to weep. Mother Dolan stood at a distance, seemingly lamenting about Matakini, her round face adorned with an expression of rage, while Matakini remained silent, her countenance dark enough to drip ink. Bitterthorn leaned far from the scene against a grand pine tree, his black cloak nearly merging with the shadows of the tree. In the distance, a throng of fairies danced joyfully across the meadow, exuding bliss. "Woo-woo, Liang Xiaoxia, you've awakened," Mudball exclaimed, his large eyes brimming with tears, streaks of sorrow marking his fair cheeks. "Woo-woo, the elder said you were fine, but you've been unresponsive for so long. Woo-woo, Teacher Swiftwind is also injured." "I am so frightened," Mudball rambled, and by the end, he clung to Liang Xiaoxia and cried out loud, leaving his tears and snot smeared across her garments. Her head throbbed even more. How was her fainting connected to Swiftwind? Liang Xiaoxia endured the discomfort, prying Mudball off her, seeking clarity. Mudball, still sobbing, recounted the tale once more, allowing Liang Xiaoxia to understand. It turned out that Bitterthorn did not seek Reno's life. Rather, for reasons unknown, he wished to teach Reno a lesson, but fatefully, Liang Xiaoxia had misinterpreted his intentions, stepping in as a heroine to rescue him. In a moment of impulsiveness, Liang Xiaoxia lunged forward, only to be struck on the head by an arrow, causing her to faint once more. The elder responsible for healing within the clan, Gu Yu, promptly cast a minor spell upon Liang Xiaoxia, assuring everyone that her condition was not severe and instructing them not to move her. Liang Xiaoxia was then laid on the grass at the edge of the square, while Mudball, Doran, and Madakini ceased watching the competition to stand guard over her. The contest continued, with the champion of the incantation competition being Glacier, who, with overwhelming superiority, claimed victory, marking her third consecutive win, a result that was anticipated. Xiaoxia, my precious darling, you have finally awakened, Doran exclaimed hurriedly upon noticing Liang Xiaoxia rousing from her slumber. She rushed over, cradling Liang Xiaoxia's face, examining her closely as if to ascertain the extent of her injuries. My darling has been bullied. Do not weep, do not weep. Just wait. I shall settle the score with him. Which I've saw me crying. Liang Xiaoxia thought helplessly, likening Doran to a hen fiercely guarding her chicks. Yet, this feeling of being protected was rather comforting. Doran's face puffed up in anger as she stood abruptly and stormed towards the thorny tree, fuming. Observing this, Madakini swiftly intervened, casting a glance at Liang Xiaoxia that suggested a reckoning would come later. Feeling a bit guilty under Madakini's gaze, Liang Xiaoxia turned to Mudball and urged, please continue. You haven't yet spoken about the martial arts assessment. With the moon now high in the sky, it was clear that the martial arts evaluation had concluded, and she would have to wait until the following year to participate, which left her with a tinge of regret. She pondered which choice Mudball ultimately made and whether he had succeeded in joining the ranks of the Swiftwind sect. I didn't participate, Mudball stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. Why not? Did you not wish to learn the art of battle dance under Master Swiftwind? I no longer wish to be a battle dancer. You are injured, and so is Teacher Xuanfeng. I can only watch helplessly, my tears flowing in frustration, powerless to act. Liang Xiaoxia, I am so afraid. The clay figure, holding its breath, spoke in a soft, tender voice, reminiscent of a deflated dumpling. Alas, this foolish child. This is fear. Witnessing one's own injuries brings doubt about the path ahead. Liang Xiaoxia adjusted her expression, softening her features, and gently encouraged. If you choose not to be a battle dancer, you won't be able to spend time with Teacher Xuanfeng often. Besides, Nichio, don't you want to become a formidable battle dancer in the future to protect us? Teacher Xuanfeng is unable to teach due to his leg injury, and Loki is taking over his classes this year. Moreover, I aspire to become a healer, so that when you get hurt in battles, I can tend to your wounds. Oh, I see you have considered this already. Becoming a doctor? Quite commendable, with a promising future, and it allows you to stay away from danger. Though it may not be a mainstream profession among the elven race, it is still quite respected. Liang Xiaoxia's inner calculations clicked into place, and she swiftly agreed with Nichio's idea. Xiaoer, thank you. Reno approached Liang Xiaoxia with a large bouquet of moonlight flowers. Wearing that same sharp yet slightly fierce expression, were it not for his sincere tone, one might have mistaken him for seeking a fight. It's nothing. I haven't been of much help, Liang Xiaoxia humbly replied. Her relationship with Reno was not deep, and they had exchanged only a few words before. Her decision to save him was purely driven by the inability to watch her kin perish before her eyes. Unbeknownst to herself, Liang Xiaoxia had come to regard herself as a sprite rather than a mere mortal. She continued to exhibit her characteristic fierce protectiveness. Indeed, Reno remarked, quite nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, a pang of discomfort struck Liang Xiaoxia. Reno truly spared no consideration for her feelings. Was this humility? Humility, indeed. Her inner self raged wildly. Yet her exterior remained composed, betraying nothing, as a distorted smile tugged at her lips. Regardless, I owe you a favor. After uttering this, Reno thrust a bouquet into Liang Xiaoxia's arms, departing with an air of indifference. As he passed beneath the tree, he cast a fierce glare at Kuji, lingering for quite some time. Kuji, unfazed by Reno's menacing gaze, drifted silently to Liang Xiaoxia's side and softly uttered, "Follow me." He then turned and started walking away. What was his intention? Liang Xiaoxia pondered in confusion, yet inexplicably found herself trailing behind him. Upon witnessing Liang Xiaoxia's intention to follow Kuji, Doran grew increasingly anxious to intervene, but was restrained by Madagini, who simply shook her head without uttering a word. Kuji walked at a leisurely pace, and Liang Xiaoxia maintained a distance of 2 meters behind, following him unhurriedly. After all, they were within the confines of their clan's territory, where danger seemed unlikely. The moonlight cast a cold glow, elongating the shadows of the two sprites, a larger shadow, forlorn, and a smaller one, bewildered. Kuji eventually halted at the edge of a riverbank, where the water babbled melodiously, glistening in the night like scales of fish. Facing the moonlight, Kuji removed his cloak's hood, revealing his visage. Upon catching a glimpse, Liang Xiaoxia gasped in astonishment. Her visage is fair and smooth, with a delicate chin and a broad, full forehead. Her eyes shine brightly and profoundly, reminiscent of a frigid, crystalline pool, while her lips, a soft pink, are slightly pursed, as if inviting a tender kiss. This androgynous face, which ought to be unparalleled in beauty, is marred by a network of scars, countless wounds. Both large and small, traverse her cheeks, their silver-white grotesqueness laid bare. Her nimble, slender ears appear as though they have been cruelly severed, leaving only fragments behind, with neat wounds trembling in the cold breeze. What is your name? In the depths of her cold gaze, there was a palpable indifference. Her voice frigid as the whispers of lost souls. From the Shijing tribe, Zarl Talyamaiva Chandra Izuokarna, may the morning star guide your heart. Liang Xiaoxia solemnly declared her full name, performing an impeccable elven greeting. A fleeting expression of disdain crossed the eyes of the one known as Kuji. I am Kuji. No surname, no clan, merely a name. Cookie? Sweet biscuit? Liang Xiaoxia's mind began to race, bemusedly pondering how such a malevolent figure could possess such an endearing name. She momentarily forgot that Kuji refers to a type of shrub in elven lore, symbolizing redemption, suffering, and despairing love. Why do you wish to save him? Kuji observed Liang Xiaoxia lost in thought, her expression shifting continuously, prompting the question. If Kuji spoke of him, it must refer to Reino. Liang Xiaoxia tilted her head in contemplation and resolved to speak candidly. He is my kin. I cannot stand idly by as he faces death. If it were her, would you be willing to trade your life for hers? Kuji relentlessly posed questions, each sharper than the last. Yes. Upon hearing the question, Liang Xiaoxia's tone grew somber. She realized that the conversation, under the guidance of Kuji, was veering dangerously off course, and she felt herself being led by the nose. His imposing presence left no room for contradiction or evasion. What about your self-esteem? Kuji pressed on relentlessly, leaving no respite. Willing. The corners of Kuji's mouth curled into a smile, evoking a sense of pity and mockery, while an eerie glimmer danced in his eyes. His laughter grew louder and more boisterous, and within moments, he was doubled over with laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in existence. Yet, there was no trace of joy on his face. Instead, it was contorted, the uneven scars on his visage becoming more grotesque. Foolish sprite, since it has come to this. Kneel down, crawl at my feet, and lick my shoes. In an instant, Kuji's smile faded into a chilling calm. His eyes ablaze with a frenzied fire as he spoke slowly, otherwise, I shall kill her. The black cloak rustled ominously in the wind, as if a storm were brewing. Kuji's eyes swirled like a vortex, gathering tempestuous energy. He was dead serious. Liang Xiaoxia stared at Kuji, and in that fleeting moment, beads of sweat dampened her collar. Chapter 11. The lesson is hard, battered by the winds and rains of life, had long since withered into a desolate daisy. He was a complete madman. Liang Xiaoxia felt a mix of shock and fury. Throughout her life, though she had faced minor setbacks, she had never knelt before anyone, not even her own parents. In this egalitarian modern society, the consciousness of human rights and her self-respect had always been inviolable within her spirit. For a decade of living as an elf, she had maintained a harmonious and amicable relationship with her kin, never once embroiled in conflict. Yet, when suddenly commanded to kneel before an extremist, to abase herself by licking his shoes, an inferno of indignation ignited within her. Indeed, for the sake of saving her friend, she could forsake her dignity and even her life, but not in such a mockery-laden, meaningless degradation. Confronted by the thorny adversary, she felt akin to a terrified mouse, ensnared and helpless, manipulated at the whim of her tormentor. The sinister figure of the extremist loomed before Liang Xiaoxia, a smirk curling upon his lips, his tone dripping with ridicule. What is this? You're unwilling? It seems your noble friendship is rather superficial. Perhaps I should simply end her life now. And you can watch. With one hand resting on his bow, he turned, preparing to depart. What to do? Seek aid from the elders? She was certain she could not outrun the extremist. Moreover, there is a saying, a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, but a victim cannot guard against them indefinitely. Even if she managed to alert Her Majesty or the family of her friend, the archer would undoubtedly find a way to strike from the shadows. Was she to kneel and betray her own self-respect? In a flash, Liang Xiaoxia's thoughts shifted, contemplating various strategies to confront such a capricious and fanatical madman. How to deal with one so unpredictable? The fury etched on her face swiftly subsided, replaced by a gentle smile. Observing Liang Xiaoxia's inclination to kneel, the extremist brazenly extended a foot, his shoes caked with mud and grass, as if expecting a servant to attend to him, an emperor demanding homage. Liang Xiaoxia bent low, swiftly withdrawing the vine whip secured around her waist. With a flick of her right hand, the verdant whip ensnared the ankle of the thorny adversary, poised to pull. The thorny figure hesitated momentarily, seemingly astonished that this diminutive mouse dared to resist. Yet, his response was swift. Shifting his weight, he firmly planted his feet on the ground, deftly drawing a short dagger from beneath his cloak, severing the vine whip with a single stroke. Liang Xiaoxia had never harbored the illusion that she could overpower the thorny foe with this maneuver. After all, she was merely a child, her strength limited, incapable of extricating herself from peril with a mere vine whip. As the whip distracted her adversary, she dashed forward, snatching away his quiver and skillfully resting the arrows upon her leg, forcefully snapping several crooked shafts. Do you think that without arrows, I am powerless against you? The thorny figure's irritation began to surface as he seized Liang Xiaoxia by her collar, violently throwing her to the ground. A resounding thud echoed as she felt a jarring pain, her spine nearly fracturing, her features contorted in anguish. Liang Xiaoxia had hoped that by breaking his arrows, the thorny foe might relent, ceasing his pursuit of the mudball. At the very least, she aimed to buy time, allowing others to notice the unfolding events. As the thorny figure pressed a foot upon her, bow in hand, a luminous energy coalesced on the drawn string. In mere moments, a radiant arrow formed, and with a fierce release, it shot forth, curving midair towards the opposite bank of the river. My will is the arrow. To slay you, I need no arrows. The voice of the thorny ice carried a hint of smugness, its gaze fixed intently on Liang Xiaoxia, hoping to savor the delight of despair etched on her face. Liang Xiaoxia's countenance was ashen. She could hardly fathom that atop the Rainu, the huntress could attain such a formidable realm. With this, the bow and arrows on her back were merely deceptive embellishments. Surrender, kneel before me, and should you plead earnestly, I might consider sparing you. The eyes of the thorny ice brimmed with contempt and disdain. What about that mudball? Will you spare her? Liang Xiaoxia clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh as she pressed on. Damn it, I would rather die standing than live on my knees. With a fierce cry, Liang Xiaoxia suddenly leapt onto the thorny ice, her hands fiercely clawing at his eyes, tilting her head to feign a bite at his ear. It was a reckless gambit. Why? Why do you insist on resisting? The thorny ice effortlessly clasped Liang Xiaoxia's neck with one hand, lifting her off the ground. Why won't you give up? Is it so difficult to beg for mercy? The pressure of his grip intensified, constricting Liang Xiaoxia's breath as she desperately clawed at his iron-like hold. Damn you, you lunatic! Liang Xiaoxia's legs flailed in the air, kicking relentlessly. To kneel would betray myself, yet to stand would betray my friends. Therefore, I shall kill you. Upon finishing her vehement declaration, Liang Xiaoxia sank her teeth into the hand of the thorny ice. The sudden pain caused him to loosen his grip, and she fell to the ground. You clearly cannot defeat me. Why fight so desperately? The madness in the thorny ice's eyes began to recede, a touch of confusion staining his beautiful gaze as he grasped Liang Xiaoxia and inquired. To act without guilt is all that matters. Even if I were to fight to the death with you, it would merely reflect my own inadequacy. Descending into hell would bear no regret. Liang Xiaoxia's face, usually of above-average beauty, now radiated a tragic allure, reminiscent of a flower blooming defiantly at the brink of its demise, fully aware of the dead and yet undeterred. Starting tomorrow, come here every midnight, and let me witness how long your conscience can endure. Kuji gazed down at Liang Xiaoxia, who lay on the ground, filled with rage, and commanded from his elevated position. All right. Liang Xiaoxia responded without hesitation to Kuji's demand. If I cannot prevail today, I shall dedicate my life to learning and practicing. I am still young, with ample time. Even if it takes an eternity, I will exhaust him. This resentment weighed heavily on Liang Xiaoxia's heart, as Kuji became the first person in her lifetime to evoke such genuine indignation. In her heart, she silently vowed that one day she would trample Kuji beneath her feet, avenging today's humiliation. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a white magical projectile soared from the woods across the river, trailing a long tail like a shooting star, and struck Kuji fiercely on the side of his face. Kuji was knocked sideways, crashing heavily to the ground. Madakini leaped lightly across the riverbank with a few agile bounds, casting a glance at Liang Xiaoxia as he tossed her a small vial. Kuji let out a cold snort, and an arrow in midair abruptly veered, circling behind Matakini and aiming for his unguarded back. "Father, be careful," Liang Xiaoxia shouted in alarm upon witnessing the imminent danger. Martigini pivoted swiftly, his magical shield erupting to intercept the psionic arrow. Both shattered in a simultaneous burst, dissolving into motes of light that vanished into the atmosphere. Bitterthorn, knocking another arrow, prepared to follow up his assault, seeking to overwhelm his adversary. However, the previously evaded arcane projectile curved unexpectedly, striking him squarely in the abdomen with a resounding thud, forcing him several steps backward. Despite his vocation as a spellcaster, Martigini possessed the lithe agility characteristic of his elven heritage. He pressed his advantage, closing the distance with Bitterthorn while the latter was still reeling. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust the end of his staff forcefully into Bitterthorn's stomach, driving him further back. Ceasing his spellcasting, he instead unleashed a savage hook punch to Bitterthorn's face, followed by a precise kick to the neck. Caught off guard, Bitterthorn could only emit a strangled grunt before succumbing to unconsciousness, collapsing rigidly onto the riverbank. "Wow," Liang Xiaoxia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had never witnessed Martigini in combat. Her father, usually stern and inscrutable, now revealed a brutal, efficient side. His movements were fluid and interconnected, a seamless sequence of attacks. Each blow landed was, in Liang Xiaoxia's mind, a form of catharsis. She felt a surge of affection for her father and couldn't help but cheer him on. Martigini, observing the fallen Bitterthorn, refrained from further assault. He meticulously smoothed the wrinkles from his robes until they were immaculate, then permitted a faint smile to grace his lips as he turned toward Liang Xiaoxia, who was now sitting up. For the first time, he gently lifted Liang Xiaoxia from the riverbank, his expression stern as he chided, "You are too weak now. You must strengthen your training henceforth." Chapter 12. The Song of Law. In every corner unseen, parents shed the guise of demonic chastisement, their sacred wings fluttering as they transform into the angels that guard you. "From now on, come to my study every morning," Matigini intoned, his gaze fixed into the distance, his lips moving rhythmically. Liang Xiaoxia, cradled in his embrace and lulled into a daze, was abruptly roused by this command. It seemed her father was dissatisfied with her feeble resistance and intended to provide her with additional training opportunities. In the distance, a figure approached the communal bathhouse, moving in a peculiar manner. It was an elf, supported by a cane, limping toward the moonlit bath. The silhouette weaved through the shadows of the trees, swaying unsteadily. Both Matigini and Liang Xiaoxia recognized the elf. With silver hair and a cane, it could only be Xuanfeng. Liang Xiaoxia felt a surge of surprise. Everyone else should still be reveling in the square before the Tree of Life, should they not? Xuanfeng had never shown much enthusiasm for such festivities. With an injured leg, he ought to be resting at home. What could possibly entice him to seek out the bathhouse at such an hour? Was it permissible for his leg to be submerged? Or did he truly possess such a penchant for cleanliness that he felt compelled to wash thoroughly after the battle dance competition? Matigini shook his head at Liang Xiaoxia, who was inwardly lamenting, signaling her not to pry further. Every elf harbored their own privacy and secrets. Matters not meant for curiosity should best be left undisturbed. Liang Xiaoxia wisely fell silent, and the two fairies journeyed home in quietude. From a distance, the small white-roofed cottage entwined with delicate green vines came into view, adorned with several pots of soft pink roses at the entrance. The intricately carved windows glowed with a warm yellow light, exuding a sense of coziness. "I have admonished her," Matakini stated with an impassive expression. Dolan lowered her head, pondering momentarily before looking up to inquire, "Was it a heavy blow?" "I lost consciousness," Liang Xiaoxia expressed her concern. Dolan appeared both amiable and gentle, with her large eyes, rounded nose, and small lips that, when smiling, evoked an irresistible urge to draw near. Yet, when angered, she remained endearing. If her mother sought to reform Bitterthorn, perhaps there was a chance of success. However, if the intention was merely to chastise, the disparity in their combat abilities rendered the odds exceedingly slim. In truth, Dolan was quite formidable, though she remained unaware of her own prowess. Reclining on her bed, Liang Xiaoxia retrieved a gray bead from her pocket, roughly the size of a grape. It bore no distinguishing features save for a black symbol resembling an eye carved upon its surface, giving it the appearance of an ordinary stone from afar. This gray bead had been clandestinely bestowed upon her by the Fairy Queen during a ritual when she first arrived in this world a decade ago. Liang Xiaoxia had inquired about its purpose, but the queen merely smiled innocently and replied, "I do not know." She only revealed that the bead was the last remnant of an adversary. Liang Xiaoxia had attempted various means to alter the bead, burning it, soaking it in water, and even dripping her own blood upon it, yet it remained unchanged. She had discreetly inquired with her father, yet he too was unable to draw any definitive conclusions, merely suggesting that it could be the eyes of some creature or perhaps an undiscovered variant of gemstone. A decade had elapsed, and almost every night she would take out that bead to examine it, turning it over in her hands. This had nearly become her nightly ritual. This unassuming stone should possess some intrinsic value, yet she found herself at a loss as to its purpose, which left her feeling anxious. However, today, in a fleeting moment while she was engaged in a struggle with bitter thorn, the bead began to radiate heat, nearly causing her to discard it in her pocket due to its warmth. When had this occurred? Was it during bitter thorn's bowstring release, or when she was being choked? The chaos of the moment rendered her unable to recall. Liang Xiaoxia spent the night in a state of worry, her thoughts meandering, at times contemplating ways to thwart Dolan's vengeance, while at other moments pondering the mystery of the stone bead. Her meditations were sporadic, her mind wandering incessantly. Eventually, she began to dream, seemingly envisioning bitter thorn, then her father, her thoughts a disarray. Unlike humans, the elven folk utilized meditation in lieu of sleep, emptying their minds, striving to feel the essence of nature, merging with it to replenish their energy, allowing their minds to function in a state of lightness, akin to a form of altered slumber. During this communion with nature, the meditator could also receive blessings and protection from the natural world. The following morning, Liang Xiaoxia stood before Matakini's desk, her eyes shadowed with fatigue, earnestly listening to her father's teachings. "Take it in hand, close your eyes, and attempt to summon my staff." Matakini handed Liang Xiaoxia her staff, crafted from white glazed wood, with a finely carved handle adorned with golden magical runes. At its pinnacle, a dragon eye-sized emerald glimmered with a faint green light. As Liang Xiaoxia accepted the staff, she closed her eyes, as instructed by her father, and began to attune herself to its essence. In an ethereal connection, the staff seemed to possess a life of its own, cold and indifferent, yet it communicated with her. Holding Matakini's staff felt akin to standing before her father, enabling her to seek his strength, yet forever bound by reverence. With her eyes shut, Liang Xiaoxia remained unaware that the staff radiated a shimmering green light, pulsating in intensity, reflected in Matakini's eyes. Enough. Matakini interrupted the communion between Liang Xiaoxia and the staff. As she opened her eyes, Matakini's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, as she assessed. "Your affinity for magic singing appears rather feeble, barely crossing the threshold. From this day forth, you shall meditate with this staff every night." Magic singing is not merely a martial skill or a profession. It embodies an attitude, a belief, an exploration, a venture that straddles the brink of life and death, a manifestation of persistence or folly. Stepping through this threshold, the entire world shall unfold in hues anew, meticulously structured, yet brimming with fantastical wonders, enticing the insatiably curious and the blissfully ignorant alike. Magic superficially denotes the condensation of natural elements and the methods of their formation. Singing represents our elven kin's unique guiding approach. Yet, magic singing signifies the process through which every elf communicates with nature, bridging the realms of earth and sky with heart, wisdom, and soul. As she spoke, Matakini gradually straightened her posture and solemnly advised, "Therefore, I do not wish for you to possess a superficial understanding that the bardic profession is merely a form of combat. For once you embark on this path, you shall confront the perils of this treacherous world." Liang Xiaoxia, hearing her father describe the world as dangerous for the first time, found it inconceivable that her peaceful and serene life over the past decade could be associated with such a term. Was there something she remained unaware of? Were there hidden currents swirling beneath the surface? After last night's revelations, she suddenly felt a sense of disillusionment, unable to fathom her father, the thorny struggles, or even the swift winds. Bards have existed since the age of the ancient elves, yet the precise origins remain shrouded in mystery due to the passage of time, with no relevant records available for scrutiny. During the era of the ancient elves, the proportion of bards was exceedingly high, from farmers to astrologers, scholars to singers. Nearly every ancient elf was a bard. It is said that the most formidable bards of that time could even harness the power of the stars to strike their foes. Our elven vocal range surpasses that of humans or orcs, allowing us to manipulate the elements of nature with relative ease. When casting spells, the seamless transition between high and low notes creates an enchanting melody akin to singing. In contrast, humans and orcs possess a narrower vocal frequency range, compelling them to rely on lengthy incantations, known as spells or chants, to channel elemental forces. Thus, in the realm of spellcasting and combat, we elves enjoy a significant inherent advantage. Furthermore, many ancient beasts shared a vocal range similar to ours, with some even exceeding it. However, most of these ancient creatures have long since become extinct, making them a rarity to behold. Madakini eloquently narrates the knowledge of spellcasting, as if recounting a tale. At this juncture, I inquire, what spell did I employ in my battle against the Thorned One yesterday? 2 magical projectiles. Liang Xiaoxia recognizes that magical projectiles are the most rudimentary elemental spells, typically mastered by every spellcaster. Indeed, as I coalesced the magical projectiles, I did not engage in incantation. The incantation for the first magical projectile was seamlessly woven into my dialogue with the Thorned One, while the second was conjured through sheer will. A sophisticated technique of spellcasting that also permits manipulation of the projectile's trajectory. Madakini's words are simple and clear, and Liang Xiaoxia comprehends them immediately. Chapter 13. The calculation of war without knowledge and intellect. I am but a zombie. The dawn breaks, casting a gray pallor that obscures vision. The birds in the forest have already risen, chirping incessantly. In the study, Madakini and Liang Xiaoxia occupy opposite sides of the desk, one seated and the other standing, engaging in a question-and-answer format. The first day's spellcasting tutoring has now reached its midpoint. The spells discussed are Ice Arrow and Magical Shield, both of which are slightly more complex second-tier spells. However, it appears that my father did not incant while casting them. These spells are highly practical, yet they possess their own drawbacks, which I shall elaborate on later. Now, aside from magical projectiles, what other zero-tier spell-casting techniques exist? Madakini continues to inquire. Your recounting is fundamentally accurate, yet it relies on fragmented memories, lacking coherence and order, expressing thoughts as they arise. Moreover, you have overlooked the most utilitarian spell-casting technique for our elven kin, the cultivation spell. Madakini did not miss the fleeting glimmer of indifference in Liang Xiaoxia's eyes and retorted, "Do you believe that the art of cultivation is of little value? You seem to have forgotten a crucial point. Our most loyal friends and most formidable foes are none other than time itself. Furthermore, the art of cultivation allows for subtle alterations in the growth state of plants during the spellcasting process, including their direction of growth and the nutritional balance among roots, stems, and leaves. Our queen is a master of this art, capable of effortlessly and continuously channeling advanced cultivation spells at any moment and in any place. It is no wonder that whenever Liang Xiaoxia encounters the elven queen, she is surrounded by a riot of blooming flowers and lush greenery, with plants trailing after her like a verdant ribbon, capturing everyone's attention. Let us continue to analyze the previous battle. Why do you think I opted to use a magic projectile against the Thorn Pain? Madakini persistently guided Liang Xiaoxia to delve into the intricacies of the matter. The preparation time is brief, the incantation is simple, it allows for long-range attacks, and it is swift. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Xiaoxia articulated her thoughts. Then why didn't I employ the water sphere spell or the fireball spell? Madakini pressed on. While the water sphere spell is indeed as uncomplicated as the magic projectile, its speed is lacking. It may be dodged before even reaching the enemy and possesses little offensive power, merely causing a minor sting and splashing water. Thus, this spell was promptly dismissed. But why not the fireball spell? The fireball spell, akin to the magic missile, offers long-range attacks and swift execution. However, it possesses an additional advantage over the magic missile. Upon striking the foe, it inflicts burning damage. Liang Xiaoxia found herself perplexed, contemplating how the fireball spell could indeed surpass the magic missile. Shaking her head in uncertainty, she was met with Madakini's gradual elucidation. There are 3 reasons for opting for the magic missile. Firstly, the magic missile boasts rapid launch speed and extensive range, making it particularly advantageous in long-distance combat, especially against nimble archers who strike swiftly, allowing one to seize the initiative in battle. Secondly, one must consider the environment. Where were we at that moment? By the riverbank. Liang Xiaoxia suddenly comprehended. Casting fire-based spells in such a location made it challenging for fire elements to coalesce, undoubtedly diminishing the effectiveness of the spell. Indeed, the surrounding conditions would impact the fireball's efficacy. Furthermore, with the forest looming behind us, should the fireball be evaded, it could potentially ignite a catastrophic forest fire, the consequences of which would be dire. This is a crucial point to remember. The forest is the home of the elves, and safeguarding their sanctuary from destruction is one of their fundamental principles, superseding all else. While Matakini could reprimand the arrogant Kuxi, he must ensure that the outcome remains within the bounds of these principles. Lastly, the simplicity of the magic missile can instill overconfidence in the opponent. Indeed, there are numerous spells with greater destructive power than the magic missile. However, a proud and erratic individual like Kuxi, upon witnessing his father cast a magic missile, might underestimate its threat, perceiving it merely as the act of an average spellcaster. This could lead him to approach the confrontation carelessly, making him more susceptible to vulnerabilities. In the heat of battle, the potency of a spell is not solely determined by its rank. Rather, it is the ability to assess the situation and deploy the most effective magic that truly defines its superiority. Had Matakini initiated the confrontation with an advanced fourth-tier spell, such as lightning, it is likely he would have been swiftly vanquished by the formidable Kugi before he could even complete the incantation. The circumstances, the strength displayed, and the pulse of human emotion all play pivotal roles in such encounters. The skirmish between my father and Kugi was but a fleeting moment, yet his mind functioned like a high-speed computer, having meticulously crafted a trap for Kugi well before the clash commenced. Father, why did you ultimately eschew further spellcasting in favor of engaging him in close combat? This perplexed Liang Xiaoxia, for in the end, her father could have unleashed additional magical projectiles to secure victory, yet he chose to grapple with Kugi in a test of brute strength, leaving her utterly confounded. It is a well-known fact that most long-range specialists are typically vulnerable in close quarters. However, exceptions do exist, and perhaps her father was among them. A spellcaster with ranged advantages who nevertheless managed to leave Kugi in a state of utter disarray. Liang Xiaoxia pondered this thought. The second reason Matakini refrained from sharing with her was that employing one's fists can be a more cathartic means of expressing frustration. Heaven knows the fury that surged within him when he stealthily followed the two elves, concealed on the opposite shore, witnessing Kugi choke Charles as she struggled in agony. In that moment, he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly drew blood, resolute in his desire to mete out justice upon Kugi, refusing to relent until he had done so. Thus, one must learn to engage in battle with intellect rather than mere instinct. Matakini's face momentarily flickered with embarrassment before he calmly shifted the conversation, elucidating the power that wisdom can wield in combat, asserting that the mind is indeed the most formidable weapon of all. After discussing the fundamentals of spell singing for a while, Matakini began to assign homework to Liang Xiaoxia. Today's tasks for her included 3 assignments: attempting to categorize zero-level spells, researching further applications of cultivation techniques and composing a paper on it, and reading Introduction to Spell Singing to acquire relevant knowledge. Holding the thick tome of Introduction to Spell Singing, which resembled a brick, Liang Xiaoxia felt a wave of despair. She was merely 10 years old. Was she truly expected to part ways with her carefree, joyous childhood so soon? Father, what exactly is the identity of the bitter thorn? After a moment of hesitation, Liang Xiaoxia voiced her inner question. I will tell you later, Matakini replied, slightly furrowing her brow, before calmly concluding the first lesson of spell singing. On such a fine day, Liang Xiaoxia's spirits were far from jubilant. At her father's behest, she was to work for Elder Yuchuan starting today, yet she had been standing in front of his dwelling for nearly an hour, knocking on the door with no response. The small patch of grass at her feet was nearly worn bare from her pacing. This stubborn old man, could he still be asleep? Liang Xiaoxia struggled to suppress her urge to kick the door, reminding herself to exhibit elven decorum, to respect her elders, and not to stoop to his level. However, when she spotted a mudball creature sneaking out from the woods, she could no longer contain her emotions, and her expression darkened considerably. Suppressing her frustration, Liang Xiaoxia offered a greeting to the mudball. May the newborn sun guide the lost lambs, my immature friend. She was anxious, for the mudball had always been a well-behaved companion, and engaging in such vexing antics could pose a danger. Little did anyone anticipate that the instigator would turn out to be a mischievous child who caused quite a stir. Chapter 14, Misfortune. The more fate smiles upon you, the more it seems to enjoy tormenting you. This is its peculiar way of expressing affection. May those who have plucked the orchid cease their weeping, my friend. The little round face of Mud Ball puffed up, adorned with a delicate layer of translucent fuzz, was tinged with a faint blush as it cast its eyes downward. Unable to meet Liang Xiaoxia's gaze, evading her scrutiny. This was always the case. Each time a mistake was made, it would come to her with a pitiful demeanor to clean up the mess. Observing Mud Ball's befuddled expression, Liang Xiaoxia felt her anger dissipate significantly. In the presence of Mud Ball, she found herself akin to a weary kindergarten teacher. Supporting her head with her hands, she rubbed her temples and, adopting a serious demeanor, lowered her voice to interrogate. Where did you go last night? I went to teacher Xuanfeng's house. He hurt his leg, and I was helping to take care of him, Mud Ball stammered, a myriad of emotions crossing its face. You cared for him all night? Liang Xiaoxia questioned, perplexed. If Mud Ball had been with Xuanfeng the entire evening, then who was the limping figure seen in the woods? He didn't leave at all. After applying the medicine, teacher Xuanfeng fell asleep. His house was quite messy, so I helped him tidy up, Mud Ball confessed, a suspicious blush creeping onto its cheeks. After assisting Xuanfeng with his medication, Mud Ball had spent the entire night busily cleaning, ultimately blushing fiercely as it helped wash his undergarments. She has an innate penchant for cleanliness. Even the slightest trace of dirt within her abode unsettles her. Yet, inexplicably, she finds herself unable to harbor any resentment towards the untidy whirlwind before her, even feeling a tinge of delight. Upon awakening, Xuanfeng is taken aback by the transformation of his room. His typically ethereal and pristine visage bears a hint of embarrassment. Stammering, he expresses his gratitude to the muddy sphere and flashes a broad, innocent grin, embodying the essence of a simple-hearted young man. Isn't this a perfect embodiment of a bullied underdog and a hapless girl? Early in the morning, they engage in idle chatter at someone else's doorstep, disturbing the peace akin to bothersome flies. By the door stands a sprightly elfin boy, approximately the same age as Liang Xiaoxia, with sun-kissed short hair and crimson irises. Donning a deep blue nightgown, his round face projects an air of precociousness as he speaks in a sardonic tone. I recall now. He is the new servant hired by my grandfather. Arriving so late, my grandfather has been waiting for you for quite some time. How terribly lacking in manners. The rabbit is the grandson of Elder Yuchuan, whose birth name is Qianhe. Due to his crimson eyes, he has been dubbed Rabbit by the other elfin children. Known for his sharp tongue and outrageous demeanor, exuding an air of superiority that repels his peers in the forest, who would rather avoid him altogether. May I see Elder Yuchuan now? Liang Xiaoxia thinks to herself with disdain, yet her face reveals not a hint of it. She even offers a smile towards Qianhe. Taken aback, Qianhe realizes she is a soft-spoken individual devoid of temper. However, one should not strike those who bear a smile. Observing Liang Xiaoxia's courteous demeanor, he refrains from further antagonism and turns to usher her inside. After all, it is certain that his grandfather will not extend a warm welcome to her shortly. The abode of Elder Yuchuan is spacious, clean, and bright, devoid of ostentation. Along the walls, rows of shelves are meticulously arranged with an array of vessels, materials, and books, each labeled neatly and categorized with precision. My grandfather resides on the second floor. You may ascend on your own. Without so much as a glance at Liang Xiaoxia, Qianhe waved dismissively and turned to leave, his pointed ears catching the muttered remark of country bumpkin. Liang Xiaoxia politely knocked on the door and, upon hearing a sharp come in, entered the room. Elder Yuchuan's study was not as immaculate as the parlor. Rather, it resembled a laboratory. A massive wooden table was cluttered with various experimental apparatus, each containing vibrant liquids. Books lay sprawled across a nearby chair, while a toppled brass scale in the corners spilled minerals across the floor. The tall windows, shrouded in thick black velvet curtains, allowed only a few dim rays of light to seep through the narrow gaps. Why have you arrived so late? I shall deduct your wages, Elder Yuchuan grumbled. His hunched back bent over the workbench, engrossed in some unknown task. His wispy white mustache quivered with his words, and his face was a tapestry of wrinkles that resembled the gnarled bark of an ancient tree. It seemed that this family had a peculiar habit of speaking without making eye contact, and as for wages, it appeared they were a mere figment of imagination. How could one deduct what does not exist? Indeed, they were both stingy and miserly, standing in the shadows beside the cluttered workbench. Liang Xiaoxia could not suppress her inner thoughts, almost wishing for Elder Yuchuan's experiments to fail. Barely had she completed her musings when a bottle in Elder Yuchuan's grasp exploded with a loud bang, splattering his face with a dark, muddy substance. You fool! Hurry up and help me. Elder Yuchuan's experiment ended in failure, leaving him in a foul mood. Upon noticing Liang Xiaoxia stifling her laughter nearby, his irritation only intensified. Liang Xiaoxia, however, playfully stuck out her tongue and retrieved a clean towel from the sink, tidying up the shards, which slightly eased the scowl on Elder Yuchuan's face. Subsequently, Liang Xiaoxia's assistant duties were quite straightforward, merely to pass items. She located the jar labeled for the coarse stones, poured out 3 pieces, and handed them to Elder Yuchuan. "Grind them, you fool," he bellowed after the second reagent explosion, his agitation mounting. Liang Xiaoxia, steeling herself, pounded the coarse stones with fervor while envisioning Elder Yuchuan's face within the mortar. Not bad, after all. As Elder Yuchuan watched the stones transform into a fine powder, he mused that although the child was somewhat dim-witted, she approached her tasks with commendable seriousness. "You incompetent fool. Do you lack even this basic knowledge? The flying fish phosphor should be soaked in alcohol, not water. I have never encountered such a foolish sprite. Even a pig would be ashamed. You can't even distinguish between the luo grass and the tuo grass. If you cannot manage it, do not squander my materials so carelessly. Look at this. What have you cut? Do you possess the brain of a beast? You are driving me to madness. Why has heaven sent you to torment this poor old man? You cannot even handle the firestone properly." For the entire morning, Elder Yuchuan ranted vehemently, berating Liang Xiaoxia mercilessly, leaving her utterly humiliated and feeling worthless. From the depths of her mind to her limbs, she could not help but marvel at the creator's ingenuity in assembling such a unique sprite as herself. Liang Xiaoxia endured her days with great torment, continuously conjuring malevolent thoughts, cursing Elder Yuchuan to choke on his meals, suffocate while drinking, and suffer from constipation. An ordinary morning stretched interminably. Liang Xiaoxia felt as though she was on the verge of exploding from Elder Yuchuan's venomous words, all the while reciting the 3-character classic and reminding herself that respecting the elderly and cherishing the young are cherished virtues of the Chinese nation. At last, when the morning experiment concluded, Elder Yuchuan tossed a hefty tome, a compendium of material processing methods, towards Liang Xiaoxia, kindly advising her to ingest the book to enhance her memory. Life unfolds like a melodrama. Just when one believes circumstances cannot worsen, the unimaginable occurs, shattering all limits of expectation. Upon encountering Bitter Thorn, Liang Xiaoxia became as tense and alert as a startled cat, scrutinizing him closely, leaving no detail of his movements unobserved. Clad in a tattered black cloak, Bitter Thorn ominously reminded her, "Do not forget our agreement. Hand, down, defeat." Without hesitation, he brushed past her, his filthy cloak trailing behind and emitting a foul odor. How long had it been since he last bathed? Watching Bitter Thorn's retreating figure, Liang Xiaoxia felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the book in her hands at him, wishing to see him struck down. He. The avaricious little girl was beaten by the treacherous man. I heard Loki, hiding behind a nearby tree, suddenly leap down, startling Liang Xiaoxia. Alas, today seemed to be a day of ill fortune. With Loki's loose tongue, soon everyone would be privy to her secrets, and who knew how he would spin the tale. In her heart, Liang Xiaoxia's malevolent thoughts shed 2 wide tears resembling noodles. Loki today donned a striking ensemble of bright yellow, adorned with intricate black trim, complemented by a green headband. He bore 2 swords with green hilts on his back, presenting an undeniably peculiar appearance. Why the new attire today? Liang Xiaoxia diverted the conversation. "Well, it's the first day of class. I want to make a good impression on the students," Loki replied, tossing his hair with an exaggerated flair, rolling his eyes in what he deemed a graceful manner. "Your taste is certainly unique," Liang Xiaoxia remarked, scanning him from head to toe, perceiving him as nothing short of a walking pineapple. "Ah, thank you. This outfit was specially designed for me by Brother Fisher," Loki boasted, oblivious to the sarcasm, as he demonstrated a flourish with his sword. "What do you think? Isn't it striking?" Liang Xiaoxia felt dizzy from the glaring sight of Loki and resolved to consult the almanac before venturing out in the future. Chapter 15, named I gazed into the distance, wearing a mask, lost in thought. Yet, from the corner of my eye, I remained aware of your presence. "I want to tell you, your mouth is far too loose," Loki commented, eliciting great displeasure from Liang Xiaoxia. After all, it was hardly appropriate to resort to violence over a disagreement, especially since she had nearly lost her life in the process. It was only the intervention of the family's formidable patriarch that had resolved the matter. "Huh? How do you know he's called Kuji? Did you know him previously?" Liang Xiaoxia suddenly realized that someone like Kuji, a ghostly messenger, would hardly introduce himself to every passerby. TSK, TSK, I kindly shared such important information with you, yet your attitude is so lackluster. To vanquish one's foes, the collection of intelligence is of paramount importance. Loki, with his enchanting peach blossom eyes, feigned a heart-wrenching demeanor to irk Liang Xiaoxia. Alas, considering your lack of skill and pitiable state, I shall reluctantly extend my hand to rescue you, my wayward lamb. Attend the training grounds this afternoon. I might still be able to secure a spot for you as a named disciple. With an expression of superiority, Loki left Liang Xiaoxia feeling increasingly unfortunate. My esteemed Loki, have you perhaps aged and forgotten matters? I did not partake in yesterday's test, Liang Xiaoxia thought, growing even more resentful of the insufferable Kuji, for it was he who had caused her to wait another year before she could learn martial arts. Gritting her teeth, she sarcastically remarked, "Oh dear. No need for such grand titles, lest I cause you embarrassment. As for the test, was it not stated to be for named disciples? No worries, no worries." Loki, with an air of entitlement, declared the matter settled. Remember to arrive at the training grounds this afternoon. I shall show you the true finesse of a master. Or perhaps, you would prefer to hear the rumors of Shar being soundly defeated by Kuji? With a playful twist of his waist, he vanished into the woods. Who claimed that Loki was witty, humorous, and charming. Liang Xiaoxia gazed at his retreating figure among the trees, wishing she could silence his incessant chatter. By afternoon, under duress, Liang Xiaoxia arrived at the training grounds, prepared to observe. The training area of the West Crystal Elf tribe was singularly designated for the combat dancers, featuring neatly arranged wooden stakes, sand pits, and balance beams among other training apparatuses. The training of archers takes place in the forest, much like the lessons of the bard, without a specific location. However, most bardic courses are conducted in the homes of their mentors, where an abundance of books and resources can be found. When Liang Xiaoxia arrived, she found it somewhat early. Only a few little sprites were seated in the training ground, gathered together in lively conversation, eagerly speculating about the content of Loki's first class. Some diligent senior battle dancers practiced their swordplay nearby, swiftly maneuvering as they engaged in their drills. Liang Xiaoxia had no interest in joining the fray. Besides, she was not an official student. Instead, she sought refuge beneath a low-hanging tree, lying in the shade to meditate. The midday sun was quite glaring, casting a warm glow upon her, and soon she slipped into a tranquil state. Come, focus here. We are about to commence the lesson. Students beneath the tree, please hurry over. In a state of drowsiness, Liang Xiaoxia awakened to find that the dozen or so sprites had encircled Loki, their excitement palpable. Clad in his striking yellow pineapple attire, Loki stood out conspicuously. Liang Xiaoxia, braving the scrutinizing gazes of her fellow students, some filled with suspicion, others with sympathy or indignation, steeled herself and approached Loki. She felt a subtle exclusion from the small circle, accepting the unusual glances from her peers with a sense of calm. Liang Xiaoxia reminded herself that she had come as promised, and if she were to leave, it was of no concern to her. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Loki, as in the first character of my name, and the second character as well. Loki theatrically distributed wooden two-handed swords to each student. The sprites encircling him erupted into giggles. Liang Xiaoxia found herself growing weary of the spectacle, perceiving him as a peacock in his flamboyance. I recall a time when he was not so dull. What has transformed him into this? This classmate, as you are a named disciple, you are without the use of textbooks or instruments. When the wooden double-handed sword was delivered to Liang Xiaoxia, Loki seemed to deliberately provoke, enunciating the words named disciple with remarkable clarity. The surrounding elves observed and stifled their laughter, reveling in the misfortune. However, one cannot attend class empty-handed. Hence I have prepared this for you. Loki retrieved two crooked branches from behind and thrust them into Liang Xiaoxia's hands. The other elves erupted into even greater fits of laughter. Infuriated, Liang Xiaoxia contemplated discarding the branches, only to have her ire quelled by Loki's whisper of bitter thorn in her ear. Grasping the branches, she was both furious and agitated, striving to maintain a composed expression while internally ranking bitter thorn and Loki as her most detested individuals. A true gentleman does not harbor grievances in silence. With a cunning glint in her eye, Liang Xiaoxia brandished the branches and aimed a fierce jab at Loki's abdomen. Loki let out a grunt and bent over, his back turned to the other students, rendering the incident obscured from their view. "Oh dear teacher, what ails you?" Liang Xiaoxia exclaimed, her face a mask of concern as she hurriedly discarded the branches to assist Loki. Have you perhaps eaten something unwholesome? She feigned maternal care while discreetly stepping on Loki's foot, applying a heavy grind. Or could it be, dear teacher, that you cannot even best a child? Liang Xiaoxia whispered softly in Loki's ear, her voice audible only to the two elves. A sly expression adorned her features, though Loki feigned a pained grimace. Inwardly, he found amusement in the exchange. Straightening her posture, she turned to smile at the surrounding students, assuring them that everything was fine. Perhaps the teacher had consumed something unclean. Remarkably, she openly acknowledged the misfortune. How about this? The teacher pondered momentarily. Although Xiaxia is a registered student, wielding a branch for practice is indeed rather inappropriate. As Loki spoke, he effortlessly retrieved his two-handed sword from his back and, without allowing for any refusal, thrust it into Liang Xiaoxia's hands. This action caused an uproar among the onlookers. For a warrior dancer, a two-handed sword is an indispensable companion, even more vital than life itself, as they weather storms together and share in glory. Loki's casual gesture of entrusting his sword to Liang Xiaoxia ignited a mixture of fury and jealousy among the observing fairies. A few could no longer contain themselves, vocally protesting, "Teacher, you've given her the sword. What will you do? Teacher, she is merely a registered disciple. What right does she have to wield such an exquisite sword?" With a humble facade, Loki proclaimed it a mere loan, yet inwardly he reveled in the sight of Liang Xiaoxia, standing there, oblivious to the glares of anger and envy directed at her. He certainly would not part with his two-handed sword so easily, but lending it to her during class and placing her in the spotlight was something he relished. Liang Xiaoxia stood there, stunned, her mind far from contemplating Loki's clever maneuver. Instead, she was overwhelmed with excitement and joy, for upon receiving Loki's sword, the stone bead in her pocket began to warm once more. This warmth was not as intense as when she battled the thorny adversary. Rather, it radiated a gentle, soothing heat, enveloping her pocket in a comforting embrace. Amidst the silent gesticulations and piercing glares directed her way, she remained oblivious to the surrounding animosity, her sole focus on retrieving the stone orb from her pocket for immediate examination. Loki's sword, weighty and adorned with a verdant hilt, possessed a gleaming blade that radiated a sharp, chilling aura. Intricate blood grooves traced the blade's surface, while the dwarven inscription Jin Ling marked the sword's base, indicative of its dwarven craftsmanship. Clutching the twin blades, Liang Xiaoxia found Loki already commencing his lecture, casually seated in the training ground's center, encircled by attentive sprites. Intermittent glares of resentment pierced the air. With a wry smile, Liang Xiaoxia settled cross-legged, her attention divided between discerning the stone orb's subtle movements and half-heartedly listening to Loki's discourse. As the colossal black dragon lunged forward, its acid-filled maw agape, its razor-sharp fangs aimed for his head, our hero Taishan, with a resolute breath, raised his twin swords, merging them into one, and plunged them into the dragon's gaping jaws. Loki, animated and expressive, recounted the ancient legend of the war dance hero Taishan, his listeners captivated by the tale, their breaths catching in moments of suspense. This hardly resembled a formal lesson, bearing a closer resemblance to a casual gathering. Chapter 16. Deliberation. Those whom we cherish and those whom we despise are, in a sense, indistinguishable, for they both receive the distinction of our undivided attention. An entire afternoon passed, during which Loki not only recounted the entire saga of the legend of Mount Tai with great eloquence, but also shared several legendary tales of other combat dancers. The young elven students, barely in their teens, listened with rapt excitement, eager to seize their wooden swords and become masters of the dance of war. After sitting for the entire afternoon, the stones in Liang Xiaoxia's pocket radiated warmth, making her feel as though she were carrying a small furnace. Her body was warm, and her heart felt equally aflame. All right, class, that concludes today's lesson. Please submit a reflection on today's session tomorrow, Loki announced as he stood, dusting off his garments before swaying away. The surrounding students chatted in small groups, gradually dispersing. Only Liang Xiaoxia remained, clutching Loki's dual-handed sword, lost in thought. After completing the assignment set by her father, she flipped through a few pages of the complete guide to material processing. Glancing at the time, she realized the moon had risen high in the sky. Anxiously, she made her way to the riverbank, awaiting the appearance of KJ. When KJ finally emerged, he bore the marks of a rough day, bruised and battered, his hair in disarray, and one leg seemingly injured, causing him to walk with a noticeable limp. Liang Xiaoxia couldn't help but feel a surge of delight at his misfortune, thinking to herself, "Look at you, suffering today." Of course, Such a wretched day would culminate in the most unfortunate of incidents. KJ unleashed his pent-up frustration upon the gleeful Liang Xiaoxia without restraint. He struck her with such force that she was left utterly defenseless, her legs bruised from countless blows, gasping for breath on the ground, unable even to lift her fingers. After applying some ointment, Liang Xiaoxia eagerly retreated indoors to retrieve her stone ball, placing it alongside Loki's dual-handed sword on her bed, and began her examination. Holding the stone sphere and touching Loki's sword, a symbol resembling an eye on the sphere flickered with a red light, yet there was nothing particularly remarkable thereafter. It continued to radiate warmth, with neither a spatial anomaly nor divine benefits manifesting. Why is it that others who traverse or reincarnate receive spatial perks while I am left with naught? Liang Xiaoxia fumed in discontent. At this moment, she was unaware that while spatial artifacts were indeed scarce in this world, they were not exceedingly rare. She, too, would eventually possess one. Initially hopeful for a significant discovery, she found herself lacking substantial progress. Liang Xiaoxia contemplated how to acquire the bow and arrows of the bitter thorn, noticing the disparate warmth of the two weapons, which clearly hinted at some underlying reason. After a night of drowsy meditation, she seemed to dream of Loki, who, before a throng of individuals, wielded his dual swords with remarkable agility, reminiscent of the protagonist from Legend of Taishan, vanquishing all who stood in his way with unrelenting ferocity. Liang Xiaoxia chuckled softly in her dream, drowsily musing that if Loki were truly that formidable, she would gladly serve him. It is indeed feasible to categorize zero-level incantations according to the elements of wind, water, earth, air, light, and darkness, yet such a classification remains somewhat superficial. For instance, both the magic missile and the magic shield, in terms of their formation, represent a fusion of various elements. Under your classification, they possess no clear affiliation or might simultaneously belong to multiple categories. Furthermore, certain spells that exert direct influence on the adversary's psyche, such as most illusions, fail to find representation within your classification system. The following day, Madakini commenced lessons in the study room, reviewing Liang Xiaoxia's assignments. Standing tall and receptive, she embraced the teachings. Her rudimentary knowledge of incantations gleaned from past readings of novels. Upon genuine engagement, one discovers that arcane chanting bears a remarkable resemblance to the realms of science, exhibiting an extraordinary level of rigor, along with distinctly articulated definitions and expositions. Presently, she may comprehend why her father consistently maintained a stern demeanor while imposing such expectations upon her. The classical school of arcane chanting theory is primarily composed of members from the Elven Elders Council, which dates back 3 millennia. They categorized the art of arcane chanting into 5 distinct classifications based on utility: summoning, destruction, cursing, enhancement, and protection. As the name suggests, summoning pertains to the conjuration of required beings or objects. This encompasses everything from a simple knife or a pebble to contracted familiars or undead entities. All summoning incantations fall within this category. It is noteworthy that both the level 5 spell of teleportation and the level 9 spell of time-space gate are also classified under summoning. This is due to the fundamental nature of summoning, which instigates a shift in the spatial coordinates of objects, irrespective of whether they are living entities or inanimate objects, encompassing both location and time. From this definition, summoning could also be aptly referred to as the school of transformation. The destruction category is relatively straightforward, encapsulating the principle of harnessing elemental forces to strike adversaries. Spells such as Ice Arrow, Windblade, and Flame Whip exemplify this doctrine, as the majority of spells that directly inflict physical harm upon foes are cataloged here. Following this is the cursing category, which entails the application of spells to influence the mental or physical states of opponents, imposing various effects such as weakening, incapacitation, or despair. The illusions I previously mentioned also reside within this classification. Conversely, the enhancement category serves as the antithesis of cursing, bestowing positive influences upon oneself and allies, with spells like encouragement and acceleration exemplifying this domain. Among them, the 4th level chanting technique and healing art, which rely on elemental energy to mend injuries and restore the corporeal form, fall within the realm of enhancement. Additionally, certain beings possess formidable spiritual powers that enable them to vaguely foresee the future, which is, in fact, another manifestation of enhancement. This foresight is a result of mental sharpening. Lastly, the protective category encompasses spells that consolidate elemental energy for defense, such as magical shields. Beginners often mistakenly categorize the 9th-level spell, Earthquake, within the destructive domain. However, it is fundamentally a protective incantation. The original intent behind this spell was to significantly alter the environment to thwart enemy advances or further actions, rather than to assault foes through seismic effects. As the morning passed, Liang Xiaoxia absorbed the various classifications of chant techniques and learned to meditate to perceive the surrounding elements. She received a new assignment to analyze 0-level spells according to classical classifications and to practice using meditation methods to sense elements. The morning's labor was reminiscent of the previous day. Elder Yuchuan, lacking in tact, scolded Liang Xiaoxia at the slightest mistake, reprimanding her even for minor delays. Liang Xiaoxia felt akin to a donkey being driven by a farmer's whip, weary and exasperated, grumbling incessantly. Yet, as with any living being, there exist vulnerabilities. With a sycophantic demeanor, Liang Xiaoxia stood before Elder Yuchuan, rubbing her hands together, her voice sweet and her tone insidiously flattering, to the point that it sent shivers down her own spine. "Speak, what is it?" Elder Yuchuan exhaled clouds of smoke, his diminutive figure sinking comfortably into the chair as he reveled in the moment. Upon hearing Elder Yuchuan's haughty tone, a part of Liang Xiaoxia longed to silence him. Yet her face remained adorned with a radiant smile. "Elder, what kind of tobacco is this? It smells so delightful. It must be quite rare, right?" The mention of tobacco piqued Elder Yuchuan's interest, and his face blossomed with joy akin to a tree in full bloom. He enthusiastically elaborated on the processes of harvesting, curing, and slicing the tobacco. As he spoke with fervor, Liang Xiaoxia feigned earnestness, continually exclaiming, "Really? How impressive! Truly remarkable! You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Her expressions of admiration and curiosity greatly pleased the elder, swelling his pride as he continued his discourse for nearly an hour, neglecting the experiments altogether. Liang Xiaoxia mused that listening to his grandiloquent tales was far preferable to enduring his incessant scolding. At this moment, Elder Yuchuan had retrieved a tome titled Illustrated Guide to Rare Tobacco, and with an unusual display of patience, he guided Liang Xiaoxia through the identification of various tobacco types. It seemed that, rather than merely training a laboratory assistant, Elder Yuchuan was more inclined to cultivate a seasoned connoisseur of tobacco. The more he spoke, the less he could contain himself, producing his collection of over 100 pipes, each accompanied by different varieties of tobacco from various origins. Patiently explaining each one to Liang Xiaoxia, repeating details multiple times to ensure she would remember. Chapter 17, Concealed Intentions. By the conclusion of the morning's experiment, Elder Yuchuan's demeanor towards her had considerably improved. This was primarily due to Liang Xiaoxia's graciousness in sampling a few puffs and her thoughtful decision to borrow the Atlas of Rare Tobacco, intending to delve deeper into its study. She even pledged to assist him in sourcing some fine tobacco, should the opportunity arise. Qianhe found himself unexpectedly seated on the ground, his eyes wide as saucers, resembling a startled rabbit, wishing fervently to burn a hole through the very presence of Liang Xiaoxia, who had inadvertently collided with him. As he readied himself to push her away and rise, he was enveloped by a rich aroma of vanilla that wafted from her, and he felt the softness of her form against him. Instantly, a flush crept onto his translucent ears. "What is wrong with you? Is your brain merely an ornament atop your head?" Qianhe bellowed at Liang Xiaoxia, yet his hands fidgeted awkwardly, unsure of where to rest, betraying an air of false bravado as he sat there, his face a deep crimson. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry," Liang Xiaoxia stammered as she struggled to regain her balance, oblivious to Qianhe's discomfort, only aware that she had bumped into him and continuing to apologize profusely. Suddenly, Qianhe felt an emptiness in his embrace, accompanied by a hint of coolness, which stirred an inexplicable sensation within him. Observing Qianhe's dazed state on the ground, Liang Xiaoxia effortlessly pulled him up, recognizing her fault. Moreover, the ground was rather chilly, and it was not suitable for a child to remain on it. Elder Yuchuan, stationed at the top of the staircase, observed the unfolding scene below with keen clarity. His little grandson's face oscillated between shades of red and white, a sign of his growth. With a twinkle in his eye, he stroked his tiny mustache and smiled warmly at Liang Xiaoxia, saying, "Xiaoxia, do come visit more often whenever you have the time." Observing the venerable visage of Elder Yuchuan, a sudden chill permeated Liang Xiaoxia's senses, compelling her to hastily depart. Omitting any farewells, she perceived a veiled malice within the elder's ingratiating smile. The afternoon's martial dance practice remained perfunctory, following the submission of her assignment. Loki resumed his role as a raconteur, captivating the junior academy students with tales of valorous martial dancers. Liang Xiaoxia, feigning interest out of consideration for Loki's daily borrowing of her sword for research, stifled her yawns and remained present. The wooden practice swords lay discarded. As the youthful spirits of the students gravitated towards the allure of storytelling over arduous training, entrenched within the vestiges of rote learning, Liang Xiaoxia approached her post-class essays with a structured methodology, complete with thesis, supporting evidence, and rigorous argumentation. Loki, however, discerned in her work a lucidity of logic, meticulous substantiation, and prescient insights, far surpassing the capabilities of a typical 10-year-old elfling. Ah, it appears the lass is not merely avaricious, Loki mused, perusing Liang Xiaoxia's essay. He carefully folded it and secreted it within his pocket. It seems some genuine instruction is in order, wouldn't you agree, old friend? Loki murmured, caressing the two-handed sword upon his back. The elven queen Hide-Eye sat casually atop the mountain, the frigid winds rustling her outer robe and clinging closely to her form, outlining her gaunt physique. Absent was her usual benevolent demeanor. Instead, a trace of melancholy shadowed her features, her brows knitted tightly, and her sunken eyes bore dark circles, a testament to her exhaustion. Elder Huarong stood respectfully beside the queen, slightly bowing, and after a moment's hesitation, finally spoke, "Your Majesty, please take care of your health." Hide-Eye waved her hand dismissively. "I am well aware of my own body. Rest assured, I am fine." Elder Huarong wished to say more, but ultimately sighed in silence, hoping the queen would heed her words. After a pause, Huarong struggled to continue. "They did not acquiesce to our demands. We shall send a messenger to Nanwei with unchanged content." After a moment's reflection, Hide-Eye issued her command. "But Your Majesty, it is impossible for Nanwei to concede entirely." Elder Huarong replied, her expression troubled. Given the circumstances, there was no alternative but to proceed in this manner. As Hide-Eye's words concluded, Huarong understood that this matter could only be handled as such. The elder quickly retorted, "Your Majesty, you must trust in Kuji. After all, he—" "Enough," interrupted Queen Hide-Eye. "We shall observe tonight. We will see what he is up to." Elder Huarong stood behind the queen, gazing at the sun as it slowly descended, casting a fiery glow across the sky, and felt an unusual chill atop the mountain that evening. "Since you enjoy using your fists, I shall let you indulge." Liang Xiaoxia secured the final bamboo spike to her vest and commenced digging a large pit, working diligently until the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the land. As the moon ascended in the clear sky, Kuji arrived promptly at the riverbank. Observing Liang Xiaoxia with a flick of his ears, his scarred visage contorted with disdain. Upon noticing Kuji's arrival, Liang Xiaoxia braced herself, firmly clutching the prepared items. "Hey, this back and forth is rather tedious. How about we place a wager?" "What kind of wager?" Kuji, exhibiting evident impatience, seemed eager to teach Liang Xiaoxia a lesson and depart swiftly. "If I can injure you, you must lend me your bow for a month." "What do you say?" Liang Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled as she boldly proclaimed. "A month? How about half a month?" Liang Xiaoxia began to negotiate exorbitantly, attempting to leverage the situation. "Not a chance." "What about a week?" "Still no." "3 days?" "Come on. I'm being quite generous." "Absolutely not. Not even for a day." Kuji, already growing weary of the verbal sparring with Liang Xiaoxia, reached out, ready to strike. "How about one night then? Surely you can afford to lose that?" Liang Xiaoxia's expression soured, but internally, she mused, "I knew you would bite." Upon hearing her words, Kuji's demeanor shifted slightly as he conceded with a reluctant, "Fine." Without allowing Liang Xiaoxia a moment to react, he lunged to seize her collar, initiating the confrontation. Liang Xiaoxia had come to the realization that words such as compassion, unity, and camaraderie were utterly absent from the lexicon of someone like Kuji. Instead, it was likely replete with entries on vengeance and despair. Discussing fair competition with him was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Thus, when engaging in dialogue, she had already adopted a defensive stance. As soon as she perceived Kuji advancing, she swiftly retrieved a small stone that she had been clutching in her hand and hurled it at him. Chapter 18. The triumph of wit. The stone Liang Xiaoxia threw was modest in size but swift in its trajectory, hurtling directly towards Kuji's face. Noticing the incoming projectile, Kuji did not reduce his pace. Instead, he leaned slightly and deftly evaded the stone's path. Observing that her first attempt had failed, Liang Xiaoxia launched another stone, only for it to be dodged in a similar manner. At this juncture, the distance between them had dwindled to less than 10 meters. Though Kuji had successfully avoided the stones, An overwhelming irritation gnawed at him. He had grown weary of this childish game, a frivolous provocation that squandered his time and patience. All he desired now was to seize Liang Xiaoxia and deliver a solid blow, to the point where she would weep and plead for mercy. With a flurry of small stones flying towards him, it was impossible for Ku Ji to evade them as he had before, yet he remained unperturbed. With a nimble push off his toes, he leapt into the air, executing a graceful somersault that allowed him to evade every stone directed at him. The elven archer, a veritable sovereign of the forest, is characterized by their lithe agility and swift attacks. Evading a few pebbles is a trivial matter for them. Even if Liang Xiaoxia were to scatter a handful of stones with feeble force, or even shoot at them with a crossbow, it would be exceedingly difficult to strike them. Such minor obstacles merely serve to augment the amusement of the game. No sooner had such a notion flickered through Bitterthorn's mind than he felt the ground beneath his feet give way after a somersault, and he plummeted into a pitfall. This trap was meticulously prepared by Liang Xiaoxia. She had previously excavated a large pit near the riverbank, filled the bottom with bamboo spikes, and then flooded it with water from the riverbank. The top was carefully covered with leaves, concealed with sand and stones, making it virtually undetectable upon cursory inspection. Bitterthorn is an accomplished elven archer, as evidenced by his defeat of Renault with a single arrow that day. A skilled archer is also adept at setting traps, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance. Under normal circumstances, such a camouflage trap would be as conspicuous as a black dot on a white sheet. However, he misjudged Liang Xiaoxia's capabilities, fundamentally underestimating this defenseless child and lacking a point of leverage to halt his descent midair. By the time he realized what had happened, he had already splashed into the water pit, along with the concealing earth. Nevertheless, Bitterthorn is a master of his craft, and his lapse in focus was but a fleeting moment. In a duel between experts, such a moment can often be decisive. He adroitly pushed off the earthen wall and leapt out before his entire body was submerged. In a swift moment, the thorny figure of Kiki leaped from the puddle, closing the distance to Liang Xiaoxia in less than 5 steps. Harnessing the force from his recent leap, he clenched his fist, aiming directly for Liang Xiaoxia's nose. The impending punch filled Liang Xiaoxia with trepidation, causing her to hold her breath. Steady, steady. The outcome hinged upon this very moment. Encouraging herself silently, she observed as Kiki's fist neared her nose, and with a sudden crouch, she propelled herself into Kiki's embrace, colliding with him forcefully. Unbeknownst to all but herself, hidden beneath a loose outer garment lay a vest made of bamboo thorns. As Liang Xiaoxia enveloped Kiki, enduring the immense impact, she drove the thorns through her clothing into his flesh. To the onlookers, it merely appeared as though Kiki's punch was aimed at Liang Xiaoxia's nose, only to have her retreat into his embrace. In that fleeting moment of contact, Kiki furrowed his brow, seemingly disliking this sensation. Gratitude welled up within Liang Xiaoxia for the legendary Jin Yong and the esteemed Huang. Recognizing the success of her ruse, she refrained from lingering and swiftly extricated herself from Kiki's grasp, creating distance between them. It was only then that the spectators noticed her once ample attire had been rendered tattered, with sharp bamboo thorns protruding through the rips. Kiki too was not unscathed. His dark cloak appeared more tattered, revealing delicate white wounds and the blood seeping from them. Suddenly, a series of crisp applause resonated through the woods, as the elven Queen Haidai emerged with a graceful cadence, accompanied by Elder Huarong and Liang Xiaoxia's father, Matakini. Upon the instant she beheld the elf queen, the originally ashen visage of Korji transformed to a vivid crimson, akin to encountering a sworn enemy, brimming with wrath. With a huff, he turned to depart. Hey, are you just going to flee after losing the bet? Liang Xiaoxia called out to his retreating back. Indeed, Korji, you have lost. The voice of the elf queen was not loud, yet her words were laden with profound meaning, clearly heard by every sprite present. The elf queen Haidai regarded Liang Xiaoxia with an appreciative glimmer in her eyes and remarked, Matakini, this is a clever young lady. She ought to be well-mannered. Korji, with his back turned, unstrapped his bow and arrows, placing them upon the riverbank, yet he attempted to leave once more, only to be halted again by the elf queen. Wait a moment. I have matters to discuss with you. Her tone, though gentle, unmistakably carried an air of unyielding authority. You all wait here, commanded elf queen Haidai, as she led the visibly volatile Korji into the depths of the forest. Liang Xiaoxia stood in astonishment. Was it merely an illusion? In Korji's eyes, she discerned not only fury, despair, and hatred, but also a flicker of yearning. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she convinced herself that she must have been mistaken. Corgi's bow lay quietly on the riverbank, its iron craftsmanship glimmering with a ghostly azure hue under the moonlight. The sleek bow, with its gently upward curving tips, the worn, pale grip, and the taut red string, all coalesced into a masterpiece of artistry, as resplendent and cool as the crescent moon in the heavens. Beholding the bow, Liang Xiaoxia couldn't help but admire its exquisite craftsmanship, a sentiment shared even by novices like herself. It seemed that the bow was the most valuable and presentable possession that Bitterthorn owned. On the edge of the woods, Elder Huarong stood with a hint of anxiety, his impulse to check on them restrained. After nearly half an hour, the two elves emerged from the trees, one after the other. The elf queen appeared composed, a faint smile gracing her lips, suggesting satisfaction with the outcome of their discussion. In contrast, Bitterthorn wore a sullen expression, his face clouded with resentment as he trailed behind the elf queen. He resembled a chestnut about to explode in a fire, or the oppressive atmosphere before a storm. Liang Xiaoxia instinctively shrank behind Matagini, wanting to avoid any trouble. Without a word, the elf queen nodded farewell, taking Elder Huarong with her as she departed. Bitterthorn, accompanied by a palpable sense of turmoil, his tattered black cloak billowing in the evening breeze, approached Liang Xiaoxia directly. Standing before her, Bitterthorn closed his eyes, his face contorted as if he had swallowed a toad. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Starting tomorrow night, you will learn archery from me. With a lingering, wistful gaze at the bow cradled in Matagini's arms, Bitterthorn turned and departed. Liang Xiaoxia, feeling miserable, calculated her schedule: 2 hours of special vocal coaching in the morning, followed by 4 hours of the Smokers Club meeting, an afternoon listening to Loki's rambling tales, and now the added burden of Bitterthorn's rigorous instruction in the evenings. Her days were filled with relentless tasks, making her life seem even more pitiable than her school days in her previous life. At least during school, teachers do not resort to physical punishment for students, nor do they compel them to engage in the detrimental practice of tobacco education. My dear summer darling is truly adorable. Doran gazed at Liang Xiaoxia, who was voraciously devouring her meal, resting his chin on his hands, and sighed. Do you not agree, my dear? Cough, cough. Martakini was nearly choked by that term of endearment. She feigned composure, wiping her mouth expressionlessly, though her pointed ears remained flushed with embarrassment. Darling, why not learn to cook from your mother? This way, when you grow up, you can prepare delicious meals for your own little ones. Doran watched Xiao with unwavering attention, yet casually dropped another bombshell. I'm full. Liang Xiaoxia wiped her mouth, concealing her mortification with a napkin, and fled in haste. This is what one might call poetic justice, for she had just mocked Marta Kinney moments before. Chapter 19. Dream of Shadows. After repeatedly experimenting with the bough of the thorny bramble, Liang Xiaoxia concluded that the stone orb acted as a thermal generator, heating up when she came into contact with or handled a weapon. The intensity of the heat varied significantly depending on the type of weapon. Beyond that, there was nothing particularly extraordinary. The thorny bramble dashed through the forest, evidently having traveled a considerable distance. At that moment, he was not yet adorned with the tattered black cloak that he had long worn, which emitted an unpleasant odor. Instead, he donned a vibrant green elven hunting cloak, complete with a chest armor. His face was devoid of the deep scars that marred it later, and his deep blue eyes sparkled like the most exquisite gems, radiating a dazzling brilliance, youthful and captivating, a visage of unrivaled beauty. Her countenance, usually radiant with ethereal beauty, was now marred by concern for Bitterthorn, who had sustained injuries. His ears appeared freshly severed, with a steady trickle of pallid blood. Several rents marred the back of his robe, the result of either blades or lashes, revealing raw, lacerated flesh beneath, the blood coalescing into hardened scabs on the fabric. Bitterthorn moved with remarkable celerity, traversing vast distances with each bound. Occasionally, the force of his movements would reopen the wounds on his back, causing him to wince, but he pressed onward. Liang Xiaoxia, clinging to Bitterthorn's back, gradually discerned her situation after a series of leaps and bounds. She was, it seemed, the hunting bough he carried, positioned identically. Was she, once again, immersed in a dream? In moments, she found herself with Bitterthorn in a low-slung cavern. After drawing aside the vines obscuring the entrance, Bitterthorn rested briefly before employing the bough's front end to excavate the earth within. Liang Xiaoxia watched, chagrined, as Bitterthorn used her to dig, her form plunging into the soil repeatedly, until he unearthed a nest of plump, dark rodents. Forgive me, Shadow, Bitterthorn murmured, a trace of compassion in his azure eyes. as he meticulously cleansed the bow surface of soil with his sleeve. Liang Xiaoxia, unaccustomed to such tender treatment from Bitter Thorn, blushed faintly and quietly grumbled, "So, you do realize this is demeaning?" Re-slinging the bow, Bitter Thorn seized the largest of the rodents, and with a swift motion, severed its head. He had no time to remove even a single hair from the mouse, eagerly placing its body into his mouth, crunching it haphazardly before swallowing. After consuming the first mouse, Kuji retched twice, then retrieved another slightly smaller mouse from the burrow he had excavated. This time, he displayed a modicum of restraint after severing the mouse's head. He cradled it in his hands and consumed it delicately, taking small bites. His manner of eating was elegant and earnest, as if he were savoring a delectable delicacy rather than raw mouse flesh. Liang Xiaoxia observed Kuji's meticulous consumption of the mouse, feeling a mixture of disgust and pity. Unbeknownst to her, her disdain for Kuji lessened somewhat, and his face appeared less repugnant than usual. The elves were strictly herbivorous, never touching meat, let alone the gruesome raw flesh of a mouse. Kuji seemed to sense Liang Xiaoxia's confusion. With one hand, he gently stroked his bow, softly explaining, "Forgive me, Shadow. I only wish to survive. Hence, I must be ruthless." In the distance, a low chorus of barking dogs echoed, accompanied by the clamor of many voices. Search thoroughly. He must be nearby. It was time to leave. Kuji gripped his bow tightly, leaping lightly into the thicket. "I see him, over there." A large group, nearly 70 or 80 individuals, relentlessly pursued the path Kuji had taken. The elves were the favored children of the forest, particularly the archers. Kuji swiftly drew a white feathered arrow from his quiver, turned, and loosed it, striking the lead hound squarely in the forehead. The hunting dog let out a yelp before collapsing to the ground. "Hurry, encircle the dog, and protect it." Those pursuing understand that the preservation of the dog's life must come first. Without the dog in the forest, it would be immensely challenging to trace the elusive Kuji's whereabouts. "Damn it, once I catch him, I shall surely mar that handsome visage of his." The leader of the group, a minotaur, upon witnessing Kuji slay his beloved hunting dog, spat upon the ground and cursed vehemently. Kuji turned the tables. Leading these men in circles through the forest, with a few deft maneuvers, he found openings and systematically eliminated the remaining hunting dogs. The forest is a brutal battlefield. Liang Xiaoxia watched as arrows shot forth from her own body, striking the heads of her foes with unerring precision. Crimson blood oozed from their forms, staining the tender green grass and trickling into the earth, filling her with dread and terror. In the past, what grotesque sights had she not witnessed on television? The decaying zombies of Biohazard, the dismembered limbs of Saw. Having seen so much, she had long since become numb, even seeking out thrills by watching gory, violent films with friends. Yet the reality she faced was that her revulsion stemmed from guilt. As she beheld her enemies falling one by one, she felt an overwhelming sense of impotence, as if she were the very executioner of death. Now was not the time for mercy. Despite the urge to vomit, she forcibly quelled such feelings with sheer willpower. If her enemies did not perish, then it would be Kuji who met his demise. To show mercy to her foes was to be cruel to herself. Kuji's archery was fluid and graceful. His subordinates showed not a moment's hesitation. With each white-feathered arrow released, a life was extinguished, a clear indication of his extensive experience in such grim circumstances. Once an innocent and benevolent soul, he no longer harbored faith in the world. The law of the jungle etched upon his heart through life and death instances. If taking a life condemned one to hell, he would rather meet his end steeped in wickedness than be captured, violated, and forced to endure a humiliating existence. The 5 arrows in his quiver were swiftly depleted. As Bitterthorn reached for another, his hand grasped emptiness, prompting a wry smile as he gazed at the remaining dozen or so adversaries huddled in the distance. The Minotaur, incensed by the demise of so many comrades, erupted in a torrent of invective, hoping to provoke Bitterthorn into revealing himself. Beside him, a towering swordsman clad in full armor, a Bauhinia emblem adorning his chest, his face concealed, stood in silence, clutching his blade. The Minotaur's eyes lit up as Bitterthorn finally emerged, and he charged forth, brandishing a great cleaver. "Damn it, wandering around this godforsaken forest for 3 days. Now that I've caught you, I'll flay your skin and make a punching bag out of it. Do not harm his life." The enigmatic swordsman, witnessing his companion's surge of bloodlust and disregard for his master's command, hastily intervened. The Minotaur paid no heed, fixated solely on flaying and devouring the pale-faced youth. Bitterthorn retrieved a short sword from a fallen foe and dispatched several more assailants. However, visibly weary from days of flight, His reactions grew sluggish. Unskilled in close combat, he resorted to trading blows, enduring grievous wounds. By the end, his garments were tattered, his abdomen, chest, and back lacerated, revealing raw flesh. Soon, the field was littered with the dead and unconscious, leaving only the Minotaur and the non-intervening enigmatic swordsman. Watch as I, your grandpa, take care of you. The Minotaur, a mass of muscle, charged forward, wielding brute strength as he aimed his cleaver at the head of the thorny one. The blade sliced through the air, stirring a fierce gust. The Minotaur's swings relied solely on raw power, his movements heavy and sluggish. Fool, Thorny One thought to himself as he knelt and leapt, using one hand to brace against the cleaver's blade. In a fluid motion, he flipped onto the Minotaur's shoulder, drawing the shadow bow from his back and tightly constricting it around the creature's neck. The Minotaur, ensnared, flailed his arms backward in a desperate struggle to dislodge Thorny One from his back. Thorny One pressed his knees against the creature's shoulder blades, securing the bowstring around its neck, and with a powerful pull, he leaned back forcefully. The razor-sharp bowstring sliced through the Minotaur's skin, severing the windpipe and embedding itself deep within his neck. After a fierce contest of strength, the Minotaur gradually ceased his struggles, collapsing to the ground. His neck hanging by a mere thread, blood gushing from the wound, devoid of breath. At last, the enigmatic swordsman made his move. He drew the great sword he had cradled in his arms and walked slowly towards Thorny One. The dark red emblem of the black Bauhinia flower on his silver armor's chest resembling a dried bloodstain. Thorny One, having lost too much blood, was already dizzy, his vision fading to black. Having just strangled the Minotaur, he had exhausted much of his strength. Before the swordsman could reach him, he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Liang Xiaoxia's contemplation was abruptly interrupted, her stomach churning violently as she retched for an extended period, expelling everything from her belly until she finally settled. This dream is far too vivid, Liang Xiaoxia lamented. In the denouement where Bitterthorn asphyxiated the Minotaur with his bow, she felt as though she herself were lacerating his throat. With ruthless cruelty, watching with unblinking eyes as the Minotaur bled and collapsed, his eyes wide open in eternal silence. In that moment, she was Umbra, and Umbra was her. Bitterthorn was merely her instrument, systematically eliminating their pursuers, fighting to the bitter end. What is to be done? She finds herself unable to harbor resentment towards him any longer. Liang Xiaoxia was ignorant of the ordeals Bitterthorn endured during his unconsciousness, yet observing his countenance marred with wounds and his eyes gleaming with frigid animosity, she surmised that it must have been a tale of even greater brutality. If one could subsist with dignity, would you consign your soul to the infernal? Is this the case, Bitterthorn? Liang Xiaoxia, ensconced on her bed, gazed at Umbra and the stone orb nestled together in the corner, still radiating a chilling luster. Her heart weighed down with a lingering disquiet. Chapter 20. Rapport. Following the inaugural and exceptionally convivial convocation of tobacconists, Elder Yuchuan's disposition towards Liang Xiaoxia underwent a complete metamorphosis. In an endeavor to ameliorate her standing with Elder Yuchuan, Liang Xiaoxia meticulously perused the rare tobacco compendium that the elder had lent her. During their discussions, she was able to contribute meaningfully, no longer entirely bereft of comprehension. Elder Yuchuan, witnessing Liang Xiaoxia's diligent and inquisitive nature, felt a surge of paternal gratification, abandoning his experiments. He dedicated several months to imparting tobacco lore to Liang Xiaoxia, personally instructing her in the art of curing tobacco, slicing it into fine strands, and various other techniques. Observe carefully, Elder Yuchuan instructed, holding a small pinch of dried and shredded yellow tobacco, demonstrating and elucidating to Liang Xiaoxia. Most tobaccos at this juncture have reached their culmination. However, prolonged use of such tobacco is detrimental to one's health and highly addictive. Furthermore, the taste is subpar, with an acidic and acrid aftertaste, and the inherent fragrance of the tobacco is largely lost. Having said this, Elder Yuchuan casually discarded the tobacco he had just used for demonstration into the waste bin, stating that he had no appreciation for such tobacco. Is it nicotine? Liang Xiaoxia surmised that Elder Yuchuan was referring to nicotine as the harmful substance in the tobacco leaves. This component in tobacco can effectively stimulate the nerves, but also leads to addiction and dependency. Pardon? Elder Yuchuan, not hearing clearly, rubbed his ears. Liang Xiaoxia quickly waved her hand. It's nothing, nothing. She had inadvertently spoken in Mandarin, which Elder Yuchuan would not understand. To address this issue, I have developed my own method to decompose this component in the tobacco while preserving the original aroma of the tobacco leaves. Elder Yuchuan, as a connoisseur of tobacco with centuries of immersion in the art, had experimented with hundreds of methods to arrive at a relatively sound approach. He mixed dozens of different herbs in specific proportions and, depending on the origin and type of tobacco, marinated it for varying lengths of time. Several meticulously controlled recipes could decompose the nicotine in the tobacco while enhancing its flavor. Try this, it's my favorite flavor. A new batch of tobacco was made. And Elder Yuchuan proudly hand-rolled a cigarette, handing it to Liang Xiaoxia. Rest assured, this is harmless, you can smoke it too. Seeing Liang Xiaoxia's hesitant expression, Elder Yuchuan guaranteed it with a pat on his chest. Indeed, the specially treated tobacco exudes a rich, mellow fragrance, a symphony of vanilla notes interwoven with a delicate sweetness. It possesses a certain refreshing quality that transcends ordinary tobacco, lacking the acrid, coarse undertones. With her first inhalation, Liang Xiaoxia was captivated by its refined, honeyed essence. In the swirling tendrils of smoke, she was transported to the distant lands of India, seated within a gossamer-draped palace, serenaded by gentle melodies. Her entire being suffused with blissful relaxation. What do you think? Not bad, eh? Elder Yuchuan stroked his 3 braided wisps of white beard, his wrinkled countenance beaming with pride, as if showcasing his most accomplished offspring. Indeed, it is exceptional. Liang Xiaoxia had never indulged in tobacco before, typically recoiling from the habit with aversion. The noxious fumes of inferior tobacco caused coughing and posed health risks, making her a staunch opponent of the practice. However, Elder Yuchuan's tobacco, even in its burning state, emanated a rich, unadulterated fragrance, akin to the intoxicating aroma of ignited incense, transforming the act of inhaling smoke into a pleasurable experience. Tobacco of this caliber, Liang Xiaoxia found, was quite acceptable. Elder Yuchuan, delighted with his handiwork, had successfully initiated Liang Xiaoxia into the art of tobacco appreciation. In the days that followed, the unlikely duo could often be found sequestered in the study, immersed in the intricacies of various tobacco preparation methods. Liang Xiaoxia frequently introduced novel concepts that sparked inspiration in Elder Yuchuan. The 2 sprites would often engage in heated debates regarding the feasibility of certain refinement techniques, their faces flushed with passion. Despite Elder Yuchuan's habitually acerbic demeanor, Liang Xiaoxia discovered that beneath the surface, he was a rather agreeable sprite. For those he deemed his own, Elder Yuchuan would always be fiercely protective, proud and often brash in demeanor, yet soft-hearted within. He found himself utterly enchanted by Liang Xiaoxia's adoring gaze, rendering him blissfully disoriented. Any treasures he possessed would be eagerly displayed before her. The morning's tenure as a laboratory assistant had transformed from a trial of endurance to a delightful experience, as the 2 sprites, one teaching. The other learning enabled Liang Xiaoxia to swiftly master the art of tobacco preparation. Initially, she stumbled through minor errors, but now, even in the absence of the elder's guidance, she could expertly roast tobacco, extracting the distinct flavors of various leaves. Quite commendable indeed. Elder Yuchuan savored the aroma of tea, a fragrant blend harmoniously mingling with the essence of tobacco, creating an unexpectedly refined and elegant bouquet that elevated the smoke's character. After taking another sip, he swished it around in his mouth, seemingly unsatisfied. After a brief pause, he declared, "Next, we shall refine the method of tea production." Thus, 3 months later, the elder and the young one indulged in the latest concoction of tea, its flavor reminiscent of Liang Xiaoxia's former fondness for Anji white tea, its tender buds and leaves a lustrous jade white, steeped to reveal a golden hue tinged with emerald. The brew clear and bright, its taste refreshing and uplifting. Prior to this, the elven clan had imbibed nectar-based beverages or dried flowers mixed with honey. But Liang Xiaoxia found those floral concoctions overly fragrant and lacking in depth. Now, as she nestled comfortably in her chair, her eyes squinted in blissful enjoyment. She relished the exquisite tea. Having indulged sufficiently, it is time to attend to serious matters, Elder Yuchuan stated, straightening his posture after finishing his tea and tobacco, ready to resume the experiments that had been paused 6 months prior. Elves and humans possess disparate perceptions of time. For the long-lived, divinely favored race, elves have an abundance of time to dedicate to pursuits they relish. Several months may pass, yet to them, it feels merely like a week. Consequently, elves approach tasks with meticulous care, leisurely and unhurried. Elder, what precisely was the nature of the experiment you were conducting previously? Liang Xiaoxia's initial experience of being thoroughly berated remained etched in her memory like a nightmare. Anxious not to regress to square one, She seized the opportunity while Elder Yuchuan was in good spirits, and their rapport was amicable to inquire about the matter and prepare accordingly. This is my most cherished conception, one that promises immense benefits upon fruition. Elder Yuchuan's eyes gleamed with captivating brilliance as he spoke of the experiment, radiating an inner light. Evidently, this experiment held significant importance in the elder's heart, surpassing even tobacco and tea, which were merely pastimes. This endeavor represented his pursuit of accomplishment. Elder Yuchuan furtively retrieved a beaker from a cabinet filled with a grayish-brown, viscous, and turbid liquid. Examine it closely. Liang Xiaoxia accepted the beaker, scrutinizing it from every angle, yet finding nothing particularly remarkable about its contents. It resembled a child's mud pie, containing fragments of grass leaves, insect carcasses, and a faint, repulsive odor reminiscent of manure. Observe further, examine it meticulously. Elder Yuchuan extended a finger, directing Liang Xiaoxia's attention to the center of the liquid. Only then did Liang Xiaoxia discern that a seed was submerged within, partially obscured by the viscous substance. Precisely, this constitutes my plan. Elder Yuchuan expounded eloquently, and after a while, Liang Xiaoxia began to comprehend. The viscous substance Elder Yuchuan was concocting was, in fact, a form of nutrient solution. His experiment, in essence, was an otherworldly version of soilless cultivation. Can you fathom the potential transformations that would ensue if this experiment were to succeed? As Elder Yuchuan grew fervent in his discourse, he grasped Liang Xiaoxia's hands, trembling with excitement. Indeed, soilless cultivation can maximally replicate the conditions necessary for plant growth, providing all the requisite nutrients. With such a methodology, the yield of rare species could be significantly enhanced. The constraints of geographical origin would be rendered obsolete, enabling one to simulate conditions for virtually any desired cultivation. Moreover, as Liang Xiaoxia followed Elder Yuchuan's line of thought, her expression abruptly shifted. What is the greatest challenge for the elven race? Is it time? Is it technology? Neither. At its core, it is population. The four great descendants left by the ancient elven race have each formed their own tribes. The West Crystal Elves, to which Liang Xiaoxia belongs, comprise a mere 3,000 souls in total, young and old alike. In her previous life, this would have undoubtedly classified them as a critically endangered species. Elves, inherently challenged in reproduction, originate from a lineage deeply rooted in the earth, enduring numerous hardships from the moment they germinate until they break through the soil. Liang Xiaoxia understood this struggle intimately. Ultimately, only about 1 in 10 or 12 would survive. But what if they could reproduce using soilless cultivation? By placing the entire developmental process of the young elves under careful observation and scientific control, the mortality rate would surely diminish significantly, and the issue of dwindling population would no longer pose a threat. Liang Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Elder Yuchuan, a typically withered and acerbic old man, whose diminutive figure suddenly seemed to grow in stature. Chapter 21. Experiment. Liang Xiaoxia did not possess any particularly strong moral convictions regarding humanity. Were it about cloning technology, she might have hesitated, deeming it a transgression against the natural order and ethical principles. However, the cultivation of elves through soilless methods was akin to the process of in vitro fertilization. Educated in the sciences, Liang Xiaoxia never pondered whether this contradicted the will of nature. If defying nature could bolster the population of her kind and lead to their prosperity, then she would gladly cast nature aside. Her people must thrive, at the very least to a point where they could ensure their own survival. The harsh lesson that stagnation invites conflict was one she had learned all too well in her past life, and she wished to avoid a recurrence in this one. Preparation for unforeseen circumstances was always prudent. From his youth, Elder Yuchuan's experiments had drawn criticism from his mentors, who believed he was merely toying with matters he did not understand. His family and friends were devoid of comprehension regarding his pursuits. Elder Yuchuan was not a dexterous elf, capable of navigating the complexities of social interactions with his kin. The ridicule from those elves with whom he had strained relations was a common occurrence. The only individual who refrained from opposing his experiments was the elven queen, yet her support was minimal, merely conferring upon him a nominal title. Even so, Elder Yuchuan remained grateful for her recognition and steadfastly adhered to his principles. Martigini was among the few elves in the clan with whom he maintained a somewhat amicable rapport. Their relationship could best be described as one of mutual indifference rather than genuine friendship. It was preferable to a mischievous sprite who would make faces behind his back, far better than those old elves he held in such disdain. When Matakini proposed that Xiao'er join as a laboratory assistant, Elder Yuchuan was inwardly reluctant. Everyone knew that he merely wanted his precious child to rummage through rare books in his possession. It was hardly likely that she would genuinely assist an old codger like himself. Unwilling to rebuff Matakini outright, he resolved to make things difficult for Xiao'er from the outset, hoping she would find it unbearable and retreat, thus fulfilling Matakini's request in a roundabout way. However, unexpectedly, Xiao'er proved to be an intriguing little elf, clever and quick-witted. Her occasional flashes of inspiration were truly enlightening. The months he spent with Xiao'er were surprisingly pleasant. Observing Liang Xiao's excitement, Elder Yuchuan realized he had found a comrade. His long-held convictions were finally understood, and he felt a sense of melancholy. In the days that followed, the two elves were either in the laboratory or wandering through the forest, seeking materials deemed potentially useful. On one occasion, Elder Yuchuan even led Liang Xiao'er into a bear's den to collect a fresh piece of bear dung, narrowly escaping a swat from the enraged bear. Reeking of the bear's den, Elder Yuchuan and Liang Xiao'er, disheveled and bearing the bewildered and disdainful gazes of their kin, exchanged hearty laughter, fostering a sense of shared plight. The path of science and experimentation was invariably solitary. The two elves, experiencing both pain and joy, endured failures, repeatedly adjusted formulas, and started anew. The nutrient solution for soaking plants was refined iteratively, evolving from an initially viscous and repulsive state, resembling the mire of a fetid ditch, to a purified, translucent, pale yellow solution. Despite retaining some viscosity, it marked a considerable improvement. Following yet another unsuccessful attempt, Liang Xiaoxia experienced a wave of dejection. To procure the necessary phosphorus for the plants, she had meticulously sourced various legumes, grinding them into powder for incorporation into the culture medium. Not to mention the exhaustive search for potassium and nitrogen. In pursuit of these elements, she had scoured nearly all of Jade Spring Elder's compendiums, even learning to inscribe a light magic array. Now, with all the requisite elements secured and ample light and nutrients provided, the experiments still faltered. The majority of the planted seeds failed to germinate, and those that did sprout perished shortly after root emergence. Alas, Jade Spring Elder, observing the collection of failed specimens, emitted a protracted sigh, his countenance reflecting weariness, as if a notion suddenly flickered through his mind. "Elder, what did you just say?" Liang Xiaoxia abruptly surged to her feet, seizing Jade Spring Elder's arm and shaking it vigorously, startling him. I said nothing." Jade Spring Elder gazed at Liang Xiaoxia with bewilderment. "You did. You must have said something. Recount it." Liang Xiaoxia was also anxious, feeling that the thought that flashed in her mind was like a slippery fish, and it would slip away if she didn't catch it again. "I really didn't say anything. I just sighed." After Jade Spring Elder finished speaking, he imitated his appearance and sighed again, patted his thigh with both hands. Jade Spring Elder looked very puzzled. Only then did Liang Xiaoxia furrow her brow, murmuring wrong, before becoming perplexed, pondering what to do otherwise. A moment later, she questioned, "Can this be the same?" Completely lost in her thoughts, she seemed to forget the presence of Elder Yuchuan. Her expression fluctuated between despondency and elation, her pointed ears drooping at one moment and perked up at another. It appeared that the child had also fallen into a trance. Elder Yuchuan shook his head, choosing to disregard Liang Xiaoxia, picking up his pipe and resuming his solitary indulgence. Indeed, they had initially overlooked a crucial aspect. The growth of plants, in addition to sunlight, moisture, and nutrients, requires a vital condition, air. More specifically, oxygen and nitrogen. On Earth, the ratio of nitrogen to oxygen is approximately 78 to 21. Plants absorb nitrogen from the air through their roots and leaves for their own use. During the day, the leaves turn toward the sun, where chlorophyll facilitates photosynthesis, releasing oxygen. However, at night, plants also require oxygen for respiration. Lacking scientific measuring instruments, Liang Xiaoxia was unable to deduce the nitrogen-oxygen ratio in this world, nor was she certain if the plants here required oxygen at all. Nevertheless, the underlying principle was universal. Regardless of success, this method was worth a trial. Elder Yuchuan had already discerned that plant growth necessitates specific conditions, which vary among different species. However, if a plant's roots must come into contact with air, submerging them in nutrient solution may lead to sprouting. Yet they would ultimately perish due to oxygen deprivation during the rooting phase. How should this conundrum be resolved? Liang Xiaoxia once studied this during her academic pursuits. But after so many years, that knowledge has long been relinquished to her instructors. Burying the flora in sandy soil would be a viable method, but consequently, the root systems would be concealed, thus precluding the monitoring of their growth. A novel predicament has arisen. How can one ensure that the vegetation absorbs sustenance, has access to atmospheric air, and does not impede observational recording? Liang Xiaoxia furrowed her brow in deep concentration, assiduously contemplating a resolution. Conversely, the principal architect of the experiment, Elder Yuchuan, appeared remarkably unperturbed, indulging in his customary habit of smoking and sipping tea with an air of serene enjoyment, seemingly devoid of any apprehensions. Elder, please assist me in devising a solution, Liang Xiaoxia implored with a hint of indignation, feeling that her diligent efforts were not reciprocated by Elder Yuchuan's apparent lack of concern. Lamenting that it was a case of the eunuch being more anxious than the emperor. Here, take a respite, unwind, and partake in a puff of smoke. Elder Yuchuan compelled Liang Xiaoxia to take a seat, proffering her a lit jadeite pipe emanating wisps of fragrant aroma. This specially selected aromatic tobacco produced ethereal, ephemeral white smoke that spiraled upward, possessing a subtle, lingering flavor and a quality that facilitated mental clarity. Smoke? Smoke. Liang Xiaoxia seized the pipe, leaping up with elation and embracing Elder Yuchuan in a warm hug. Elder, you are truly a genius. The diminutive Liang Xiaoxia jumped up, planting a flurry of kisses on Elder Yuchuan's chrysanthemum-wrinkled face before busying herself once more. Liang Xiaoxia was now oblivious to Elder Yuchuan's psychological state, her entire being immersed in the novel method of soilless cultivation. If immersion in liquid is unfeasible, what about converting the nutrient solution into an atomized state? Like smoke intertwining with the air, it enveloped the roots of the plants, simultaneously addressing numerous issues. The only inconvenience lay in the necessity of suspending the plants. Liang Xiaoxia succinctly elucidated her speculations regarding her failures and proposed solutions to Elder Yuchuan, who concurred, believing that the crux of the problem indeed resided here. The two sprites deliberated briefly before embarking on a quest through their resources. This time, they sought methods to vaporize the nutrient solution while ensuring it could be perpetually sustained upon the plants. Liquid, when subjected to high pressure, readily transforms into vapor. However, Liang Xiaoxia found herself in a location devoid of electricity and equipment, lacking any pumps to facilitate the vaporization of the nutrient solution. Thus, she had no choice but to consult books for guidance. After several days of diligent searching, their eyes weary and strained, Liang Xiaoxia and Elder Yuchuan tentatively devised a plan to inscribe a small magical array to maintain vaporization, while simultaneously recycling the nutrient solution to provide energy. Nevertheless, the specifics of its execution required further in-depth exploration. The journey is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge both above and below. With a deep sigh, rubbing her eyes, Liang Xiaoxia immersed herself once more in the ocean of books, striving for enlightenment. Chapter 22. Friends throughout her tenure as an experimental assistant. Liang Xiaoxia had never encountered Qianha's parents. Understanding the delicate nature of the topic, she refrained from inquiring about it. Eventually, Qianha exhibited an unusual concern for Liang Xiaoxia's work as an assistant, which gradually eased the tension between the two sprites. Most of the time, Qianha chattered away, sharing innocent and amusing thoughts, expressing her pure dreams, while Liang Xiaoxia responded with non-committal murmurs, her mind wandering elsewhere. Sometimes, when Liang Xiaoxia felt particularly spirited, she would regale Qianha with a couple of children's enlightenment stories, such as the ugly duckling or the little match girl. On the rare occasions they exchanged a few words, Qianha never mentioned his parents. Liang Xiaoxia often observed him perched on the windowsill, silently gazing at the scenery outside. That window must have been a scene of parental affection, with a pair of parents holding hands with their enchanting child or cradling him in their arms, playfully laughing as they passed by. Liang Xiaoxia mused that such a sight, of large hands clasping small ones, must be painfully vivid for Qianha. The topic of his parents was thus left unspoken. At least Liang Xiaoxia was aware that they were not deceased, but rather likely missing. Reflecting on this, she realized that these years had been quite challenging for Qianha. Upon seeing him, Liang Xiaoxia softened her demeanor, occasionally bringing him small gifts like homemade honey. In deference to Elder Yuchuan, she became the only peer among the elves who could converse with Qianha. I have told you countless times, do not touch my hair. As Liang Xiaoxia once more reached for Qianha's head, he finally erupted in fury, violently shaking off her playful hands and roaring with reddened eyes. Oh, brother, don't be so stingy. Let your sister touch it. Qianha's hair was a delightful M-lang of deep and light yellow. Short and reminiscent of wheat ears ripened in autumn, soft to the touch, spinning gently in her palm. The newly sprouted hair was tender and fluffy, making it irresistible for Liang Xiaoxia to refrain from caressing. "Who is your brother? How annoying. I'm fed up." As Liang Xiaoxia once again reached out to touch Qianha's head, Qianha did not violently swat her hand away, but merely blushed, closing her rabbit-like eyes in a feeble display of protest. Her cheeks puffed up in indignation. She allowed Liang Xiaoxia's fingers to ruffle her hair. If only it were a tad longer, Liang Xiaoxia mused, grasping Qianha's short locks with lingering dissatisfaction. This teasing only intensified Qianha's blush. Liang Xiaoxia, seizing the moment, drew Qianha into her embrace, playfully dominating Qianha's head like a conqueror. "Xia, what manner of sprite are you?" Qianha pondered, gazing at Liang Xiaoxia's profile, which bore soft, rounded contours, exuding the innocence characteristic of youthful sprites. Her eyes, round and adorable like her mother's, lacked the crystalline clarity of other sprites, instead revealing a hint of aloofness. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a flicker of crimson light within. Was it merely an illusion? Qianha rubbed her eyes in disbelief. In the early days of her acquaintance with Liang Xiaoxia, Qianha often observed her in the company of Mudball. Mudball would roll about in Liang Xiaoxia's arms, indulging in playful antics, while Liang Xiaoxia watched with a tender smile. Despite their similar ages, it was evident to outsiders that Liang Xiaoxia was the elder sister, always shielding Mudball like a protective hen. In public, Liang Xiaoxia exhibited an air of grace. Her gestures fluid and natural, with an elegance all her own, though sometimes lacking in conventional propriety. Yet, her demeanor always carried an undercurrent of wariness, as if only those she deemed friends or family were permitted to penetrate the depths of her heart and claim a small space therein. Having spent considerable time with Liang Xiaoxia, Qianha believes he has gained some understanding of her character. However, just when he thinks he has unraveled her complexities, he discovers facets of her he has never encountered before. Liang Xiaoxia's indifference to the opinions of outsiders, be it mockery, insults, or praise, floats past her like a gentle breeze, leaving Qianha feeling as though he is striking against cotton, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of impotence. He envies how Liang Xiaoxia always stands beside the Mudball, yielding to her and shielding her. There is even a tinge of jealousy. Why does he not possess such a companion, such a friend? Thus, he resorts to sarcasm and ridicule, akin to a child throwing a tantrum when denied candy. As time passes, he learns that Liang Xiaoxia can indeed smile, can feel anger, can experience frustration and sadness. Her previously placid demeanor seems to unveil a vibrant and multifaceted nature only in the presence of those close to her. Liang Xiaoxia engages in lively conversations, sharing an array of intriguing and insightful stories with Qianha, which he finds even more captivating than the tales spun by the Story King. Loki. She does not exaggerate with grand gestures. Instead, she narrates with serene eloquence, drawing listeners into her narratives in an irresistible way. Now, he no longer needs to envy other elves who have parents and playmates. He has Xiaoer. Qianha may not appreciate Liang Xiaoxia's playful tousling of his hair, yet he relishes being cradled in her embrace. This sense of security and joy is something he finds utterly addictive. He even ponders whether the warmth of a mother's embrace feels akin to this. I have my grandfather and Xiaoer. These are all I possess, and thus, no one can take them away from me. In the depths of contemplation, a thought flashed through Qianha's mind, taking root and swiftly expanding until it filled his consciousness, refusing to dissipate. Xiaoer, why does Hesha always refer to you as Liang Xiaoxia, and you call her Mudball? Struggling free from Liang Xiaoxia's grasp, Qianha smoothed his tousled hair and enunciated his question with precision, mimicking the pronunciation of the characters. Having been present during many conversations, he had keenly observed the distinction in these appellations, which seemed to denote a more elevated and introspective circle. Liang Xiaoxia and Mudball were ensconced within it, while he remained on the periphery. This realization stirred a sense of unease within him, for he did not wish to be left behind by Mudball. Liang Xiaoxia noticed the disquiet in Qianha's demeanor. From the moment she had tousled his hair, he had appeared lost in thought, his expression devoid of the usual prideful defiance characteristic of a spirited youth. It dawned on her that she increasingly resembled a kindergarten teacher, responsible for mediating equitable rewards among the children to prevent disputes over perceived injustices. Qianha was, in essence, an immature child, his normally pretentious fade merely a fade. Now, he wore a brave yet somewhat aggrieved expression that was irresistibly endearing. Qianha gazed at Liang Xiaoxia in silence, his serious demeanor betraying an uncharacteristic apprehension. Had he inadvertently broached a forbidden topic? With his red-rimmed eyes glistening, he felt a tumult of emotions within him. Liang Xiaoxia was merely striving to suppress her impulse to continue tormenting the child. After a moment, she slowly spoke, "You may call me Summer. That is my English name. From now on, I shall refer to you as Red. This must remain a secret, a little code among friends." With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Liang Xiaoxia adopted a solemn demeanor, akin to a queen bestowing knighthood upon a valiant knight, as she spoke. She had long coveted the name Qianhe, and now that she had revealed it, she could openly use it henceforth. After all, in this world, there was neither English nor Chinese. It was nearly impossible for others to decipher the meaning of her words. In recent months, Liang Xiaoxia had seldom encountered Nichio, who had been exceedingly busy. Following the injury of Xinfeng, Nichio had resolutely embraced her aspiration to become a healer. Technically speaking, a healer was a branch of the Law Singer's enhancement specialization, focusing exclusively on healing. Among the West Crystal Elves, only the elder of the Guyu clan possessed healing abilities. If Nichio wished to learn from her, she first had to study the foundational knowledge of law singing under the tutelage of Bingchuan. During the day, she shadowed Bingchuan, much like Liang Xiaoxia, serving as an auditing disciple. Bingchuan was renowned in their clan for her beauty. Her exquisite features resembled the finest artworks displayed in a museum. Her ice blue, luminous eyes, high-bridged nose, and subtly curved lips, paired with her slender cheeks, evoked the image of the renowned European models Liang Xiaoxia had admired in her previous life. Perhaps it was a characteristic of law singers, but Bingchuan, true to her name, exuded an aura of frosty detachment. Her striking visage radiated an air of unapproachability, and she treated her students with an uncompromising severity. The mudball trailed closely behind her, and even during the nominal attendance, she did not diminish her standards in the slightest. Should a question remain unanswered, the assignments would be doubled. Should one's attention wander during class, the practice would be multiplied. The students, attending Bingchuan's lectures, were as apprehensive as if treading on thin ice, fully alert and fearful of reprimand. In the evenings, Mudball would also visit the injured teacher Xuanfeng, preparing meals and tidying up. Following Xuanfeng's injury, his once chaotic home transformed into a vibrant haven, with elegantly adorned female sprites frequently visiting under various pretenses. Mudball found herself juggling the needs of teacher Xuanfeng and the numerous admirers flocking to him, her tone revealing her reluctance. Thus, Mudball remained perpetually occupied throughout the day, only managing to catch a brief, hurried encounter with Liang Xiaoxia during lunch, exchanging scarcely 2 sentences before rushing off again. Without her obedient companion, Liang Xiaoxia felt a void in her heart, redirecting her attention entirely to the temperamental Qianhe, often pinching his cheeks, tousling his hair, and playfully tormenting the young sprite basking in the sunlight. Chapter 23. Training in stark contrast to the morning hours spent diligently studying their subjects. The afternoon classes with Loki unfolded in an exceedingly bizarre manner. Once teacher Xuanfeng's leg injury healed, he inevitably inherited the disarray left by Loki's absence. After months of combat dance training, the little sprites emerged with nothing but a pair of wooden swords and a mind brimming with legendary tales, having learned little else. Some of the slightly older students had begun to express their discontent towards Loki. Upon witnessing this situation, Xuanfeng could only smile helplessly and announce the end of the vacation to the little sprites, picking up his teaching baton to guide the now somewhat lethargic battle dancers. When only Liang Xiaoxia remained among the students, Loki set aside his carefree demeanor and began to teach with earnestness. However, the content of his instruction was exceedingly peculiar. In the first month, Loki taught Liang Xiaoxia the art of escape. She found herself bound by her hands, thrown into the river, blindfolded and suspended upside down from a tree, forced into a wolf's den to race against a pack of wolves. Ultimately, Loki personally took charge, transforming the vast forest into a training ground for the 2 sprites, engaging in a delightful game of cat and mouse. The trees, which could only stretch but not bend, would be mercilessly eliminated by nature before they could mature. Loki paced back and forth, wielding a sword in each hand, his pointed ears perked up, keenly attuned to the sounds of the forest, searching for Liang Xiaoxia's silhouette. In terms of evasion and cunning, the child's talent was astonishing, as slippery as an eel, nearly impossible to catch. There were days when he could not seize her at all, and one moment of inattention might lead to his own defeat. If it were not for such qualities, how could he have taken a liking to her, a rough stone cloaked in dust, which, when truly revealed, would radiate an extraordinary brilliance? Though the clan appeared calm and serene, it was merely the calm before the storm, and one could not predict how long such tranquil days would last. As the tempest approached, possessing even a modicum of self-preservation skills would offer the possibility of a bold stand. Liang Xiaoxia, despite cursing Loki for his nonsensical escape training, was certain that his head must be filled with mud. Yet, her heart found it not so difficult to accept this peculiar course. As an elf, a child of nature, she felt an unprecedented joy and relaxation when she was close to the natural world. Liang Xiaoxia swiftly dashed through a patch of low shrubs. The breeze carrying the faint scent of plants and fresh greenery brushed against her face, whistling past her ears. With a nimble turn, her petite figure merged seamlessly with the shadows cast by the low trees behind her. Slowly, Liang Xiaoxia closed her eyes, taking gentle breaths to calm her racing heart after the vigorous exercise. She relished this sensation, enjoying the exhilarating chase within the forest, the strategic battles of traps and counter-traps. Through numerous failures, she constantly devised new strategies, managing to turn the tide in 1 or 2 instances out of 10. Could it be that this was an attempt to train her to become a thief? Liang Xiaoxia pondered with a wry smile. Though she admired the carefree style of figures like Chu Liuxiang, she harbored no desire to pursue thievery as an ideal profession. Nevertheless, she decided to embrace the learning experience. After all, with such a lengthy life ahead, there was little harm in acquiring new skills. More skills could lead to more opportunities in the future. Perhaps as a bonus of her rebirth, her memory and comprehension had significantly improved since becoming an elf, learning to pick locks and pry open doors. She could master it after just one demonstration, deftly splitting the lock cylinder and head into 2 halves that fell to the ground. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Could it be that she truly possessed a talent for thievery? If her tutelage with her father, Matakini, resembled scholarly dialogues, and her research with Elder Yuchuan mirrored relentless scientific experimentation, then her studies with Loki were akin to a hodgepodge of essential rogue skills. After mastering lockpicking and forced entry, she delved into treasure appraisal and aristocratic etiquette, was compelled to memorize a tome of treasure illustrations as thick as her palm, and to engage Loki in affected conversations about the weather, attire, and amusements in the common tongue. Had every reason to believe that, after Loki's training, she could flawlessly perform as a high-level con artist, not the childish kind who feign prize winnings over the phone, but the type who, with the poise of a venture capitalist, the attire of an expensive shirt, and the briefcase of a professional, lures in financial leviathans. As night descended, the pristine white moon in its triune phases would bear witness to his most sanguinary hours, shedding her elven grace and suppressing her usual gentle smile. And Bitterthorn engaged in nightly boxing matches with a predictable outcome, fists against cheeks, legs against abdomens. A pool of white blood would stain the ground beneath them, some from Bitterthorn, but mostly from. Through the Mo clan's left eye of slaughter, gleaned some of Bitterthorn's past. The first time she cast a sympathetic glance at him, she nearly paid with her life. In Bitterthorn's eyes, there were no children, no weaklings, only the living and the dead. S diminutive form earned her no mercy. In their initial encounters, Bitterthorn had shown some restraint only because other elves were observing from the shadows. But what was this look in her eyes? Was it pity or regret? The thorny bramble requires no one's pity. Its self-esteem cannot be fathomed by such trivial emotions. When the bramble truly harbored murderous intent, a faint pain coursed through Liang Xiaoxia's left eye, a crimson flash illuminating her vision. In terror, she struggled, seizing the bramble's arrow and plunging it fiercely into his right shoulder. The bramble clutched his wounded shoulder, blood glistening like silver under the moonlight, trickling drop by drop. At this moment, the conflict between the two began to ease. Fight, fight, fight. This encapsulates the entirety of the bramble's teachings. No unnecessary dialogue, no demonstrations or explanations of actions. The sole objective is to render the opponent breathless, whether through grappling, biting, weaponry, or traps. Delivering a decisive blow is the singular theme. The training session concludes only when one remains standing. Liang Xiaoxia attempted to flee. She no longer wished to indulge this madman. The relentless ferocity of the battles led her to feel less like an elf and more like a beast. On her first attempt to escape, the bramble shot through her calf with an arrow, leaving her bedridden for a month. She was not a paragon of emotional fortitude. She had wept, her face streaked with tears and snot. Any normal person witnessing her small frame trembling, silently crying with soft sobs, would have softened their heart. Yet, Liang Xiaoxia's tears served only as a catalyst for the bramble's violent tendencies. The more she cried, the more ferocious his blows became. Eventually, whenever he saw her eyes shimmering with tears, on the verge of spilling over, The bramble would escalate his attacks until she could no longer produce a sound. Rise. No one will pity your tears. Such sentiment is utterly futile. The voice of the bitter thorn is chilling, its scarred visage twisted, resembling a fiend that has crawled forth from the depths of hell. Liang Xiaoxia staggered to her feet, her garments in tatters, expelling a mouthful of blood. Grasping the wooden stick in her hand, her will faltered, yet she incessantly urged herself, akin to a hypnotic mantra, to refrain from weeping, to resist the tears. This singular thought consumed her mind, propelling her onward, until darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. The pedagogical course of Loki is fraught with insincerity. Yet the bitter thorn exhibits not a shred of pedagogical awareness, adopting an attitude that her survival is of no concern to me, as she engages in combat with Liang Xiaoxia. However, even the slightest semblance of virtue from him cannot diminish Liang Xiaoxia's deep-seated animosity toward him. Rising, being knocked down, and rising once more, the figure of the bitter thorn looms like a dark mountain, pressing down upon her. Liang Xiaoxia has long lost count of the times she has stumbled along the riverbank. In each fall, the desire to surpass and conquer the bitter thorn has been etched deeper into her heart, intensifying with each setback. Merely enduring to stand until the end is no longer sufficient for Liang Xiaoxia. She yearns to resist, to confront, rather than to flee in disarray. Where he excels, she aspires to surpass him. He is an exceptional bow hunter, and she must dominate him in archery with undeniable prowess. Liang Xiaoxia seeks validation, a victory to overturn her disadvantage. Those cherished respects ought to remain within her heart. Indeed, he is not a teacher. He is a rival, an entity that Liang Xiaoxia must transcend. Chapter 24. Pursuit archery is an art, the art of killing. The bow is drawn, held in anticipation, solely for that fleeting moment when blood blooms forth. Its beauty is so profound that it sends shivers through the heart. Raynor and Bitterthorn are renowned archers within their clan, having achieved remarkable feats at a young age. Particularly after Raynor's defeat to Bitterthorn in the recent Blossom Festival martial arts competition, he dedicated himself fervently to training, ultimately breaking through the threshold of the 6th tier to enter the 7th, tantalizingly close to grasping the essence of the arrow. If Bitterthorn's archery resembles a crocodile lurking beneath the riverbed, coldly observing the enemy and patiently awaiting the perfect moment to strike with a lethal bite, then Raynor's style mirrors his appearance. He is an eagle soaring through the heavens, gliding among the clouds, locking onto his prey before diving, ultimately tearing through defenses with his razor-sharp talons. To Raynor, his bow serves as his claws, and his arrows are his strikes and sharpness. The two archers possess distinctly different styles. One is proud, the other ruthless. One steadfast, the other cunning. After sparring with Bitterthorn for a month, Liang Xiaoxia had grown familiar with his archery style and developed a general sense of the archer's ways. She observed Raynor as he meticulously cleaned his beloved bow with a pristine cloth, his brown hair falling gently, no longer as unruly as usual, but rather tender, akin to caressing a lover. Unbeknownst to her, she too became enveloped in this serene atmosphere, feeling the profound bond between Raynor and his bow. Such a sentiment was impenetrable to outsiders, yet simply watching was a pleasure in itself. In comparison to the gentle, luminous zephyrs and the frigid, crystalline glaciers, Raynor's appearance is rather unremarkable. Even though he is the finest bow hunter of his clan, he has failed to attract a greater number of students eager to learn from him. The little elves are more captivated by the fervor of the warrior dancers engaged in close combat, or the profound and meticulous explorations of spell singing. In recent years, Liang Xiaoxia has been his sole newcomer, yet he imparts his teachings with unwavering rigor and no leniency. The essence of bow hunting eludes their understanding. Indeed, the sentiments experienced by Raynor and the thorny bramble are incomprehensible to those who are not bow hunters. Most bow hunters traverse their paths in solitude, lacking companions, lying in wait beneath the torrential downpour of leaves in the shadowy, deep jungles, relentlessly pursuing their targets day and night, unyielding in the face of hunger and cold, enduring the solitude, and clinging to their bows as long as they can. Liang Xiaoxia aspires to become an exceptional bow hunter. The mere touch of a fine hunting bow sends shivers of excitement through her very soul. The cold, unyielding bow embodies a pleasure akin to the finest delicacies. The bow calls to her, whispering sweetly within her spirit, compelling her to grasp it, to make it her ally in battle. Raynor harbors his own sense of pride. He remembers the favor he owes Liang Xiaoxia. Although this debt feels somewhat misplaced, he has never been one to owe anything to anyone, especially not to a mere child. And thus he is determined to honor his word. What do you wish for me to do? I want you to teach me the art of bow hunting, the finest bow hunting. Liang Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with crystalline brilliance, radiant and captivating. Such a gaze, Reno often observed among the warriors of the battlefield or the apprentices of arcane singing. Yet he had never witnessed such fervor and yearning among his own students. What compels one to aspire to become a bow hunter? Reno's golden eagle eyes glimmered with astonishment. Charles was indeed a peculiar little sprite. Typically, female elves are drawn to the swift winds or the icy glaciers. They are not inclined to endure hardships, preferring to spend months in the forest, feasting upon the elements while reciting lengthy incantations in their studies, effortlessly invoking devastating spells that can lead to demise, all while maintaining an air of grace. Furthermore, due to physical limitations, female bow hunters inherently possess less strength compared to their male counterparts. Their arm strength, endurance, and explosive power simply do not measure up. Even if they were to take up the bow, their achievements would likely remain modest. On the contrary, they might excel in mental acuity, making them more suited to the role of spellcasters. Now, it was Liang Xiaoxia's turn to be taken aback. Do you not understand? I mean, that feeling of mutual attraction. In her previous life, Liang Xiaoxia had never laid hands on a bow, yet in this life, she found herself enamored with the art of bow hunting, an endeavor she had never previously encountered. It was truly remarkable, perhaps influenced by the sinister left eye of slaughter. Or perhaps it was simply an innate talent for bow hunting that she had never realized within herself. As she caressed the hunting bow, admiring its graceful curvature and the tautly drawn string, it felt akin to appreciating the world's finest masterpiece. Joy filled her heart, sweet and trembling, akin to an electric shock. Akin to the sensation of falling in love, igniting warmth throughout her being, a desire to grasp it tightly in her hands. It seemed she had fallen in love with bow hunting, a sudden infatuation. Thus, was Charles's expression a reflection of his affection for the bow in his grasp? A student like this must either be a genius or a madman. The rudimentary training methods for archery are remarkably straightforward, akin to the treatment Cinderella received from her stepmother. One begins by mixing a heap of green, red, and yellow beans with coal ash, and then instructing the trainees to separate them. Since you seek the best from me, you must also strive for excellence. Renaud, in fulfilling Liang Xiaoxia's desire, considered it a way of repaying a favor. During the ordinary bean-picking exercise, he further challenged her by binding weights to her arms, thereby enhancing her arm strength. Without strength, one cannot be an archer. A bowman unable to draw his bow is akin to a hen incapable of soaring. Meanwhile, Renaud was meticulously crafting arrows. His gaze averted from Liang Xiaoxia as he focused on affixing feathers to the arrow shafts. Yet, he was intermittently unsettled by her lingering glances. He sensed that Liang Xiaoxia harbored some ulterior motive, whether towards him or his bow. She yearned to caress Renaud's dark feathers, wishing to connect with them. Having battled thorny brambles for a year, Liang Xiaoxia's strength and endurance far surpassed that of ordinary juvenile elves. In no time, she had sorted the beans into 3 small piles based on their colors, though her arms ached slightly from the weights. Continuing on, Renaud carelessly mixed the beans together again. Casting a keen glance at her before returning to his own tasks, Liang Xiaoxia worked with a speed a third faster than her peers, even while burdened. Renaud felt a sense of satisfaction, yet it was not enough. As an accomplished archer, speed alone would not suffice. Patience was equally essential. The entire afternoon was consumed by the monotonous bean-picking exercise, and Liang Xiaoxia had yet to even touch the bow's grip. She continued to covet the dark feathers adorning Renaud's back, her gaze imbued with longing. Her arms were so sore that she could hardly lift them. After the training, may I touch the black feather? Liang Xiaoxia gritted her teeth, beads of sweat trickling down as she struggled to raise her hand to pick up the beans. Looking up at Reina with a pitiful expression, her apricot eyes slightly reddened. Yes, of course, Reina answered almost unconsciously, but then he pondered. How did she know his bow was called Black Feather? Perhaps she had heard someone mention it. The little one certainly seemed attentive. By the time the training concluded, Liang Xiaoxia's arms were too fatigued to lift, and just as she intended to remove the weight strapped to her arms, Reina stopped her, insisting she keep them on. Can I touch your bow every day from now on? Liang Xiaoxia bargained. It depends on your performance, Reinu replied, finding it somewhat amusing. This little sprite, who appeared mature, was still very much a child, delighted by the prospect of simply touching a bow, much like a child savoring a piece of candy. Liang Xiaoxia was indeed ecstatic. The black feather bow was heavy, and as it fell into her embrace, it pulled her down slightly. She cradled the bow, which was taller than herself, joyfully caressing its sturdy grip. while, in fact, she was communicating with the Bao using her left eye, which was attuned to slaughter. The Bao's will was faint. It lacked the capacity for independent thought, possessing only memories and experiences. Yet, through such unique encounters, it gradually developed its own distinct style. With her eyes closed, Liang Xiaoxia immersed herself in the memories conveyed by Black Feather, her expression one of deep enjoyment. It seemed she truly was a little sprite in love with bows. And her talent was rather impressive. Reina narrowed his golden eyes, observing Liang Xiaoxia, and decided that since she possessed talent, he would not allow it to be squandered easily. He tapped his palm thoughtfully, resolving to increase the training intensity starting tomorrow. Thus, following Reno, Liang Xiaoxia opened the gateway to the world of archery. The extent of her journey ahead lay solely in her hands. Reno served as the illuminating mentor on Liang Xiaoxia's path as an archer. Sensing that this extraordinary apprentice would venture far, yet he could not have anticipated the unique path she would ultimately forge. Chapter 25. The quest for truth, is fate a mere coincidence or an inevitable course? The boundary between these concepts has always been exquisitely elusive. In July, the West Crystal Elf Forest welcomed its annual rainy season. Sparse droplets descended incessantly, soaking the grass and leaves that had become somewhat parched after 3 months of relentless sunlight. The leaves, scorched by the sun and tinged with yellow, stretched their branches to embrace the nourishing dew, washing away the lingering heat of late summer. The entire forest was suffused with moisture. The immense tree of life, unchanged for centuries, stood resolutely at the forest heart. The rain-drenched leaves, deep and dark in hue, exuded a rich vitality. On this rainy day, Liang Xiaoxia relished a rare moment of leisure, soaking in the vast bathhouse. Gazing at the ethereal white mist rising from the water, and admiring her own delicate, smooth skin within the haze, a swell of pride filled her heart as she hummed a cheerful bathing tune, swaying gently. Her diligent training had evidently borne fruit, as her skin remained taut and elastic. A decade had passed, and time seemed to have cast a spell of stasis upon Liang Xiaoxia. The once precocious child had only matured to appear as if she were merely 6 or 7 years old, oblivious to her own vanity. She poured the nutrient-rich sulfur spring water over herself while indulging in self-praise. Amidst the pre-dawn gloom, as a heavy dew clung to the air, Liang Xiaoxia found herself immersed in the bath, not alone, but accompanied by another of the elven folk. Her mentor, Renaud, emitted a soft cough. A subtle reminder to Liang Xiaoxia. Save for them, the bath was deserted. Renaud, a stalwart and dashing bow hunter of the tribe, revealed a physique honed by rigorous training, muscles defined yet understated, and sun-kissed skin that was pleasing to the eye. Maintain decorum, he cautioned, his keen, hawkish eyes fixed upon Liang Xiaoxia, clearly discomfited by her unself-conscious display of charm. Liang Xiaoxia, however, felt no unease sharing the bath with the comely Renaud. Elven thermal baths were not communal affairs of a modest exposure. Regardless of age, bathers were expected to wear robes. Liang Xiaoxia, cloaked in her youthful guise and harboring the spirit of a woman nearing 40, felt entirely at ease. Her petite frame offered little to behold. Conversely, Renaud's figure, sculpted by years of exercise, boasted lithe, well-proportioned limbs, his sun-bronzed skin lending him an air of vitality absent in the pallid complexions more commonly seen among the elves. If only he would cease his incessant, solemn cough, he would be all the more appealing, Liang Xiaoxia mused, mentally appraising Renaud's physique. She then flashed a winsome smile, her adorable facade accentuated by a playful flick of her tongue. After years of bathing together, Renaud's formality seemed excessive. A decade of training had rendered Liang Xiaoxia adept at discerning the vulnerabilities of her instructors. With an ego like Renaud, compliance with his demands was met with a certain leniency in other matters, allowing Liang Xiaoxia to indulge her whims. Moreover, she had discovered that Renaud's weakness was a susceptibility to flattery. As long as Liang Xiaoxia learns the exquisite skills of the mud ball and playfully dazzles Reno with sparkling eyes, it is hardly an excessive request that he can refuse. Externally, he maintains a serious demeanor, embodying the profundity of a young adult, yet internally, he adopts a rather unrestrained attitude. The little fox, Reno, chuckled silently, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us not forget the purpose of our visit today. It is time to attend to serious matters. Once sufficiently cleansed, Reno reminded. Liang Xiaoxia also set aside his playful demeanor, recognizing the necessity of professionalism in the face of earnest work, diligently studying each brick and tile of the bathhouse. The events traced back several hours. As fellow archers, both Reno and Liang Xiaoxia possessed keen eyesight, quickly discerning a suspicious figure. This time, it was not Xuanfeng, but an unfamiliar individual, a human, lacking the distinctive elongated ears of elves or the animalistic features of orcs. He was clad in a dark gray bodysuit that enveloped him entirely, revealing only his eyes. His movements were nimble and swift as he darted through the woods. This posed a serious problem. A human infiltrating the tribe in the dead of night raised numerous questions. How did he gain entry? What were his intentions? What purpose did he have in the bathhouse? Instantly, a wave of inquiries surged forth as both Liang Xiaoxia and Reno's gazes hardened upon sighting the intruder. Without hesitation, they prepared to apprehend him. The diminutive human, equipped with standard rogue gear, dodged and weaved expertly in an attempt to escape, skillfully evading several attacks. Renault was never an easy adversary, and over the past decade, Liang Xiaoxia's combat experience had significantly improved. The two skilled archers, adept at tracking and ambushing, could effortlessly capture a human in the forest. Renault's arrow struck the thief in the thigh, pinning him against a tree. She was already lifeless. When Liang Xiaoxia approached the incapacitated thief and removed the mask, she was astonished to discover that the thief was, in fact, a woman. This female rogue bore an ordinary visage, her features unremarkable, yet blood gushed from her mouth as she bit her tongue in a fatal act. She was a death warrior. Liang Xiaoxia and Renault thoroughly searched the rogue's body, finding nothing but a common dagger, a meager supply of provisions, and some water, no items that could reveal her identity. There were no clues whatsoever. The forest inhabited by the Western Crystal Elf tribe lay on a remote route, surrounded by the sea, which was home to aquatic beings that harbored animosity towards humankind. For humans to reach this place, they had to traverse the fierce territory of these sea dwellers and navigate the forest without losing their way, hoping to stumble upon the tribe's exact location. The stringent conditions combined rendered this continent devoid of human traces. Now, the fact that someone could infiltrate the tribe without detection left both Liang Xiaoxia and Renault astounded. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, without a moment's delay, Liang Xiaoxia and Renault reported the entire incident to Queen Haidai of the Elves. Haidai also regarded this matter with utmost seriousness and entrusted Renault and Liang Xiaoxia with further investigations. After intercepting the human thief, Renault and Liang Xiaoxia hastily returned to the bathing area. Their purpose for visiting the bathing area was to uncover the intentions of that human presence. The magnificent mural composed of colossal gemstones shimmers upon the dome. A polished seashell statue holds a water vessel, from which a continuous stream of spring water cascades into the steaming bath below. Herein lies the pinnacle of the elven race's artistic achievements. Even the resting platforms by the pool are intricately carved with floral motifs, surrounded by vividly lifelike pink roses. Liang Xiaoxia and Renault, each diligently assigned their tasks, explored the pools one by one, meticulously examining the edges and leaving no protrusion unchecked, even submerging themselves to scrutinize the depths for any peculiarities. Surely there must be something hidden here. Yet, the question remains, where exactly? Liang Xiaoxia pondered with a hint of frustration. After years of honing her skills, the application of her killing left eye had significantly improved. There was no longer a need for meditation or dreams. A mere glance at an object could evoke memories of slaughter. However, memories unrelated to killing remained inaccessible. Were she able to tap into those non-lethal memories? Simply touching a stone in the bath would reveal what the thief had done here. Now, her meticulous exploration felt somewhat simplified. Floating on the water, Liang Xiaoxia, slightly exasperated, gazed at the epic mural on the dome for a while. Could it be that the thief came here to steal? The gemstone-embellished archway could fetch a handsome price if taken. The hero Xin Lu's garments are adorned with gemstones, his eyes are crafted from gems. And even the scepter he holds aloft is made of precious stones. The only exception is his flowing hair, rendered with paint. Liang Xiaoxia keenly observed this subtle distinction. The hair depicted in the painting, more resplendent than the dazzling hair crafted from gemstones, truly embodies the elegance and texture of her locks. However, Liang Xiaoxia had read Xin Lu's biography in her father's study, and she realized that her greatest pride in life was not the defeat of the wicked demon, but rather her flowing, beautiful long hair. The gemstones failed to convey the quality of her hair. What of the golden and silver strands? There is not even a hint of gilding, merely a painted representation, which raises suspicion. Liang Xiaoxia squinted her eyes into a narrow slit, contemplating that the hair portion must be the crux of the matter. Renault, do you have a way for me to reach the mural above? She inquired. Extending a jade-like arm, as water trickled down her fair skin, her finger pointed directly at the dome. The ceiling was too high, although her jumping ability was remarkable. It was insufficient for a single leap to the top. Moreover, the vaulted ceiling was smooth and devoid of beams or columns, making it impossible to perch upon after a jump. Renault, noticing Liang Xiaoxia's delicate, pale arm glistening with water and tinged with a faint pink hue, paused momentarily before following the direction of her finger to gaze at the mural, deep in thought. "There is a method, but it can only be employed by you," he eventually replied after a moment's consideration. Chapter 26. The square wisdom is akin to using a small stool to scale a wall. The higher the stool of knowledge, the easier it is to surmount the barrier. Sitting cross-legged beside the bath, Reino retrieved a small brown vial from his pocket, methodically applying the liquid within to the fingers of his gloves. Liang Xiaoxia, immersed in the water with only half her head visible, soon grasped Reino's intention. The mysterious liquid in the vial was likely some form of adhesive, possibly a strong variant like 502 glue. Once adorned with gloves, she could adhere to the vaulted ceiling without causing harm to the exquisite mural. No wonder Reino remarked that this method could only be utilized by oneself. Even the most formidable gloves could barely support Liang Xiaoxia's weight. Reino's substantial frame would undoubtedly lead to a swift descent. After changing into her attire, her damp, pale golden hair was tied back into a ponytail, droplets cascading down her back. Donning Reino's gloves, coated in adhesive, she focused on the mural above, her knees slightly bent. With a couple of vigorous strides, she propelled herself skyward, soaring into the air. In that moment, Liang Xiaoxia resembled a delicate sparrow, light and agile. Her arms naturally extending behind her, legs perfectly straightened. Reino observed her leap intently, noting as she began to tire, the inevitable pull of gravity becoming apparent. He swiftly hurled a wooden plank toward her. Liang Xiaoxia's leap was nearly 6 times her height. The grace and agility of a sprite far exceed that of a mere human, yet this ascent only covered half the required distance. With nothing beneath her, she felt herself succumbing to gravity, just as Reino's thrown plank neared her. She deftly landed on the board with her left foot, using it as leverage for an additional upward thrust. Without pause, Reino continued to launch every plank he had, each one positioned with impeccable precision. Arriving beneath her, just as she began to descend, one after another, they appeared, and with a swift motion, Liang Xiaoxia extended her hands forward, firmly adhering herself beside the mural. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 10 seconds, a flawless synchronization born from years of camaraderie between the two sprites. Their trust and understanding unshakable. Before taking action, Liang Xiaoxia did not ponder the consequences of a misstep. She placed her trust in Reino, confident that he would catch her. This trust was not a reckless gamble with her life. It had evolved into an unbreakable rule forged through enduring collaboration during their training. Had the roles been reversed, Reino would have equally relied on her. "Thank you for not flinging the board at my face," Liang Xiaoxia remarked, her hands gripping the overhead suspension as she winked at Reino before turning her attention to the mural. As she examined the gem-encrusted mural up close, the dazzling brilliance of the gems nearly blinded her, and she momentarily lost her balance, steadied herself, and regained equilibrium in midair. With unwavering concentration, Reino, his keen eyes unblinking, monitored Liang Xiaoxia's every movement. He positioned himself directly beneath her, adopting a stance most conducive for a potential rescue. Liang Xiaoxia focused intently, removing her gloves to meticulously explore Xian Lu's hair, while simultaneously widening her left eye, imbued with the essence of a predator, to discern any possible clues. After a brief moment of contemplation to digest the information swirling in her mind, she pressed down on the immense ruby embedded in Xian Lu's scepter. With a thunderous roar, the mural depicting Xian Lu's golden hair seemed to come alive, extending outward to form a straight slide that led to a pool adorned with floating rose petals. Success! Liang Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. She discarded her gloves, clutched them in her hand, twisted her waist, and leaped onto the curving path, gliding down the golden-haired slide. Following closely behind, Reino also launched himself into the curve, and within moments, the two figures plunged into the pool. The bathing area lay in serene silence, as if nothing had ever transpired. Gliding through the rose-infused pool, Liang Xiaoxia and Reino finally touched the ground after a moment of playful sliding. As soon as they landed, Reino swiftly turned, bowing slightly as he stood upright, drawing forth the formidable black-feathered bow from his back, assuming a poised stance before his chest. Simultaneously, Liang Xiaoxia unsheathed the dagger bound at her side, holding it firmly as she vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light. Despite the elves' exceptional vision, they found themselves in a realm where visibility was utterly absent. Reino retrieved a compact elven lantern from his backpack, giving it a shake until it illuminated, casting a soft glow over a small area before them. Before Liang Xiaoxia and Reino lay a corridor, distinctly reflective of elven artistry. The walls on either side were adorned with exquisite green paint, entwined with intricate patterns of elven vines, while the embedded flowers were crafted from shimmering gemstones. The red petals and yellow stamens, under the lantern's gentle light, appeared vividly alluring. Towering on both sides of the corridor were statues of valiant heroes, undoubtedly elven warriors, brandishing shields or drawing bows, their expressions solemn and dignified. Heroine Xinlo was the fourth-generation elven queen, while the current queen of Liang Xiaoxia's clan, Haidai, is the 74th. Across 7 decades, nearly 8,000 years have passed. It was from the 4th generation onward that the once unified elven race, for reasons unknown, fragmented into 4 distinct tribes, dispersed across the corners of the world. The reigning elven queen of this generation is indeed Xinlo. The statues flanking the corridor likely represent the legendary Valiant Guard, a battalion of 12 elven sentinels directly commanded by the queen, executing her orders with unyielding loyalty and invincible prowess. Liang Xiaoxia gazed up at the elven warrior, towering over her with an imposing stature, a shiver of trepidation coursing through her. The statues were astonishingly lifelike, every detail of their skin's texture rendered with exquisite clarity, as if they were indeed animated beings. The sound of their footsteps echoed softly, the delicate nature of elven movement amplified in the eerie stillness of the corridor. Following closely behind Reno, who held the elven lantern aloft, Liang Xiaoxia found a peculiar sense of security in his slender and upright silhouette, casting a gentle glow in the dim surroundings, which alleviated the oppressive aura of the statues lining the corridor. Although the corridor was not particularly lengthy, Liang Xiaoxia felt as though she had traversed it for an eternity. Upon exiting, she found herself in an expansive underground plaza. The intricate elegance characteristic of elven design enveloped the area, with a continuous band of relief sculptures adorning the smooth walls, rising from the ground to the ceiling, encircling a colossal magical circle at the center. Directly opposite the plaza, 2 stone doors stood tightly shut, each adorned with a sculpture of a seated and a standing figure of a Xinlo, their presence commanding. Liang Xiaoxia was profoundly captivated by the grandeur of this subterranean expanse. Having previously visited Tiananmen Square and admired the monument to the people's heroes and its accompanying reliefs, she had marveled at the embodiment of collective wisdom. Yet, the magnificent array of relief sculptures surrounding the plaza before her was a striking exaggeration of that experience. The entire composition resembled an elaborate display of sculptures encircling a grand stadium. Although the sculptures bore signs of fading, the artistry displayed in their craftsmanship was a testament to the pinnacle of elven artistic expression. Adjusting her steps, Liang Xiaoxia and Reno, with their small lanterns in hand, began to examine each relief closely. It was then that she finally comprehended the narrative woven into the artwork. The left half of the painting narrates the tale of the division of the elven race into 4 factions, seemingly incited by some form of provocation or curse. A figure, shrouded in a robe that obscures their form, appears repeatedly throughout the artwork. This character presumably embodies the catalyst for the elf schism. Conversely, the right half elucidates the method and purpose for activating the magical array in the center of the square. To fully initiate this magical circle, it requires the elven queen to relinquish all her blood, in conjunction with the life tree's cooperation. Upon calculating the position, Liang Xiaoxia realizes that the square they occupy lies directly above the life tree, several meters down. It turns out that beneath the life tree lies this enigmatic space. In the painting, a female elf, wielding a staff, is depicted with a dagger plunged into her chest, her blood being absorbed into the magical array. Yet, she remains steadfast and unyielding. This is a colossal teleportation array, capable of transporting beings from its surface to another realm once fully activated. However, the destination remains unspecified. As Liang Xiaoxia continues to the end of the painting, she observes elves joyfully inhabiting a paradise free from worries. But where's this place? The painting offers no clues. It appears that the key to resolving this mystery lies behind these 2 stone doors. My descendants, whether standing or seated, please do not recline. Above the 2 stone doors, elegant elven vines entwined to form this cryptic phrase. Aside from this riddle, the stone doors lack handles or keyholes. The 2 statues of elves gracefully clasp their hands together, resting on their laps. The thickness of the doors remains uncertain. A gentle push elicits no response. Attempting to force them open would prove exceedingly difficult. There must be a particular method to activate it, yet no special clues or hints are available. What shall we do now? Liang Xiaoxia thoroughly examined the 2 statues, but found no trace of information. She turned to inquire with Reno behind her. The fuel of the elfin lamp was running low. They could either proceed forward or retreat. Otherwise, when the light extinguished, both Liang Xiaoxia and Reno would be trapped in this fathomless chamber. Reno furrowed his brow. A hint of melancholy etched on his sharply defined features. After a moment, he removed the black feather from his back, placing the bow and elfin lamp into Liang Xiaoxia's hands, while he equipped himself with a dagger, turning to vanish into the darkness. "Stay here," came a distant whisper from the shadows, unmistakably Reno's voice. He was summoning assistance. To be left alone here would be a lie if she claimed not to feel uneasy or frightened. Clutching the black feather tightly, Liang Xiaoxia engaged in a simple exchange through the eye of carnage and the black feather to distract herself. Our fear lies not in the darkness itself, but in the unknown lurking within it. The words of Madagini resurfaced in her mind. She sat on the cold, hard stone floor, the chill permeating through her thin clothing. Liang Xiaoxia curled her body even smaller. Chapter 27. Waiting. I do not fear the darkness. I fear the unknown within it. That which lies beyond my control renders me powerless, leaving me with no choice but to accept. Posterity standing, sitting, lying down. Liang Xiaoxia pondered the aphorism on the door incessantly, striving to conquer her fear of solitude in the dark. Posterity must refer to them, the descendants of the elfin race. That much was certain. The meanings of standing and sitting, however, remained ambiguous. Reclining, is it indicative of meditation and rest? No, it should not be. The light of the fairy lamp grew increasingly dim, akin to a small vessel adrift upon a tumultuous sea, flickering incessantly. Ultimately, after a few sudden illuminations, the lamp extinguished. Liang Xiaoxia found herself enveloped in darkness, seated upon the frigid floor, cradling the black feather. Indeed, reclining signifies death. Slowly, in the depths of obscurity, Liang Xiaoxia rose, positioning her bow behind her. She drew forth a small knife, incising her left index finger. Following a brief pang of pain, silvery blood trickled languidly from the wound. Liang Xiaoxia, unable to see the injury, simply felt the warmth of her blood as she smeared her crimson-stained finger upon the two stone doors. The sound echoed kakaka. Had she been able to perceive it, she would have realized that the two streaks of blood were perfectly aligned upon the hands of the fairy statue. The once static statue of Shinlo smiled and nodded, parting the stone doors to grant passage to the seeker. A gust of frigid wind rushed towards Liang Xiaoxia, enveloping her. It opened. A stir of emotion surged within her. She grasped the black feather tightly and ventured through the now open stone door, entering the right chamber first. The moment she opened the door, the lights upon the walls flared to life. The brightness stung her eyes, causing tears to flow, rendering her vision a blur of stark white. Once her sight adjusted, she discerned the furnishings within the stone room. It appeared to be a martial arts chamber. Modest in size, its walls lined with an array of weapons, long since decayed under the ravages of time. The elven carpet that once adorned the floor had faded, its vibrant green lost to a dull blackened state, with only faint silver patterns lingering. In the center of this unadorned room, upon a simple stand, rested a bow, its silver body glinting with a luminous sheen beneath the light. Upon encountering the bow, Liang Xiaoxia's eyes widened in sheer delight, as if she had won the lottery. She was so entranced by the bow that she failed to notice the drool escaping her lips. Her cherubic face was painted with a gluttonous expression, reminiscent of a greedy fox eyeing a roasted chicken, its skin crisp and glistening with fat. The bow was a stunning piece of craftsmanship, with a twisted grip and a razor-sharp blade gleaming coldly on one side. Its perfect semicircular form and the top bowstring made from an unknown material commanded attention. The grip was adorned with a circle of cherry-sized emeralds, meticulously polished into hexagonal shapes. White vines coiled around the bow, with silver leaves gracefully extending from them, occupying the space above. Glamorous, elegant, and powerful, this was Liang Xiaoxia's immediate impression of the bow. It exuded a nobility surpassing that of the thorn shadow and a refinement greater than that of the black feather of Reno. Despite its intricate craftsmanship and elaborate carvings, it bore no trace of vulgarity or ostentation. It was akin to the resplendent moon in a clear sky, noble, elegant, and chillingly serene. Enchanted by its perfection, yet daunted by its sharpness, Liang Xiaoxia found herself rooted in place, almost unable to move. With great effort, she clung to her remaining sanity as she surveyed her surroundings, and after confirming there were no traps, she seized the bow. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into her mind, scenes of bloody carnage playing like a film within her consciousness. A wave of nausea washed over her, and her complexion turned ashen. The memories boiled within her mind like scalding water, bubbling and roiling. With gritted teeth, Liang Xiaoxia summoned her willpower, barely managing to stay upright. At that moment, her left eye turned blood red, pulsating in its socket, a piercing pain coursing through her. These memories arrived swiftly, only to dissipate just as rapidly. As the wave of crimson memories receded, Liang Xiaoxia sat on the ground, breathless. She began to quietly examine the bow before her. This bow, known as shiqi, was forged from the molten lava of subterranean volcanoes mixed with various metals. Unlike ordinary longbows, which are typically crafted from wood, bamboo, or horn for flexibility, shiqi was a formidable iron bow. During its creation, rare materials such as meteorite iron, mithril, and golden crystal steel were incorporated, rendering it both resilient and robust. Over time, the original name of shiqi faded into obscurity, and it became commonly referred to as the cursed bow. Shiqi possessed remarkable power. When combined, it functioned as a bow, while when separated, it could serve as a double-handed sword, and its two halves could even be wielded as a staff. Most astonishingly, the bow, crafted by ancient elven artisans, could transform its appearance and decorative patterns according to the user's will. If one was dissatisfied, they could effortlessly alter shiqi's form. After piecing together her memories, Liang Xiaoxia could not help but exclaim her misfortune. Wielding this bow seemed akin to being possessed by a deity of calamity, bringing misfortune to all. Initially, the curse of shiqi was subtle. Previous wielders had perished valiantly in battle, bequeathing the bow to their successors. However, as time progressed, the curse intensified, leading to increasingly gruesome demises for its users. Some were dismembered, others flayed alive by foes, and some crushed to a bloody pulp by heavy stones. Even those who merely touched the bow were not spared. They either succumbed to mysterious ailments, fell into eternal slumber, or met their end from mere missteps. The bow's last owner, an unfortunate elf, clutched it for mere moments before choking to death on a sip of water. Liang Xiaoxia, having sorted through her recollections, was drenched in cold sweat. After being concealed here by the fourth generation of Queen Xinlo for thousands of years, surely shiqi is mellowed by now? Liang Xiaoxia puffed her cheeks, her eyes gleaming red and green, caught in a dilemma as she gazed at shiqi in her hand. Suddenly, a two-handed sword fell from a wooden rack by the wall, crashing down at Liang Xiaoxia's feet without warning. Goodness! Startled, Liang Xiaoxia instinctively tossed shiqi away. The exquisite bow, lying quietly on the ground, transformed into a radiant glow and merged into Liang Xiaoxia's being. This was disastrous. The great calamity clung to her like an unrelenting adhesive, impossible to shake off. Liang Xiaoxia attentively sensed shiqi within her. It seemed to possess its own emotions, lazily asserting its presence, conveying a message to her not to entertain any notions of discarding it. Well then, first came the Eye of Slaughter, and now the cursed bow. She, Liang Xiaoxia, a pacifistic spirit, felt as though she were being transformed into a hellish overlord. Oh, my esteemed shiqi, could you please relent and emerge? I promise to find you a worthy patron, one who will provide you with ample opportunities for mischief throughout your lifetime, shall we? Liang Xiaoxia attempted to engage in a simple dialogue with the Eye of Slaughter and shiqi. Alas, it was futile, too dull. Shiqi succinctly expressed its disinterest. Cloaked in the most resplendent guise, shiqi reveled in cruelty, deriving pleasure and amusement from slaughter, which was its preferred pastime. This explains why those who possessed shiqi over the years met with such tragic fates. The curse was but a figment. Everything stemmed from shiqi's desire for entertainment. Boredom, then. Very well. Shall I regale you with a joke if you deign to show yourself? Liang Xiaoxia was secretly consulting with shiqi in her heart, her little heart pounding with trepidation. There was no escape. Her life was firmly in his grasp, and under the eaves, one must bow their head. You speak first, she said. Lord shiqi wishes to see the goods first. Two individuals fell into a well. The deceased are called the dead, but what do we call the living? Liang Xiaoxia posed a riddle, only to find shiqi unresponsive. She continued, the living are called for help. Still no reaction. Could he be asleep? Just as her anxious heart began to settle, shiqi's thoughts reached her. You little sprite are rather amusing. I shall spare you for now, henceforth. Entertain me with a joke each day, one as delightful as this. Fortunately, shiqi's demands were not too burdensome. Liang Xiaoxia had just enough humor stored away to satisfy him for a while. With a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth, she felt grateful for the killing left eye of the Mo sect, which allowed her to communicate with shiqi. Otherwise, she might have become another cursed victim. As she followed the light to the stone door, she discovered it ajar. The room was filled with decaying weapons, and there sat Liang Xiaoxia in the center of the filthy black ground, staring vacantly, lost in thought. "Xiaoxia, why are you sitting on the ground?" asked Reno, noticing a beautiful elven bow that had suddenly appeared in her hands, filled with curiosity and preparing to take a closer look. Upon hearing Liang Xiaoxia's words, Reno's pupils constricted, and his expression turned somber. A devoted archer, he had a broader knowledge than Liang Xiaoxia. He had once encountered an introduction to the cursed bow in a book. Considering the shape of the bow and Liang Xiaoxia's warning, it is undoubtedly the infamous cursed elven bow in her possession. Chapter 28. Ignorance. There exist two distinct forms of ignorance: superficial ignorance that precedes knowledge, and profound ignorance that follows it. Michel de Montaigne Reynolds wisely refrained from inquiring how Liang Xiaoxia discerned the bow as the cursed one. Nor did he question why she seemed unharmed while wielding it. Every elf harbors certain secrets, which one may speculate upon. Yet it is paramount to grant them the autonomy to choose whether to disclose such truths. A decade has been ample time for him to perceive the true essence of his little elven apprentice. Though his Xiaoxia occasionally displayed a capricious nature, she also exhibited diligence. She was astute and industrious, often uttering words that perplexed him. Reynolds never pressed for answers nor indulged in unfounded conjectures. The innate kindness of elves effectively suppressed any seeds of doubt, denying them the opportunity to take root. Ignorance does not justify the quest for secrets. Should he wish to uncover something, Reynolds could delve into books and research, rather than recklessly posing inquiries. Alternatively, he could await an opportune moment for Liang Xiaoxia to reveal her secrets on her own accord, just as he too harbored his own mysteries. As they once again stowed away their weapons, Liang Xiaoxia and Reynolds turned to enter another chamber. This martial arts room, having been thoroughly searched, yielded no valuable findings nor hints regarding their departure from the underground plaza. The grand door to the room on the left stood ajar, the emblem of Queen Xinlo having vanished. Only a violet carpet extended before them, beckoning them to enter. This is a study, although referred to as a study. The room on the left is as spacious as a small library. Thick, gold-embossed tomes are meticulously arranged and categorized upon the shelves. Delicate fairy lamps illuminate the path as Liang Xia and Reno enter, each flickering to life in succession. The entire room is bright and airy, immaculately tidy. Liang Xia recognizes that the arrangement of the bookshelves is intricately designed to form a dust-repelling array, preserving these ancient volumes as if they had just been bound. At the end of the violet-printed carpet lies a massive experimental table, devoid of any instruments. The smooth, polished surface of the black corundum is etched with dozens of intricate nested arrays. Having studied some arrays, Liang Xia can barely discern 2 or 3 of them. Beyond the table filled with books, this experimental surface alone would leave numerous experiment enthusiasts envious. Liang Xia casually pulls out a volume titled Agricultural Meteorology, its pale blue cover exuding a faint scent of ink. The golden-green lettering is neatly slanted, and the entire text is handwritten, as if it had just been completed. The only peculiar aspect of this small library is the absence of a single book on martial techniques. There are indeed some texts on array research, yet they predominantly focus on theory and study. While they may hold some reference value for practitioners of spell singing and array studies, their utility is quite limited. If this underground square was indeed constructed by the 4th-generation queen, Exine Lu, her intentions were undoubtedly profound. She has provided the elves with a means of retreat, a colossal array capable of transporting their entire kin. A bow so lethal that merely touching it could lead to death, and a room filled with books. From an individual standpoint, the most advantageous item is likely that bow, renowned among elves for its immense destructive power. From the perspective of the clan, that magic array holds greater value. It provides the entire elven race with a means of retreat, ensuring their survival in times of crisis. Liang Xiaoxia cradled her face in her hands, finding more solace in the room filled with books. Although none pertained to martial skills, these volumes possess the potential to cultivate a new generation of elves capable of governing and leading their kin toward prosperity for millennia. Indeed, upon this foundation of knowledge, a splendid new elven dynasty could be established. After all, these books could not sprout legs and flee. The stone door gradually closed behind Liang Xiaoxia and Renu, as the 2 elven figures, bows slung across their backs, once again vanished into the enveloping darkness. With an uncanny ability to navigate the shadows, Renu moved with a steady and measured gait, each step deliberate and evenly spaced. Liang Xiaoxia, following closely behind, found herself shrouded in thick darkness, unable to discern Renu's form. She relied solely on the warmth radiating from his palm and the rhythmic sound of his confident footsteps to ascertain his presence. His large hand enveloped her smaller one, causing her to feel a slight sweat on her palm and a flush on her cheeks. They had arrived. Renu halted, revealing that they had traversed the square and the corridor, reaching their destination. Liang Xiaoxia gently tugged her hand free from Renu's grasp. With outstretched arms, she began to explore the corridor, hoping to discover something extraordinary. By utilizing her unique ability, the Eye of Slaughter, she sought to recall the mechanism that would unlock hidden secrets. Renu, displaying patience, knelt in a corner, waiting for Xiaoxia to make a discovery. She seemed to possess a special talent for unearthing concealed mechanisms through touch. In the darkness, the breaths of the two elves resonated, amplified many-fold. Reclining leisurely, Reno cradled his bow, envisioning the comical antics of Liang Xiaoxia as she fumbled about, her usually serious lips curling into a slight smile. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing. After her exploration, Liang Xiaoxia, with a hint of frustration, remarked softly, having inadvertently cut her finger on the sharp edge of a statue, leaving a small wound. The absence of illumination made the task cumbersome. With a thud, she slapped her forehead in annoyance, realizing she had forgotten that although she was not a spellcaster, she could at least perform a basic level 0 light spell. Rubbing the back of her ear, she waved her hand in vexation, causing a tiny point of light to coalesce at the tip of her left index finger. This illumination brightened the small space between her and Reno, revealing the twinkling mischief in his golden eyes. It seemed she had once again excelled in theory, yet faltered in practice. Liang Xiaoxia's understanding of spellcasting was honed under the tutelage of her father, Matakini. Level 0 spells required no incantation, operating effectively with mere gestures and boasting a success rate of 100%, yet she often forgot to employ them. Overindulgence in theoretical knowledge had distanced her from practical application. With the newfound light in her grasp, Liang Xiaoxia searched with renewed vigor, finally spotting a red gemstone at the corridor's apex, identical to the one she had pressed upon arrival. It appeared this was indeed the mechanism. In a serene glade, the elven queen Zelaya sat nonchalantly, surrounded by small yellow flowers, dewdrops glistening on her robe that trailed on the ground, of which she paid no heed. With a faint smile gracing her slender face and her back held straight, she appeared quite invigorated, though in reality, she had not rested for several days. Renaud stood respectfully to the side, meticulously recounting to the queen the process and outcomes of their exploration of the bathing grounds. After conferring with Liang Xiaoxia, he did not conceal from the queen the matter of Liang Xiaoxia obtaining the legendary cursed bow. Liang Xiaoxia also presented the bow, confirming its existence. Observing Liang Xiaoxia, who resembled a timid shadow hiding behind Renaud, nervously peering out, the elven queen couldn't help but chuckle. This scene felt incredibly familiar. At times, this child exhibited the demeanor of an adult, displaying intelligence and determination. At other moments, she resembled a whimsical child, lost in fanciful thoughts. Since gifting her the stone bead, I had never ceased to watch over her, inexplicably sensing that this child would bring her unexpected surprises. With a gentle smile, Hai rose from the grass, tidying the dewdrops on her robe, and affectionately patted Liang Xiaoxia's head. Turning to Renaud, she spoke earnestly. Next, I must trouble you to visit the Sea clan. We must ascertain how that human infiltrator managed to breach our lands. Although the queen's directive was addressed to the two elves, it was evident that Liang Xiaoxia was merely an accessory to the task. Her diminutive stature and round face hardly suggested she was suited for significant responsibilities. Her youthful appearance was a disadvantage. Liang Xiaoxia was lost in her thoughts when she felt the queen bend down, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, and softly said, Xiaoxia, you are exceptional. You surpass most of the children in our clan. However, I hope you remember two things. First, be cautious with that bow. Second, mastery in combat is defined by quality, not quantity. Liang Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the queen was indeed offering her guidance. As for the matter of martial skills, it was high time for her to contemplate it earnestly. Currently, Liang Xiaoxia was learning incantations with Matakini, yet she could not even recall a simple illumination spell. Other instructors had imparted to her a myriad of knowledge, leaving her a jack of all trades, yet master of none. Reflecting on her past life as a diligent student, she felt a twinge of shame. For despite being granted a second chance at life, she had once again fallen into the old error of knowing but not applying her skills. At present, she longed to emulate the legendary hero Yang Guo, possessing a plethora of techniques that were, regrettably, rather mediocre and uninspired. The queen's pointed remark struck home, causing Liang Xiaoxia's cheeks to flush crimson as she lowered her head and nodded earnestly, eager to learn. Chapter 29. Golden City. Excessive time often leads us to become fixated on matters. Yet, if we do not allow ourselves to be engrossed, how can we justify the abundance of time we possess? Lying on her bed, Liang Xiaoxia chuckled mischievously, her hands cradling her head in bliss. This marked her inaugural venture away from home. Although she had not traversed oceans to embark on adventures in human society, the sea tribe was not something a young sprite like her would typically encounter. In the tales of her previous life, mermaids were merely characters from Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, beautiful beings with the upper body of a woman and the tail of a fish, who fell in love with a prince and ultimately turned into bubbles. In reality, the closest resemblance to a mermaid was the dugong, which, in Liang Xiaoxia's opinion, left much to be desired in terms of aesthetics. Where was the legendary beauty? In this world, however, mermaids were indeed real creatures, predominantly female, with a scarcity of males. They are utterly omnivorous, consuming everything from small fish and shrimp to humans, and they have no need for fire to cook their meals. They delight in dishes such as sashimi. Liang Xiaoxia pondered this and felt a tinge of melancholy, relying on their unique oviparous reproductive method. The population of mermaids far exceeds that of her own kind, the elves. To the mermaids, elves are indeed a rarity, in stark contrast to the elves' extended lifespans. Human life resembles a fleeting journey, where a mere week or two passes like the ephemeral bloom of a flower. The lifespan of a mermaid is even shorter, akin to the delicate mayfly, which dances a vibrant waltz on a midsummer night, only to meet its demise at dawn after a brief performance. The shortest-lived mermaids exist for merely 3 to 4 years, aging rapidly post-mating, while the longest-lived among them barely reach a century, just enough to rival humans. Consequently, most mermaids embody whimsical improvisation. They revel in song, adore their unique underwater dances, and are both warm-hearted and capricious. In moments of joy, they wish to offer the finest treasures of the world, yet in times of disdain, they can trample others into the dust. The hearts of mermaids mirror the ever-changing face of the sea. This is a consistent portrayal found in various texts that describe the mercurial nature of mermaids. After reporting to her parents about her mission from the elf queen, Duolon was filled with excitement. She hastily gathered a plethora of items, eager to embark on the journey herself. I am merely going for a month or two, dear mother. It's not as if I shall never return. Your preparations are rather excessive. The bed was heaped with an array of garments, resembling a small mountain. Liang Xiaoxia precariously perched on the edge, almost slipping off. Could this be an undisclosed moving operation? What are you pondering, my dear? Of course, mother will accompany you, for we are heading to the Sea Clan. I shall tend to you, my little darling, while also reuniting with old friends. Doran, upon seeing her little sprite, propped her chin on one hand. Her large apricot eyes clouded with a dreamy haze. Overwhelmed with affection, she embraced Liang Xiaoxia, exclaiming how irresistibly adorable her darling was, wishing to hold her forever. The roundness of her little face bore a striking resemblance to Doran's youth, yet Liang Xiaoxia was far more obedient, considerate, clever, and quick-witted. Martokini stood by the door. Observing his wife Doran assist their child in packing, his usually stoic heart softened with ripples of warmth. However, upon hearing Doran mention meeting old friends, his expression darkened swiftly, as he tugged reluctantly at Doran to leave. Oh dear, there seems to be an affair afoot. Liang Xiaoxia, witnessing the subtle exchanges between her parents, couldn't help but speculate about the identity of that mysterious old friend. The elven race is renowned for its loyalty and devotion and love, and she harbored no concerns about any rifts in her parents' relationship. Yet, she had never comprehended why her vivacious mother was drawn to her father, or how her father's disciplined nature could endure her mother's exuberant spirit. Ultimately, Doran was led away by Martokini, but not before she slipped Liang Xiaoxia a large bag of elven gummies, requesting her to deliver them to the old friend, Lorpelosa. In the mermaid language, it signifies an extraordinary mermaid. Liang Xiaoxia, with a head full of black lines, took over a bag of soft candies as large as her own head, slinging it onto her back, ready for departure. It is worth mentioning that this expedition, originally intended for 2 members of the sea tribe, has now included 2 guests, Qianhe and Nichio. A decade has passed, and Qianhe has only grown slightly taller, still shorter than Liang Xiaoxia, with half-long hair tied in a small ponytail at the back of her head. Her chin remains slightly upturned, and her red rabbit-like eyes radiate an air of disdainful pride. Qianhe leans against a large tree, wielding a double-handed sword that is nearly as tall as she is, restlessly kicking at the small stones at her feet. In contrast, Nichio has begun to mature, gradually shedding the roundness of childhood for the uniquely pointed face of an elf. Her ivory-white porcelain skin complements her flaxen hair, which is styled into 2 braids, interwoven with a white headband that signifies her identity as a healer, making her appear as a pure little beauty. After several years of following and learning the art of healing, Nichio has perfectly emulated the gentle and serene aura of her teacher, Elder Guyu, standing quietly to the side. Her posture upright and adorned in a pristine white robe, she remains silent, though her eyes frequently dart toward Liang Xiaoxia, filled with a tender gaze that binds her with unspoken affection. I truly do not wish to be the leader of the children's group. Liang Xiaoxia felt the familiar onset of a headache. These 2 little beings, one arrogant and the other clingy, seemed to clash whenever they were together. Their noses and eyes scrunched in irritation, their bickering a commonplace occurrence. Upon encountering Nichio, Qianhe transformed into a torrent of sharp remarks, unleashing a barrage of sarcasm and mockery. The little mudball appeared as a pitiful creature, expressing its grievances with soft whimpers, burrowing into Liang Xiaoxia's embrace. Within her heart, a tiny figure wept in despair, drawing circles of frustration, realizing that with these 2 little sprites in tow, moments of tranquility would be a distant dream. Indeed, as Liang Xiaoxia anticipated, the 2 little ones remained restless throughout the journey. One would cry, while the other would sulk in anger. Reno, carrying his beloved black-feathered friend, strolled ahead, blissfully unaware, humming a tune he had just learned from the library's collection. Despite Liang Xiaoxia's attempts to soothe one and then the other, peace eluded her as they adamantly refused to listen. Qianhe shut her eyes defiantly, her small face lifted in stubborn denial, while the mudball's tears threatened to spill over, wrinkling the hem of her dress into an unrecognizable state. Eventually exasperated, Liang Xiaoxia sought solace in the company of Master Shirsi. Although Master Shirsi had a penchant for amusement through dark humor, often toying with the notion of ending lives when displeased, he was remarkably easy to please. Regardless of the jokes Liang Xiaoxia told, he would laugh heartily, albeit sometimes taking a moment longer to grasp the punchline. The most harmonious moments of their days were undoubtedly during mealtimes. The sprites adhered to the noble etiquette of silence while eating, and Liang Xiaoxia exerted herself to prepare a variety of steamed and braised vegetable feasts, hoping to prolong their dining experience. This led to Reno casting puzzled glances, wondering why Xiao was not as enthusiastic in cooking when they were alone together. The forest continent of the Shijing sprites was vast, and it took nearly a month of rapid travel to reach the sandy shores of the desert, due to its unique geographical features and ocean currents. The eastern coast of the continent is almost devoid of vegetation, receiving scant rainfall throughout the year, thus forming an expansive coastal desert that one must traverse. The surface of the desert is sparsely dotted with a few withered, yellowing grasses, and as far as the eye can see, swirling clouds of yellow sand fill the air. A drop of sweat falls, immediately evaporated by the relentless sun. In this very desert, however, lies a wealth of minerals and gemstones. Here resides a tribe of approximately 300 black dwarfs, who sustain themselves through ironworking and the trade of tools. Despite living in a landscape barren of water and food, the black dwarves lead a surprisingly prosperous existence. Benefiting from their dual amicable relations with both the elves and the sea folk, the black dwarf tribe exchanges their crafted tools, weapons, and fuels for essential supplies at high prices. Their craftsmanship is exquisite. A fine blade can procure a year's worth of rations and water from the elves, while from the sea folk, they can acquire superior underwater steel, rare fish bones, and an abundance of marine products. Reynolds strides ahead, bow in hand, braving the gusty winds and swirling sands, followed closely by 3 little elves. It seems they are en route to the golden city of the black dwarfs. Liang Xiaoxia, her face swathed in cloth and her hood tightly secured, feels the harshness of the sun. In just one day, her skin has cracked and her lips have begun to peel from dehydration. With one hand grasping a mud ball and the other pulling along Qianhe, Liang Xiaoxia's heart is filled with a hint of excitement. The black dwarf's golden city is not large from a distance in the desert. It appears merely as a small black dot. The air shimmers and distorts under the heat, and as Liang Xiaoxia rubs her eyes, she wonders if she is witnessing a mirage. A gasp escaped her lips. Was this merely an illusion? A brilliant white light illuminated the distance, revealing a rugged fortress standing amidst the yellow sands. The dome and stout pillars soared high, while the thick city walls gleamed with a silvery gold hue. Two colossal statues of black dwarves towered into the clouds, wielding axes and shields, guarding the fortress like sentinels. My goodness, what a grand spectacle! The keen-eyed quartet of little sprites had already noted that this modest fortress was indeed forged from gold. Aside from the black iron or adorning the apex of the dome, even the fence outside the city gate was extravagantly coated in gold. Liang Xiaoxia, the money-obsessed sprite, stared in wide-eyed astonishment, her mind racing to calculate how much wealth this gold could yield if converted to currency. Mudball rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if sand had invaded them. Even Qianhe, who usually held herself in high regard, stood with her mouth agape at the side of the elfin city. Reno turned to glance at the little ones trailing behind him, a smile tugging at his lips. It was their first encounter with the Golden City, and none of them could contain their astonishment. How could he, too, not have felt the same wonder in his youth? Chapter 30. Entering the city. Happiness arrived with such swiftness and surprise, leaving me to ponder deeply whether it was merely a self-deception akin to the countless days and nights that had passed. The black dwarf patrolling the city walls had spotted Liang Xiaoxia and her companions. He let out a peculiar cry before hastily descending, disappearing from sight. By the time the four sprites, one large and three small, reached the gates of the Golden City, a black dwarf was already waiting for them outside. He possessed a dark complexion, was not particularly tall, and his tousled long hair along with a stubbly beard obscured his face, leaving only two small eyes resembling black beetles visible. Dressed in exquisite handmade light armor that nonetheless hinted at a primitive style, the black dwarf approached the four elves with caution, brandishing a spear, and began to dance. The peculiar and animated movements of his dance were accompanied by a spontaneous chant, though the words were indecipherable. What should we do? Shall we join in the revelry by clapping our hands? Could it be that you are an otherworldly descendant of Jie Chou, with such spirited energy? Liang Xiaoxia's expression remained rigid as she observed the dwarf, who was completely immersed in his peculiar performance. Qianhe and Nichio stood frozen, at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. Eventually, with a loud exclamation, the black dwarf placed a fist-sized lump of gold upon the ground before them, along with an equally sized piece of silver, all the while gazing at them intently as he slowly retreated. Reno took 3 deliberate steps forward, locking eyes with the dwarf, bent down to pick up the gold, and without a second glance, tossed it to Liang Xiaoxia. The dwarf appeared to breathe a sigh of relief upon witnessing Reno's actions and, in a winding and peculiar dialect of the common tongue, remarked, "The delivery time has not yet arrived. Why have you come so early this year?" It seemed he had mistaken Liang Xiaoxia and her companions for the annual trading elves. Holding the substantial piece of gold, which was unrefined and of average quality, Liang Xiaoxia caressed and examined it incessantly, utterly enamored. "This is gold. I have never encountered such a large piece in my entire life." Liang Xiaoxia could hardly resist the urge to press her eyes against the gold, her gaze so enamored that it made Qianhe cover her eyes in embarrassment. Alas, this greedy little sprite had brought shame upon herself in front of the dark dwarfs. The dark dwarfs took great pride in gold. They cherished it and delighted in all things crafted from it. To express their hospitality, after the dance, they would present a piece of gold and a piece of silver for their guests to choose from. Choosing gold signified friendship, while selecting silver indicated enmity. For the dark dwarfs' sworn foes, the light dwarfs had a penchant for silverware. Previously, a group of elves had come to trade, and though they astutely selected the gold, a symbol of camaraderie, they failed to show any appreciation for it, carelessly casting the gold aside as if it were mere refuse. This behavior displeased many dark dwarfs. Had it not been for the exquisite fruit wine produced by the elves, they would have preferred to avoid dealing with these delicate, tall beings, whose pale skin resembled that of the effeminate light dwarfs. However, upon witnessing Liang Xiaoxiao's unabashed love for gold, the welcoming dark dwarfs found themselves feeling more favorably towards her. Although they had maintained a long-standing trade relationship with the elves, they held a certain disdain for their haughty and fastidious nature, which was often marked by overly polite and restrained gestures, lacking in directness and ease. Liang Xiaoxiao's genuine admiration for gold was unmistakable, inadvertently earning her the respect of the dark dwarfs who shared her passion. "Ah, friend, I am Jinmu. What is your name?" the dark dwarf said, turning to signal the opening of the city gates, before returning to Liang Xiaoxia with a hearty gesture, presenting her with a slightly larger piece of gold, which he placed into her arms. This dark dwarf was indeed a veritable treasure trove. Such a splendid opportunity to acquire a bit more was simply too good to pass up. Liang Xiaoxia tucked the gold from the black dwarf into her embrace. allowing herself a moment of relaxation as a sweet smile graced her lips. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated charm as they playfully flickered at the dwarf. Her delicate, cherry-pink lips parted and closed, showcasing to the fullest her youthful allure. "My name is Xia. It is a pleasure to meet you." Jin Mu observed Liang Xiaoxia's adorable demeanor, a flush creeping onto his otherwise stoic face, though his bushy beard and hair concealed much of it. Typically, he harbored a disdain for elves, finding their names excessively long and their etiquette as cumbersome as a dwarf's beard, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Yet, Liang Xiaoxia's sweet, melodic voice brushed against his heart like a soft feather, tickling him with an unexpected delight. Should she discover that this newly acquainted friend harbored such far-reaching intentions? Wishing her to be his mistress, she would undoubtedly retaliate with the gold ingot in her hand. Unlike the monogamous elves, the dwarf society was male-dominated, with dwarven men responsible for providing through work, primarily forging and blacksmithing, with a minority engaged in mining. The duty of their wives was to manage the household and bear more children. Each male dwarf could take up to 3 wives. The stronger and more skilled in forging one was, the more attention and admiration he garnered from the black dwarf maidens. The elven entourage followed Jin Mu as they entered the Golden City through the grand gates. A scene that vividly brought to life the elaborate imagery of Zhang Yimou's film Curse of the Golden Flower. However, the careless dwarf lacked the finesse for intricate craftsmanship. The entrances to the city were merely represented by the most primitive geometric shapes, with the walls adorned only by rudimentary carvings of weapons. The doorways were not particularly tall, allowing 3 small elves to pass without issue, yet Rainer often found himself stooping to avoid collisions. Along the way, the bustling black dwarfs, both men and women, cast curious glances at the unfamiliar visitors led by Jin Mu. Wasn't Jin Mu the one who typically detested elves? Why this sudden enthusiasm today? Wondered some of the dwarfs who recognized him. Jin Mu had long since cast Rainer and the other 2 elves aside, eagerly following Liang Xiaoxia as he animatedly described the customs and culture of the Golden City. His peculiar accent and occasional miswordings elicited soft laughter from Liang Xiaoxia. As he admired her delicately chiseled features and cherubic face, his satisfaction grew, and he strained to conjure topics to capture her attention. This dwarf is quite the chatterbox. In a previous life, he would have been a master of stand-up comedy. Liang Xiaoxia, oblivious to Jin Mu's intentions behind his shaggy appearance, found his hospitality bordering on madness. As he rambled on, spewing forth a torrent of words, she was not particularly bothered, especially since every so often, Jin Mu would produce a small gold nugget from his pocket, pressing it into her hand as a token of their furry friendship. Liang Xiaoxiao accepted the gold with a smile, her eyes gleaming with desire, wishing she could strip him of his garments to gather all the gold into her embrace. Renaud, though neglected, remained unfazed, his keen eyes scanning the roadside for a blacksmith shop, intent on crafting some arrows for himself. Meanwhile, Qianhe seethed with resentment, glaring fiercely at Jin Mu's retreating figure, disregarding the fact that his remarks were directed at the mudball she despised. With a sharp tongue, she mocked in Elvish. "Look at that short, hairy fellow, filthy beyond measure. It seems he hasn't bathed in ages. Why does he ramble on incessantly, dragging Xia Mo into his chatter? What a load of rubbish, utterly devoid of beauty." Understanding that Liang Xia's fondness for gold was a weakness to exploit, Jin Mu couldn't help but smirk ruefully. The gold he carried was dwindling, having been largely transferred to Liang Xia's pockets. With a shrewd glint in his eye, Jin Mu patted his chest and lavished praise as if it cost him nothing. "Xia, you are truly delightful, far superior to those brutal humans from a few months ago." "What?" Liang Xia seized upon the key phrase in Jin Mu's discourse, a sudden realization reverberating in her mind. "Are you saying that humans visited not long ago? This is crucial information. I initially believed their incursion into the interior was a covert operation, that they would not set foot in Golden City. I thought any leads would only emerge near the Sea Tribe, yet here we are with a revelation. For the sake of our resplendent friendship, let us discuss matters concerning humanity." Liang Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with excitement, glistening with anticipation. "However, this tale is rather unfortunate. Those humans were indeed under my hospitality." Jin Mu rubbed his nose and sneezed. "Approximately 3 months prior, shortly after your kin had concluded their dealings and departed, a group of humans arrived. 3 men and 1 woman. Each cloaked in dark garments, armed and lurking with an air of malevolence. They were unmistakably nefarious. To my further dismay, it was Jin Mu who received them. And what was even more infuriating was their choice of silver. Silver. Such poor taste, akin to those diminutive pale folk. Upon reaching this point, Jinmu huffed in indignation, thumping his chest, declaring that choosing silver meant they were our adversaries. Naturally, I did not permit them entry. And then, Liang Xiaoxia inquired further. And then, they simply departed. Jinmu proudly proclaimed his unwavering stance, asserting he had not allowed a single hair from those humans to enter our city. Liang Xiaoxia continued to probe into the attire, weaponry, and stature of the individuals until Jinmu, unable to provide any new information and beginning to repeat himself, ceased the discourse. She and Reno had, at dusk, intercepted a lone human woman, but what of the remaining 3 men? Where had they vanished? Until this question was resolved, the elven tribe would remain troubled, unable to find peace. Liang Xiaoxia furrowed her brow, relaying the situation to her companions. Chapter 31. A jest. You may freely criticize our elves for our arrogance, our ostentation, and our pretentious airs, for your derision is akin to a gentle breeze, bringing nothing and taking nothing away. Jinmu led Liang Xiaoxia and her companions to the finest blacksmith shop in Golden City, known as the Lord's Forge, renowned for its excellence. The proprietor of this establishment was none other than the Lord of Golden City himself, King Kong, a seasoned blacksmith who bore no resemblance to the gorilla of cinematic fame. Save for his dark complexion, bare-chested, King Kong's sinewy muscles glistened with sweat as he toiled under the searing heat of the forge, his hair and beard singed at the tips by the flames. With one hand resting on his hip and the other gesturing commandingly, he bellowed orders at the other dwarven workers, exuding a robust and forthright demeanor. Is this lord not rather unconventional? Liang Xiaoxia pondered, nearly overwhelmed by the acrid scent and oppressive heat of the forge. Shouldn't a lord be seated in a sunlit office, attending to official documents? Yet here was a lord who personally engaged in the labor. Jinmu gazed at King Kong with admiration, recognizing that their lord had not lost his prowess. The skill with which he wielded the hammer was both intricate and resilient, his technique remarkably adept, with his furrowed brow and earnest gaze reflecting a depth of character. Although referred to as a shop, there was not a single attendant to be seen. It remained uncertain whether this was the norm in Golden City or if it was unique to this establishment. 4 elves and 1 dwarf stood at the entrance, ignored for an extended period. The dwarves within the forge were industriously occupied, scarcely sparing a glance for the newcomers, while Jinmu remained utterly captivated by the imposing figure of King Kong, his small dark eyes filled with wonder. Liang Xiaoxia, unable to endure the stifling heat of the blacksmith's shop any longer, nudged Jinmu and inquired with her eyes what they ought to do. These white sweet potatoes require 100 feathered iron arrows, with the tail feathers made of thin copper. Jinmu inhaled deeply and unleashed a thunderous roar into the chamber. The dwarves hammering away inside erupted into hearty laughter. Liang Xiaoxia instinctively sensed that Jinmu's words were likely far from pleasant. The dwarves' jovial yet slightly mocking expressions left her feeling quite discomfort. Since you have made me uncomfortable, I shall reciprocate, for fairness lies in mutual exchange. Unfazed by the ridicule of the dark dwarves, Liang Xiaoxia summoned her cursed bow, Shirtsi, with a mischievous glint in her eye. As she gently caressed the bow's elegantly flowing form, she sweetly inquired of Jinmu, "What kind of arrows do you think would suit this bow?" In her hands, the cursed bow shimmered with a faint silver glow. The exquisite bow resembled a hand poised to grasp the throat, abruptly silencing the dwarf's laughter. The once clanging blacksmith shop fell into a profound stillness. The dwarves' faces reflected a mixture of terror, confusion, anxiety, and a hint of envy. For ages, the cursed bow had been regarded as a legendary artifact. None had ever laid eyes upon it, and its infamous curse was often dismissed as mere bardic myth. Were it not for the meticulous descriptions found in numerous texts, the dark dwarves would have scarcely believed that such a bow truly existed, especially in the hands of this petite elven enchantress. Jinmu's dark eyes widened in astonishment. He had never imagined that this charming little elf beside him wielded such a formidable weapon. Liang Xiaoxia, with her diminutive stature, held a bow nearly her height, her demeanor radiating warmth and sweetness, infused with a hint of nonchalance. In the eyes of Jinmu, she transformed into a deadly beauty, a siren whose allure was as enchanting as it was lethal. Indeed, this was the cursed bow, a weapon under which countless souls had perished, easily numbering in the tens of thousands. This bow epitomized the pinnacle of elven craftsmanship, flawlessly merging the aesthetic sensibilities of the elven race with the unparalleled artistry of weapon forging. How could the black dwarves, who revered strength and craftsmanship, not be captivated, not feel a pang of envy? The sole drawback was its indiscriminate lethality. Anything that came into contact with it was doomed to die. Particularly tragic was the fate of its wielder. Jinmu gazed at Liang Xiaoxia with a complex expression, envious of her possession of such a coveted bow, yet filled with pity for her. Given the young age of this little elf, she appeared to have only just blossomed, much like a bud. Yet, her future seemed grim. Her demise potentially gruesome, leaving her fate uncertain. With this thought, Jinmu's envy was tinged with sympathy. This bow required no arrows as long as one could wield it. Arrows would materialize automatically upon drawing. Jinmu furrowed his white brows and spoke. No black dwarf dared mock them again. They respectfully switched their conversation to the common tongue of the continent. Yet, the black dwarves in the lord's shop instinctively maintained their distance from Liang Xiaoxia. A few black dwarves furtively regarded Liang Xiaoxia and her companions with the eyes of one observing the dying, causing even Qianhe and Nichio to feel acutely uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Even Jinmu's demeanor grew less warm, clearly marked by a veil of distance from Liang Xiaoxia. His words unconsciously laced with a newfound respect, lacking the previous ease with which he had spoken. The sturdy figure of King Kong instructed a diminutive black dwarf apprentice to retrieve 120 finely crafted iron arrows from the storeroom and present them to Rainer, all the while calculating a remarkably reasonable price with a complex expression. "If you permit, I would like to introduce you to my grandfather," he proposed. After the transaction concluded, Liang Xiaoxia and her companions were about to depart when King Kong called them to a halt. "Your grandfather?" Liang Xiaoxia inquired, casting a puzzled glance at King Kong. This man appeared to be of considerable age. Had it not been for his robust physique, one might have mistaken him for a venerable elder. How old could his grandfather possibly be? Was he still alive in this world? Liang Xiaoxia felt no concern that these dwarfs would set their sights on her, for such a notion would invite their own demise, transforming Golden City into a desolate wasteland. She also harbored a keen interest in the Lord's grandfather, eager to meet a figure of such historical significance in Golden City. King Kong strode purposefully along the dusty thoroughfare, leading Liang Xiaoxia and her companions to a golden villa. In the courtyard, an elderly man, frail yet resembling King Kong in stature, sat beneath the eaves basking in the sunlight. Approaching, King Kong delivered a hearty slap on the old man's shoulder, causing him to stagger slightly. "Grandfather, I have brought you an unexpected guest." It turns out that this was merely a misunderstanding arising from generational differences. I had envisioned a frail, toothless elder leaning on a cane. Liang Xiaoxia trailed behind Rainer, discreetly observing the grandfather that King Kong had mentioned. What was there to admire about this withered, white-skinned figure? The dark-skinned, emaciated elder glanced at the elves standing in the courtyard, speaking in a deep voice of dwarven language, seemingly reproaching King Kong for troubling him with trivial matters. Yet upon seeing the bow on Liang Xiaoxia's back, he stood in silent astonishment. How are you still alive?" After staring at Liang Xiaoxia's back for a considerable time, the thin old man suddenly blurted out a nonsensical remark. "What kind of remark is that? Do you wish for my demise?" Liang Xiaoxia's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. "Humph! How dare you speak to me like that, old man?" Several elves, hearing his words, wore disapproving expressions. Qianhe could no longer contain herself, her crimson eyes widening in outrage, while Nichuan anxiously nestled beside Liang Xiaoxia, her eyes filled with concern. Oh, what I meant to say is, why haven't you succumbed to the curse of death? Isn't it said that one typically perishes upon encountering Shichi?" The thin old man altered his inquiry, continuing to probe. This old man possesses some knowledge. He must not be underestimated. Every black dwarf could recognize the cursed bow at first glance, yet none knew it by the name Shichi. The fact that this unassuming old man could name it indicated a certain familiarity with the weapon. Liang Xiaoxia pondered for a moment, realizing that the question was intricately tied to the Eye of Slaughter, and felt it best to respond vaguely. "I don't know. I simply tell it jokes every day." Jokes. Jokes. Both the elves and dwarves present were momentarily taken aback. Was the method to break the curse truly to tell jokes? Or was she simply not speaking the truth at all? Yet, looking at Liang Xiaoxia's earnest and innocent expression, it hardly seemed like she was jesting. The thin old man chose to believe her words once again. Suddenly, the frail old man was overcome with a wave of sorrow, letting out a bitter laugh as he gazed skyward, sighing, "What a jest, what a jest. Who would have thought it was merely a joke? Jinling, did you see it? Our lives, the dreams we have tirelessly pursued, are overshadowed by a mere jest." Liang Xiaoxia was aware of Jinling. The dual swords wielded by Rocky were crafted by none other than Jinling. Yet, whether it was Jin Ling or the emaciated old man before her. It seemed they had never encountered Shirsi before. The left eye of slaughter clearly indicated to Liang Xiaoxia that the previous wielder of Shirsi belonged to the era of Queen Xian Lu, thousands of years ago. Entirely different from these black dwarves of the present. What could this be but an inescapable tale of intersection? Observing the frail old man fixate on Shirsi, his expression shifting several times, it was evident he had much to convey. Liang Xiaoxia listened intently, her curiosity ignited by the prospect of hearing the old dwarf recount tales of the past, the flames of gossip blazing fervently within her. Chapter 32. The fragments of dreams we once fought and struggled like true dwarfs. Now, you are old, and I too am aged. We have both grown old. The era that belonged to us has faded. We can only seek the brilliance of our past within the fleeting memories of our youth. Yet, if life were devoid of regrets, how could it ever be considered perfect? The lean, dark-skinned old dwarf, known as Jin Ji, spoke of Jin Ling, his lifelong confidant. Like the other dwarves of Golden City, Jin Ji and Jin Ling aspired from their youth to become exceptional warriors and blacksmiths. In contrast to Jin Ji, Jin Ling was far more fortunate, possessing a robust and sturdy physique that the black dwarves envied, allowing him to wield a hammer to forge iron with effortless grace. In his youth, Jin Ling had already established himself as a renowned blacksmith in the illustrious Golden City. Many dwarves held high hopes for him, believing that he could potentially become the next lord of the city. The saga of the grassroots youth Jin Ling came to an abrupt halt when he reached the age of 300. This was precipitated by the emergence of a weapon he forged, which exhibited a phenomenon of consuming its wielder. It was a trident commonly used by the sea folk, which led to the demise of several merfolk who possessed it. Consequently, the relationship between the sea folk and Golden City plummeted to an all-time low during that era. From that moment onward, the steadfast Jin Ling devoted himself to the study of cursed weapons, aspiring to uncover the cause of the weapon's curse and ways to dispel it. Ultimately, in his quest to break the weapon's curse, he was compelled to embark on a journey far from home, wandering from place to place. 3 centuries passed, and yet another 3 centuries followed. How many 300-year spans can we dwarves afford to squander in our lives? Is such unwavering persistence ultimately right or wrong? As Jinji recounted this tale, his eyes glistened with tears. He had long lost any news of Jin Ling, uncertain whether he still lived or had already departed from this world. Even if Jin Ling were alive, he too would likely be half buried in the yellow sands, with little time left to enjoy life. The audience fell into deep contemplation. Although Liang Xiaoxia harbored no fondness for the old man, it did not diminish the respect she felt for this venerable dwarf. While her knowledge of blacksmithing was limited, she was aware that many modern techniques could replace physical labor to forge the finest weapons. Yet, what use was that? Voicing methods that could not be implemented would only serve to deepen the regret. Jinji did not wallow in despair for long. Once he regained his composure, he retrieved a golden armlet from within the room and presented it to Liang Xiaoxia. Regardless of the circumstances, your survival thus far signifies a bond between us. This spatial armlet was a gift from Jin Ling upon her departure, and now I present it to you. I only ask that, should you encounter Jin Ling, you convey a message. Her old friend still awaits her in the Golden City. Liang Xiaoxia clasped the armlet in her hand, feeling a mixture of joy and sorrow. What does longevity matter? Immortality is merely a dream, is it not? Nevertheless, acquiring this spatial equipment is an unexpected delight. Although the continent of Pucacia is not lacking in spatial apparatus, they are not as ubiquitous as cabbages in the market. The armlet crafted by Jin Ling distinctly merges the artistic styles of both elves and dwarves, adorned with intricate golden filigree featuring roses and thorns, delicate yet bold. Exploring its inner space with her mind, she discerned approximately 100 cubic units filled with various ores and fine iron, along with a trident of ice blue hue, seemingly the cursed trident. As she donned the armlet and prepared to depart, they were abruptly halted by the resounding voice of the city lord, Jin Gang. Dear elven friends, might you lend us a hand? Jin Gang's voice was deep and resonant, causing the floor to tremble. Within a few sentences, he articulated his request. Alas, dwarves are inherently melee enthusiasts and novices in ranged combat. Faced with the elusive foes of the desert, striking at shadows and failing to land a blow, they often find themselves powerless despite their determination. Observing that both Renaud and Liang Xiaoxia were proficient archers, and with the legendary cursed bow as their ally, Jin Gang felt a compelling urge to seek external assistance. He promised that upon successful completion of their task, he would generously provide Liang Xiaoxia and her companions with an additional 200 iron-feathered arrows, along with a substantial discount of 20% on weaponry from the City Lord's forge. The red sand serpent was not particularly difficult to slay. It merely required some effort. After a brief discussion among Renaud and the three younger companions, they eagerly agreed to this advantageous proposition and set forth from the Golden City, heading towards the southeast mine. Once again, Jimu took on the role of guide, leading them to their destination. With a flushed face, Jimu offered an apology to Liang Xiaoxia before hastily retreating, leaving the elves perplexed. What a genuinely earnest child, Liang Xiaoxia mused, watching Jimu's somewhat frantic exit. Descending approximately 100 meters into the tunnel, Liang Xiaoxia and Qianhe took the lead, while Niuqiu held his staff aloft, casting the Dance of Light spell, effectively sandwiching them in the middle, with Renaud bringing up the rear. The mine was enveloped in darkness, and the elves remained vigilant, attuned to even the slightest sound. Upon hearing the first hiss, Liang Xiaoxia reacted swiftly. A red shadow flashed before her, and she drew her bow to shoot. With a resounding thud, a red sand serpent was struck at its vital point, pierced through, and pinned to the uneven ground of the tunnel. Indeed, it is a fine bow. This marked Liang Xiaoxia's inaugural venture into battle alongside Shurtzi. She had previously wielded the black feather and the shadow of the abyss, but due to her lack of strength and agility, she found those bows somewhat cumbersome. However, drawing Shurtzi felt invigorating, her movements fluid and powerful, devoid of any hint of awkwardness. At that moment, Shurtzi, ever considerate, crafted a bow and arrow in the instant she drew her bow. Though this child possessed a touch of arrogance, when wielded skillfully, she transformed into an endless humanoid artillery, unconstrained by materials or mental fortitude. One could say that the arrows were as abundant as one desired. This weapon, akin to a quasi-artifact capable of unleashing bloodshed in the outside world, thrived in the hands of Liang Xiaoxia, cloaked in a guise of curses. The hissing sounds multiplied, suggesting that for each slain serpent, a vengeful cohort emerged. Liang Xiaoxia sensed the thrill transmitted by Shurtzi, tightening her grip on the bow and swiftly striking down several red sand snakes. The other members of the team began to spring into action. The elves' keen eyesight and agility proved advantageous in the constricted confines of the mine. Qianhe swiftly wielded her blade, dispatching several snakes in short order, while Reinu stood guard, preventing the serpents from encroaching upon the healer, Mudball, who served as a human beacon, her warm white light unwavering in her grasp. Although Qianhe frequently harbored an inexplicable dissatisfaction towards Mudball, she dutifully positioned herself before her, felling a few cunning red sand snakes that sought to ambush. Something is amiss. These snakes are alarmingly astute, Liang Xiaoxia remarked, her round face adorably scrunching in concern. Reinu squinted, evidently sensing the anomaly as well. Behind Liang Xiaoxia, Qianhe grew increasingly aggressive, pursuing the retreating snakes with her dual swords. In the pursuit of capturing the leader, Qianhe exhibited a recklessness that was somewhat unwarranted. Liang Xiaoxia called after Qianhe, but the latter remained undeterred in her advance. The mine's labyrinthine passages led Liang Xiaoxia to lose sight of Qianhe, and soon she realized she had become disoriented. The group had become separated. The Mudball should be with Renaud, and Liang Xiaoxia harbors little concern for that. Instead, her worries are directed towards the impulsive Qianhe. In the depths of the 100-meter mine, devoid of sustenance, without the aid of the Crimson Sand Serpent, Qianhe would ultimately succumb to herself. Being overly clever could inadvertently reveal vulnerabilities. Passively awaiting demise has never been Liang Xiaoxia's style. She senses, with a keen instinct, the presence of watchful eyes nearby. Evidently, the intellect of the Crimson Sand Serpent aligns with her predictions, seeking to disperse several sprites and eliminate them one by one. With minimal effort, it aims to entrap them within the mine's depths. Liang Xiaoxia retrieves a commonly used antidote from her spatial arm ring, discreetly consuming it. Estimating that the timing is just right, she extinguishes her light spell and feigns unconsciousness upon the mine's floor. The Crimson Sand Serpent has a penchant for red rock iron, and the unscrupulous Liang Xiaoxia had, prior to entering the mine, secured a substantial pouch of red rock iron at her waist, which spills across the ground as she succumbs to her feigned state. Perhaps the serpent's leader possesses a modicum of wisdom. However, the same cannot be said for its subordinates. As anticipated, within mere moments, the serpents could no longer restrain themselves. The first serpent took a bite at Liang Xiaoxia, and upon noting her lack of reaction, the surrounding Crimson Sand Serpents surged forward, eager to seize the pouch of red rock iron. Liang Xiaoxia, enduring the pain in her legs, strives to suppress the venom surging within her, her pointed ears twitching slightly as they detect a chilling, slick hiss. Begone! A colossal serpent human, adorned with scales and a serpentine tail, slithers from the depths of the mine, flicking its forked tongue. Upon the arrival of their leader, the surrounding crimson sand serpents retreat in deference. The serpent man exhibited little interest in the red iron, instead lowering himself to scrutinize Liang Xiaoxia. A faintly damp and foul breath wafted towards her as he hoisted her under his arm and turned to depart. The discomfort of this unsolicited ride was palpable. Covered in scales, the serpent man's grip caused Liang Xiaoxia considerable unease, exacerbated by several cuts inflicted upon her. As she was jostled about, her pallor deepened, the effects of mild poisoning threatening to induce nausea. She longed to summon her bow and shoot him an arrow. Jostled and carried away by the serpent man, they navigated a convoluted and increasingly treacherous path. The once visible signs of diminutive miners had vanished, replaced by the unmistakable markings of serpentine excavation. After a series of bumps and turns, the serpent man led Liang Xiaoxia into a square corridor, unceremoniously discarding her into a chamber at its end. There, she collided with a crimson sand snake, which hissed in a brief exchange before the serpent man departed. This serpent man, lacking in intellect, left no guard behind. Treating Liang Xiaoxia as mere surplus food, cast away into his storage. It seemed unlikely that he would facilitate her escape. Rising from the ground, she rubbed her bruises, consumed another vial of antidote, and cast a dancing light spell to survey her surroundings. Perhaps she had an uncanny affinity for secret chambers and concealments. Once again, she found herself ensconced in an unfathomable underground abyss. It was evident that she was ensnared within a tomb, which undoubtedly belonged to an ancient elven lineage. As suggested by the peeling walls, totemic carvings, and intricately patterned stone slabs that hinted at a former opulence beyond compare. A foul stench of decay now permeated the air, with the remains of indistinguishable creatures piled like small hills in the corner, their bones exposed and teeming with ants. A sudden chill ran down Liang Xiaoxia's spine. She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself and rubbing vigorously. It dawned on her that the true trial lay ahead. Gazing at the modest teleportation array, she felt a twinge of hesitation. As a skilled archer, adept at evading traps, and with a penchant for creative thinking, Liang Xiaoxia had honed her ability to discern the purpose of traps over a decade of rigorous training. Yet, the ancient inscriptions were a realm she knew nothing about. The ancient inscription arrays fundamentally differed from magical circles. Once a magical circle is inscribed, it requires a corresponding force to activate, akin to a fairy lamp that necessitates fuel to illuminate. Conversely, the long-lost ancient inscription arrays operated through the manipulation of celestial forces via written words, requiring only the user's mental invocation to ignite, much like a candle that ignites spontaneously. This ancient elven array had been abandoned for at least 7 millennia. Who could say if it was missing a fragment? Liang Xiaoxia had no desire to lose her life before gaining any fortune. The array would remain dormant until mentally triggered. Just as she was about to begin her imitation, a sharp pain pierced her left eye, and then it vanished without a trace. Chapter 33. Escape in this malevolent world. Nothing lasts forever. Even our troubles are transient. The mermaid's seaweed hair had lost its efficacy, and her body temperature was plummeting. With their throats constricted, the 4 elves faced the suffocating sensation of deep-sea asphyxiation and overwhelming pressure. Liang Xiaoxia had never contemplated the manner of her demise. Yet she adamantly refused to accept such an undignified fate as drowning in the depths of the ocean before reaching adulthood. That detestable old man must have orchestrated this. As she choked on a few mouthfuls of water, she cursed the Deep Blue Clan leader, Osiris, wishing for his utter destruction. To make matters worse, the violent thrashing and struggling had stirred up a multitude of bubbles, drawing the attention of both the merman and the twin-tailed fish, who had been locked in confrontation. To the pair concealed amidst the seaweed, a fleeting glance exchanged between the two parties revealed an unexpected consensus. They would first eliminate the malevolent onlookers before resuming their own battle. Oh dear. Watching the adversaries swiftly approach their hiding place, Liang Xiaoxia felt her patience wane completely. It was time to make a hasty retreat. In the enveloping darkness, as she fervently paddled forward, her right ear suddenly warmed, and a tightness gripped her scalp. Slightly tilting her head, she narrowly avoided a trident that grazed her hair, sending a wave rushing past her. Gradually easing its force, the weapon sank slowly into the water nearby. The 3 arrows she had shot, moving at half their intended speed in the water, were visibly slowed. They pierced the ocean, leaving behind 3 white trails as they surged toward their respective targets. The first arrow missed entirely, evading the merman, and dissipated slowly in the water. The second struck the arm of the merman's companion, who clutched his injury. The trident now absent from his grasp, it appeared that the near miss had originated from the wounded merman's assailant. The third arrow, however, fortuitously embedded itself into the injured abdomen of the twin-tailed fish, causing fresh blood to mingle with the water, rendering it even murkier. Fortune smiled upon Liang Xiaoxia, albeit briefly. Before she decisively made her escape, the hemp rope in her grasp twisted and coiled through the seawater like a slick water snake. Leading the way was Liang Xiaoxia, followed closely by Qianhe, with Nichio sandwiched in between, and Reina bringing up the rear. With bow and arrow in hand, Reina secured the hemp rope tightly around his waist, while relentlessly loosing arrows at the advancing adversaries. The absence of the double-tailed fish in the fray alleviated some pressure, yet his luck was evidently less favorable than Liang Xiaoxia's. Every arrow he released was deftly evaded by the mermaids. These creatures of the sea, born as natural sprites, writhed through the currents, poised to catch up with Liang Xiaoxia and her companions, their tridents itching for action. This situation was untenable. With a swift motion, Liang Xiaoxia gestured to Nichio with a single hand. Nichio nodded in understanding, turning away to close her eyes, and cast a dazzling flash of light towards the approaching mermaids. If the healer were a severely specialized spellcaster, Nichio would undoubtedly be the queen of such specialization, effortlessly mastering any incantation related to light elements, nearly to the point of being self-taught. Moreover, the efficacy of light elemental spells was amplified in her hands, just as in this instance, where, despite the near absence of light in the pitch-black depths of the ocean, Nichio managed to gather light elements and unleash a blinding flash. In the murky waters, the sudden burst of brilliance caused two mermaids to weep uncontrollably, reflexively shielding their eyes. Having lived for extended periods in a lightless environment, such stimulation posed a severe risk of blindness to their sensitive eyes. A brief moment passed, and as the blinding light dissipated, the merfolk slowly lowered their hands from their eyes. Yet, where could one find the traces of those elusive sprites? The twin-tailed fish, previously struck by Liang Xiaoxia's arrow, bled profusely and could only helplessly gaze at its quarry, struggling to swim away. The dark seaweed, akin to a disheveled funeral offering, danced aimlessly in the water, mockingly extending its tendrils towards the two mermaids, deriding their foolishness and impotence. In this world, there exists neither love without reason nor hatred without cause. Even a novice like Liang Xiaoxia sensed an unsettling shift. Straining against the currents, she meticulously analyzed the information at hand. While she was unfamiliar with the past relations between the Sprite clan and the merfolk of the Deep Blue Realm, the existence of a token for communication bestowed by Her Majesty suggested that they had once coexisted amicably. So, what had abruptly caused the Deep Blue to alter its stance? Through a series of recent events, Liang Xiaoxia discerned that Chief Osiris of the Deep Blue did not merely wish to humiliate them. Rather, he aimed to bind them eternally to the frigid waters, alongside the remnants of coral and stone. An everlasting advantage, mixed with seawater, she muttered. The most plausible scenario was that the Deep Blue had reached an accord with a certain faction, one that harbored an unwavering enmity towards the Sprite clan. Nana's words could indirectly affirm this. Were they humans? Orcs? Dwarves? Fairies? Or perhaps the cunning dark elves of the underworld? After dismissing the dwarves, who truly posed no threat to the elves, Liang Xiaoxia found herself vacillating before the remaining four options. It was the humans from the southern continent. A voice echoed in her mind. Jingyue seemed to know what Liang Xiaoxia was pondering, stating with an air of certainty, "How do you know?" Liang Xiaoxia inwardly inquired, tugging at the headband in her hair. She felt utterly powerless against this elusive matter. In the frigid waters, she subtly pursed her lips, accompanied by the rich baritone melody resonating in her thoughts as she admired the seascape along the way. Liang Xiaoxia felt as though she were on a leisurely holiday rather than fleeing for her life. Approximately 3 hours of swimming lay ahead before reaching the designated point of entry. As the song reached its 12th refrain, Jingyue paused momentarily before adding, however, "Not far to your right, there exists something rather intriguing. If that ribbon had a face, it would undoubtedly wear a maliciously playful smile." Chapter 34. Pillaging better to slay an elf than to humiliate one. A folk proverb, what could possibly prompt the usually taciturn Jingyue to speak? Liang Xiaoxia was curious about what Jingyue referred to as something intriguing. She gestured for the team to turn, and the four elves, with their webbed toes, veered off to explore. The elves were indeed a paradoxical assembly. The vast expanse of time had cultivated their indecisive nature, swaying their attitudes. Many elves could easily spend 2 hours grappling with trivial dilemmas, such as whether to have raspberries or strawberries for breakfast, caught in a web of hesitation. Once they set their minds to it, they become the most exceptional planners and executors. When the elves don the garb of avengers, they transform from the most benevolent souls and the most graceful gentlemen into the most perilous and unscrupulous rogues. Time, prolonged, affords the elves ample reasons and justifications to meticulously orchestrate their schemes, gradually dismantling their adversaries. Revenge serves as a noble cause, instilling in the elves' extended lives a purpose that appears less fleeting. Thus, vengeance is an innate, irrepressible instinct. The elves are undoubtedly a meticulous and vindictive lot. As Liang Xiaoxia swam for approximately 10 minutes, traversing a vast expanse of reefs adorned with sea urchins and starfish, the scene before her infused the seeds of revenge within her with seawater, allowing them to swiftly take root and flourish. Why wait for so many years when the opportunity for immediate retribution presents itself? A pearl cultivation farm, where these merfolk are so impoverished that they might as well sell their own scales. With an inexplicable glimmer of excitement in her eyes, Qianhe licked her lips and remarked nonchalantly, though clearly intrigued. The flat, expansive seabed was meticulously plowed into shallow trenches at equal intervals, with dark green, algae-covered pearl oysters arranged in neat order according to size, nestled within the shifting sands of the trenches. The oysters periodically opened and closed, as if consuming and respiring. After exchanging knowing glances, the elves unanimously agreed that they should leave these merfolk with an unforgettable memory. Liang Xiaoxia sang a brief, urgent note, and with a flick of her hand, a shadowy apparition, mirroring her own form, materialized in the center of the pearl farm, behind the unsuspecting merfolk. With a sigh, it became evident that casting spells in the ocean proved to be a formidable challenge. A mere second-level illusion spell nearly faltered. Observing the incomplete phantom before her, Liang Xiaoxia resolved to document her experiences from this underwater incantation in an analytical report to submit to Madakini. Her father would undoubtedly find this subject intriguing. The merfolk exhibited remarkable vigilance. Upon noticing an alien entity standing conspicuously nearby, 3 mermaids formed an inverted triangular formation, gradually encroaching upon the phantom. Now was the moment. Just as the 3 mermaids extended their hands, ready to make contact with the illusion, Mabal launched a dazzling spell. Liang Xiaoxia, Qianhe, and Reno sprang forth from their hiding place, seizing the fleeting opportunity of the mermaids' temporary blindness to swiftly incapacitate them from behind. Years of collaboration had forged an unspoken understanding. And within less than a minute, the skirmish reached its conclusion. A bead of non-existent sweat trickled down Reno's temple. Xiaoxia always had these unpredictable moments. Elves were not particularly greedy, yet they would not refuse treasures that fell into their hands. Liang Xiaoxia's round little face twisted into a wicked grin, utterly shattering the innocent charm of a fairy girl as she rampaged through the mermaid's aquaculture like invaders pillaging a village. Oh! She simply lacked the leisure to inspect each item individually. Adhering to the principle of leaving no enemy unscathed, Liang Xiaoxia bent low, scooping up sea clams and stuffing them into her arm ring, sparing not even a single coin for her foes. Since she relished the game, she would indulge in it. Behind Liang Xiaoxia, who was crouched down digging a pit, the golden hawk-like eyes of Renaud added a warm hue to the scene, akin to an adult's indulgent smile towards a mischievous child, as he turned to diligently collect seashells. "You silly creature, would your avarice lead to your demise?" Qianhe exclaimed loudly, dismissing the task with disdain, continuously criticizing the clams for their hardness and foul odor, which clung to his hands with slippery seaweed and mud. Yet, he lowered himself reluctantly to assist Liang Xiaoxia in gathering clams, though he only picked the larger ones, discarding the smaller or darker specimens aside. Mudball treated this endeavor as a game, her youthful and exquisite visage illuminated with excitement as she selected the colorful and aesthetically pleasing shells. In the blink of an eye, she returned to Liang Xiaoxia, her skirt brimming with seashells, presenting them like treasures. "Liang Xiaoxia, this is so much fun. Can we come again next time?" "Ah, of course not. Such a rare opportunity only comes once," Liang Xiaoxia replied absent-mindedly, her hands still in motion, not even lifting her gaze. The breeding ground was vast, and after a quarter of an hour, they had only managed to gather from a small area. The mermaids in need of rescue could appear at any moment, and the unconscious ones would soon awaken. As Liang Xiaoxia pondered whether to abandon the remaining section, Jingwei spoke again. I can teach you a simple spell of the luminous spirits, Starshine Summoning Technique, Level 1. suitable for simultaneously conjuring a multitude of items of similar nature. Oh, Jingwei, I adore you. After mastering the technique, Liang Xiaoxia sent a damp kiss through her thoughts to Jingwei, causing the reticent ancient elf to momentarily lose composure. The beautiful dark blue ribbon stood upright in the seawater, resembling a stiff, lifeless black serpent. After gathering herself, Liang Xiaoxia began to sing the starlight summoning spell. As her melodic voice resonated, the clams in the trench slowly emerged from the mud, forming a line and swaying gently as they drifted towards her, accumulating into a mountain of shells in no time. Once the spell was completed, Liang Xiaoxia's complexion turned pale and ashen, her body swaying precariously. Although this spell demanded little from elemental forces, it placed a tremendous strain on her mental strength. She had to mentally pinpoint each clam with precision to ensure the spell's success. The momentary drain on her mental energy left her feeling nauseous, and after barely managing to collect all the clams, she collapsed onto the seabed, gasping for breath. She nearly became the first elf to perish while seeking a bargain. With a frown on her face, she swore she had just heard Jing Yue's soft laughter. Hers to be a ribbon for eternity. Liang Xiaoxia thought indignantly. What was that spell you just cast? It was magnificent. Can you teach me? Mabal exclaimed. Watching in awe as the clams obediently lined up before Liang Xiaoxia, resembling soldiers in formation. She cupped her face in her hands, beaming with radiant admiration. I stumbled upon this in an ancient elven tome and merely decided to give it a try. I never expected it to work. Liang Xiaoxia, still recovering from her ordeal, forced a slightly awkward smile towards Renaud and Qianhe. Such a clumsy excuse. Even she herself hardly believes it. Yet, for the time being, this was the only thought that came to mind, and she reluctantly settled for it. After gathering their spoils, the few sprites swiftly departed. As they moved along, the expressions of the other sprites remained remarkably calm. Renaud never pried into Liang Xiaoxia's affairs, while Niuqiu accepted whatever she said without question. However, she was taken aback to find that Qianhe's demeanor was equally serene. She had initially assumed that Qianhe would be a bit upset. Liang Xiaoxia contemplated in her mind how to quell the anticipated anger and complaints, only to be surprised that he appeared utterly unfazed, as if he genuinely accepted the excuse. Had Qianhe lost his sharpness? Unbeknownst to her, Qianhe had already come to terms with it months ago. Returning triumphantly, Liang Xiaoxia found herself submerged in the deep sea. Even with Mingyue guiding her unceasingly, she felt no different than a cripple. This long journey had proven exceedingly arduous, leaving her famished, her stomach clinging to her back. She longed for Doran's deliciously sweet and juicy fruit pies and steaming vegetable soup. Standing barefoot on the beach, the fine sand mixed with crushed shell fragments felt somewhat irritating, yet she was joyously tempted to lie down and roll around. The sensation of solid ground beneath her was truly delightful. An unexpected visitor emerged from behind a massive rock, slowly approaching the sprites. Should this figure prove to be an adversary, they would find themselves in a dire predicament, for the four sprites lay on the beach, panting like lambs awaiting slaughter. Liang Xiaoxia gripped her bow tightly, watching the newcomer's every move, prepared to unleash an arrow at the slightest hint of danger. Chapter 35. The Fishmen in Dire Circumstances. A nascent nation, fortified with stern barriers, stands vigilant against the distant horizons. Virgil, in the Aeneid. Before Liang Xiaoxia and her companions stood an unexpected visitor, a fishman. The nomenclature of fishmen and mermaids bears a striking resemblance. In the elvish script, their names differ by merely 2 letters. It is said that these 2 sentient beings of the sea share a common ancient ancestor. Yet their relationship is as fraught as that between elves and dark elves, marked by enmity and an unending feud. To the discerning eye, the fishman is unmistakable. Liang Xiaoxia observed him seated awkwardly upon the rocks before them. He possessed a robust physique, his skin adorned with iridescent blue-green scales reminiscent of fish. Unlike the graceful, formidable tails of mermaids that glide effortlessly beneath the waves, his lower half bore a resemblance to a human or elvish figure who had ingested the tresses of a mermaid. His powerful legs firmly anchored to the ground, his hands and feet bore webbed fingers. A row of fin-like structures adorned his back, conforming neatly to his scaled skin. The crown of his head was devoid of hair, save for a few backward-facing scales, glistening with dew and swaying gently in the sea breeze. To encapsulate the essence of the fishman, one might liken him to the frogs Liang Xiaoxia had encountered in her previous life, though he lacked their bulging eyes, humped back, and corpulent form. Ah, my friends, the weather today leaves much to be desired. The merman, adorned with a tattered kelp skirt around his waist, reclined on the beach alongside Liang Xiaoxia and her companions with an unnaturally familiar demeanor. Reno swiftly bent down, grasping his bow and arrows at his side. They had never encountered this particular merman before. It was evident he had been waiting for their arrival, though his intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Relax a bit. There's no need to be so tense. I harbor no ill will, the merman said, noticing that the elves had all drawn their weapons, their expressions wary. He raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance. However, his words fell flat. Liang Xiaoxia even concealed her mud ball behind her, drawing her bowstring taut. All right. I concede to you all, the merman declared, rubbing beneath his nose as he introduced himself. I am Timothy, chief of the Azure tribe. Also, I have no taste for elven flesh. Timothy attempted to inject some humor into the situation, yet he was met with silence from the four elves, none of whom found amusement in his words. The tall adult elf furrowed his brow, his hawk-like eyes scanning Timothy's form, as if searching for vulnerabilities. The atmosphere among the group grew increasingly tense. Despite the merman's seemingly genial and harmless demeanor, Liang Xiaoxia maintained her vigilance. The Shijing elf tribe had never engaged with merfolk before. Their previous alliances had always been with the merman clan, fostering mutual benefits between the two great oceanic tribes, of which they had only ever been a part. Nevertheless, she could not help but admire the merman's audacity in awaiting them alone. It was clear he had come well prepared. However, he now finds himself in a precarious situation. If discovered, the mermaids would delightfully ensnare this merman chief amidst the seaweed, transforming him into a seafood salad. Liang Xiaoxia's gaze swept over the formidable merman, with him standing alone against her party of four, which, although comprised mostly of children, included beings whose age could not be easily quantified. After a brief moment of catching her breath, she felt her strength returning, no longer as feeble as before. Liang Xiaoxia was the first to lower her bow. This merman was unlikely to present any formidable threat, and her weapon had remained unused for far too long. A flicker of admiration crossed the merman's eyes. He had initially presumed that the leader of the group would be the adult elf resembling a hawk. Yet the small elf behind him possessed a clearer vision of the situation. Let us speak of matters at hand, he remarked, as the cold, sticky winds above the sea proved quite discomforting. Merman Timothy lounged casually, leaning back with his hands behind his head, his legs submerged in the water, seemingly indifferent to the bow and the vigilant gaze of the elves directed at him. I came primarily to forge a friendship with you, to unite against our common foes, the pests of the sea and the vile creatures on land, the mermen and humans alike. Timothy gestured emphatically, his expression radiating an air of righteous benevolence. Upon hearing this, the other three elves, aside from Liang Xiaoxia, were taken aback. Before Liang Xiaoxia could voice her own suspicions, the elves were already astonished, questioning what this had to do with humanity. Why does this gentleman seem so familiar? Liang Xiaoxia mused as she gazed upon Timothy's face, perceiving the shadows of past American presidents. After a brief silence, allowing the sprites to digest the information, Timothy rose solemnly and presented a meticulously polished, coral-edged mirror to Renault. This was a double-sided aquamarine mirror, and I believe your sprite queen would know how to utilize it. Trust me, the merfolk of the Azure tribe come with genuine intentions. We are far more trustworthy than those merfolk hybrids that ought to be cast into the depths of the ocean whirlpool. Renault, skeptical yet intrigued, accepted the mirror. The situation had unfolded rather abruptly, leaving even the usually resolute him feeling somewhat dazed. To demonstrate goodwill, allow me to share a tidbit. On the 17th day, 6 months hence, the crown prince of the kingdom of Métis in the southern continent will take a mermaid as his concubine. Soaking in the sea, Timothy stretched languidly. Having waited by the shore for nearly a day and night, his muscles fatigued from the prolonged stillness, he rubbed the scales on his chest, contemplating that perhaps in 50 years, or even sooner, the deep blue tribe would vanish from these waters. At that moment, he would feel profoundly lonely. After bidding farewell to the merman, Liang Xiaoxia and her companions found a weathered cave along the shore. They kindled a fire, changed into dry garments, and, with some fresh water, nibbled on their provisions before collapsing into a meditative slumber, utterly exhausted and unwilling to lift a finger. Thoughts could wait until after their awakening. Chapter 36. The Demon. How can the illumination of day comprehend the profound depths of night as darkness? And how can your innocent heart, so pure and kind, fathom the repressed and distorted desires that dwell within me? This night, she dreams of an ancient elf with a close-cropped mane of black hair, a long scar etched beneath one eye. In a vast expanse of snow, he finds himself besieged by nearly 700 half-human, half-demon monstrosities. The thick blanket of snow crunches beneath his feet as the valiant ancient elf, clad in shimmering silver armor, fixes his gaze upon the torrent of dark adversaries before him. The monstrous leader raises his blade with one hand, unleashing a long howl akin to that of a wolf, rallying his minions to charge at the ancient elf. The elf bends his knees slightly, narrowing his eyes into slits, poised to strike. With the dexterity to unleash 5 arrows simultaneously, the silence shatters as 5 demonic beings fall. Each struck through the eye, succumbing to a single fatal shot. How magnificent! Liang Xiaoxia, lost in meditation, marvels at this true master of the bow. In comparison, the archers of her clan seem as mere children still at their mother's breast. As the demonic charge, launched from hundreds of meters away, nears him, nearly half have already succumbed to his arrows. Dark, viscous blood spills across the pristine white slope, creating a stark and breathtaking contrast. The demonic leader, witnessing the demise of his kin, is consumed by rage, swinging his steel blade with a fierce gust towards the ancient elf, a strike imbued with tremendous power. Even Liang Xiaoxia, absorbed in her thoughts, feels a twinge of anxiety. Close-quarters combat is the archer's Achilles heel. Why does the ancient elf remain stationary instead of fleeing? Yet, the short-haired elf exhibits not a trace of panic in his eyes. With a swift motion, he transforms his bow into a two-handed sword, ready to confront the impending assault. The ancient elf did not shy away from confronting the leader of the demons with his steel blade. With a swift motion, he slashed the leader's throat with his left hand while his right hand plunged a sword deep into the leader's chest. It was a reckless exchange of injuries. Liang Xiaoxia watched in horror, astonished by the elf's apparent disregard for his own life. The demons resolutely followed their leader's orders, brandishing their steel blades and baring their teeth as they advanced. The first demon, swinging his weapon down, was met with the elf's sword, which pierced through his temple and into his brain, causing a gruesome spray of black blood mixed with gray matter. The sword was withdrawn with precision, and the demon toppled to the ground in slow motion. Witnessing the brutal demise of their comrade, the remaining demons felt a pang of fear. Their attacks became more cautious and tentative, as they encircled the ancient elf within a small perimeter. In the snowy landscape, a dark mass of demons formed a circle, while the elf appeared as a mere dot in the center, seemingly on the verge of being engulfed. Yet, the elf exhibited no signs of trepidation or fear. His silvery form darted through the ranks of demons, evading their encirclement, transforming into a human meat grinder. With each swing of his dual swords, a demon fell lifeless to the ground, their eyes wide open in terror, unable to close them even in death. As the number of his subordinates dwindled, the demon leader, while acknowledging the elf's formidable prowess, felt an increasing sense of dread. If this continued, he knew he would be next. He seized a bow from one of his followers, drawing it back as he aimed at the densely packed mass of demons, focusing on the ancient elf. At this moment, he cared not for the possibility of harming his own men. All that mattered was to slay the elf, willing to barter his soul to the devil for the chance. Silently, he prayed to the demon for his arrow to find its mark. The chieftain drew his bow taut, resembling a full moon. With a swift whoosh, the arrow, slicing through the air, struck the ancient elf squarely in the chest. "Oh, demon, I extol your name," exclaimed the chieftain, genuine admiration shining in his eyes as he beheld the ancient elf's crumpling form. Yet, before the astonishment could fade from his visage, a grotesque terror etched itself across his features. Liang Xiaoxia was equally taken aback. The ancient elf rose slowly, the arrow still embedded in his chest. As if untouched by the injury, he shook off the snow, now mingled with black blood, and fixated his icy gaze on the chieftain, as if he had already deemed him a corpse in his eyes. Could it be that ancient elves are immortal? Liang Xiaoxia pondered in bewilderment, having never encountered such traits in her readings. If ancient elves were indeed impervious to death, how then had they perished? Questions surged one after another. Nothing is more terrifying than an indomitable foe. The demon screamed and scattered in panic. That beautiful yet fierce ancient elf now embodied the very essence of a harbinger of doom, and none wished to meet their end without cause. The ancient elf withdrew the wooden arrow from his chest, his wound healing rapidly, leaving merely a small circular hole in the silver armor. He offered the demons no respite, wielding his arms to pursue and slaughter relentlessly. The hillside lay strewn with 700 demon corpses, their dark, warm blood melting the pristine snow, trickling down in filthy streams. The last sight that Liang Xiaoxia beheld was the neatly severed head of the demon chieftain, hoisted high upon a branch at the summit of the snowy slope. His eyes wide open in agony, black blood congealing at the severed edge, dripping slowly, mingling with the white snow below. The sensation of nausea overwhelmed her. Liang Xiaoxia opened her eyes and rushed out of the cave, covering her mouth as she clutched at the rocky terrain, retching until the world around her blurred into darkness. Gradually, as she inhaled the ocean breeze, she regained her composure. Tonight's meditation had transformed her perception of the ancient elves dramatically. One ancient elf had effortlessly triumphed over 700 demons. She now possessed a profound understanding of their formidable strength, ruthless, efficient, with lethal strikes that were swift and straightforward, calculating every ounce of stamina with precision. Once the grotesque imagery faded, Liang Xiaoxia began to reflect on the changes within her. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself standing on the beach, wielding a double-edged sword in the form of Shurtzi, mimicking the movements of that ancient elf. Beneath the moonless night, she closed her eyes tightly, swaying with the wind, her golden hair brushing against her cheeks, oblivious to the world around her. The delicate yet fierce physique hinted at latent lethality. As she swung the sword, silvery light flickered around her, echoing the starlight above. Undeniably, the ancient elf's techniques, though brutal, were captivating, their fluidity rendering a beauty that was both stunning and suffocating. As a thin sheen of sweat formed on her brow, Liang Xiaoxia took a deep breath. Gazing out at the vast expanse of the Black Sea, she relished this feeling, attuning herself to the subtle shifts in her body and the exquisite control of her power. She yearned for such strength, to protect her loved ones and safeguard what was worthy of protection. Daylight lilies and nightfall poppies. Chapter 37. Murder when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Nietzsche. The night breeze, unlike the biting cold of the day, carried the warmth of the land as it gently caressed the shore, lifting a delicate spray of water, soothing the tumultuous waves. Liang Xiaoxia curled her legs, resting her head quietly on her knees, gazing serenely at the expanse of the sea. Force is an overbearing and tyrannical power, a morbid habit that leads one into the depths of brutality. Those who grapple with demons must exercise utmost caution lest they become demons themselves in the process. As she slowly savored the movements akin to a dance of death, she closed her eyes, as if witnessing black cherry blossoms drifting down, their white petals blooming upon the snow, exuding an aroma of slumber that felt almost stale. Oppression and evil, paradoxically, evoke an irresistible allure to draw closer. Suddenly, Liang Xiaoxia realized that after acclimating to the initial memories of bloody carnage, a subtle thrill and joy had begun to stir within her. She felt an insatiable urge, a longing to plunge the tip of her blade into the flesh of her enemies, to quench her thirst with their blood. Such realizations unsettled her. As a gentle and benevolent spirit, why did she harbor such a desire for annihilation? She was a white elf of the West Crystal, a lover of peace, not one of the treacherous and ruthless dark elves of the underground city, who reveled in bloodshed. Could it be that the profound influence of the Eye of Slaughter and the excessive meditations interlaced with sanguinary memories had transformed her into her current self? The deep blue ribbon, adorned with starlight, fluttered slightly, and the mist before Liang Xiaoxia coalesced into a smooth mirror of water. One glance would reveal everything. The mirror moon seemed to possess an innate understanding of Liang Xiaoxia's thoughts, even discerning her deepest fears and anxieties with alarming clarity. Such a power is truly terrifying. Liang Xiaoxia stuck out her tongue, uncertain of how much the mirror moon knew of her secrets, or whether it could surmise her reincarnation. Fortunately, the memories of her past life were buried deep, surfacing only occasionally in unconscious triggers, allowing her to recall fragments of them. Liang Xiaoxia scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. Her face retained the cherubic countenance of her childhood, inheriting her mother's round, plump visage, with softly arched brows that mirrored her father's features. Yet, after a decade of bloodshed, her left eye began to undergo a transformation. Its emerald hue, reminiscent of precious gemstones, resembled a living entity, with crimson luminescence flowing restlessly within. Blending the two colors as her eyes shifted from a profound, exquisite green to a gradually developing yellow-green. If you wish to learn the dual-handed sword dance techniques, I can instruct you. Eh? How do you know that? Liang Xiaoxia was not surprised that Jingwei perceived her meditative visions at this moment. He was undoubtedly akin to a parasite in her belly, aware of her every thought. He is my father, the first master of Shurtzi. For the first time, Jingwei spoke with a courteous tone, his voice flowing smoothly like the gentle trickle of water, albeit tinged with a subtle tremor. It turned out that the scarred, ruthless man with a buzz cut was Jingwei's father. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I've caused you. How about this? You teach me the martial arts, and I will teach you the ancient elven language? Liang Xiaoxia deftly redirected the conversation. She and Jingwei were still not well acquainted, and since Shurtzi was now under her dominion, it was evident that Jingwei's father had perished. To delve deeper into this topic would merely reopen old wounds. Each time she conversed with Jingwei in ancient Elven, she found it quite challenging. After a decade of study, her proficiency was akin to that of someone who had merely passed a college English level for exam, capable of reading and writing, yet stumbling in listening and speaking, often requiring time to organize her thoughts coherently. All right. The voice of Jingwei once again settled into a calm cadence. As though the earlier fluctuations were merely a figment of Liang Xiaoxia's imagination. I can teach you to sing, she offered, albeit with modesty regarding her own vocal abilities. Being long-term partners, Liang Xiaoxia felt no hesitation in taking the initiative to foster a closer relationship. She always sensed that beneath Jingyue's courteous facade lay a heart steeped in a century of solitude. He resembled a living corpse, an observer detached from the world. Silent and uncommunicative. Someone is coming, she remarked, her keen ears twitching. Rising, she retrieved her weapon, gazing intently at the sea. The distinctive briny scent of the ocean intensified. Thick as if she were immersed in a fish market. Small black dots began to emerge on the water's surface. 15, Liang Xiaoxia counted, unconsciously licking her lips as she transformed her weapon into a double-handed sword, concealing it behind her back. 1 mermaid and 14 humans. Excellent. Her companions were still fatigued. It would be prudent to allow them a bit more rest. The unexpected guests, upon spotting a small sprite the size of a child standing on the beach, exhibited no fear, gazing upon her with delight as if she were a confection. They paused momentarily, perhaps pondering whether their presence had been leaked. The mermaid leading the humans was none other than Philadello, who, upon noticing Liang Xiaoxia alone on the shore, leaned in to whisper an explanation to the newcomers. TSK. The elven lineage is indeed remarkable. Even the young ones are so enchanting. A stout figure with half his body submerged in the water bellowed, "Brothers, be gentle when we strike. If we mar their faces, we won't fetch a good price." A young sprite, barely of age, found himself unable to even conjure a single flower, a staggering stroke of fortune handed to him on a silver platter. Though he had little affinity for such matters, he had observed a few noble lords who cherished their young pets, each worth a fortune, enough to indulge in a life of leisure for quite some time. However, a sense of foreboding crept into Philadro's heart. Only that solitary sprite stood upon the beach, while the other 3 were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that an ambush lay in wait for them? Furthermore, the sprite appeared somewhat amiss, exhibiting an unsettling calmness, far too composed for a child. As if his very essence had shifted, Philadro furrowed her brow, sensing an unusual aura, yet unable to articulate what felt askew. She remained a mere observer, after all, as she was but a guide. Deep down, she harbored a fondness for the melodious sprite. Had Philadro known that Liang Xiaoxia and her companions had plundered the deep blue pearl farm, leaving no yield for the year, she would have undoubtedly extinguished any lingering affection for Liang Xiaoxia before it could even blossom. The burly man in black had already stepped onto the sandy shore. Under the dim starlight by the sea, he discerned the sprite's uniquely fair and smooth visage, as delicate and endearing as a fragile petal. The unease and suppressed emotions mirrored in the young sprite's eyes did not escape his notice. He held no particular fondness for children. Yet he would not shy away from a creature so exquisitely beautiful. "Little sister, come play with your big brothers," he grinned, revealing a mouthful of unsightly yellow teeth. "Do not be afraid. Your brothers will cherish you dearly." As he approached, he could even see the sprite trembling in fear. Oh, how utterly adorable it is, evoking a desire to crush and destroy the other. Liang Xiaoxia's tremors were not born of fear, but rather from the effort to stifle her laughter as she pinched her thigh. How peculiar that even in a different world, the dialogue remained so similar. The role of a lowly was becoming somewhat tedious. Indeed, she had nearly grown weary of it, and it was time to get to work. Philadro sensed that something was amiss this evening. Just as he was about to caution the humans, a flash of white light surged forth. Liang Xiaoxia, with fierce precision, thrust her sword deep into the abdomen of a burly man until the hilt disappeared, then swiftly withdrew it, splattering her face with crimson blood. The droplets cascaded down her visage, accentuating the purity and innocence of her large, expressive eyes. This marked her first official act of murder. Liang Xiaoxia's arms, holding the sword, trembled gently, not from trepidation or dread, but from the intense effort to contain the exhilaration surging within her. Her left eye turned a deep crimson, as if the tranquil, benevolent, and occasionally righteous Liang Xiaoxia was gradually withdrawing from her very being. There was no nauseating guilt or disorienting haze. Rather, the white blood coursed vigorously through her veins. Liang Xiaoxia gained a profound clarity of another self. She now comprehended the meaning behind the thorny words of the fairy who claimed never to kill, that it was not the definition of adulthood. Long ago, Liang Xiaoxia had harbored a vague premonition that this world was not the peaceful and friendly realm of her past life. She could not live her days like a slothful worm, merely consuming and waiting for death. This world was rife with filth and shadows, inevitably. She would tread a bloody path. If that were the case, the guilt and confusion accompanying murder would only hasten her demise. It turns out, I'm far more wicked than I had ever imagined. Liang Xiaoxia smiled, finding no fault in the situation. After all, humanity had made their intentions abundantly clear. A towering figure obstructed her view, and before his companions could comprehend the unfolding events, a piercing scream erupted as the giant clutched his abdomen and collapsed to the ground. Oh, that incompetent fool! The response from the group across from her was swifter than Liang Xiaoxia had anticipated. Without hesitation, several individuals drew their daggers and charged towards her. The earlier overconfidence had taught them a valuable lesson. No one now regarded the petite figure standing on the beach as an innocent lamb. The sprite's prowess in battle relied on cunning rather than brute strength. This lesson had been indelibly etched in Liang Xiaoxia's mind through the training with Bitterthorn. When faced with the onslaught of a dozen adversaries, she realized the difference from her usual sparring sessions with Bitterthorn was not particularly vast. With a swift motion, she unleashed a basic grease spell upon the sandy ground before her, causing the first two assailants to slip and lose their balance, toppling onto the beach. Liang Xiaoxia darted forward, her movements reminiscent of a playful kitten pouncing on a dragonfly, yet her dual sword struck with lethal precision toward the chests of the two men. The first to fall was caught off guard, meeting his end with a single thrust, while the other, witnessing the blade's approach, executed a roll to narrowly evade the attack. It was foolish to categorize enemies by their levels in the midst of combat. The most effective incantation was the one that proved useful. The teachings of Madakini reverberated in Liang Xiaoxia's mind. The words resonate well. The individual she had just slain was indeed a swordsman of considerable caliber, yet regrettably lacking in combat experience. As her right-hand sword missed its target and struck the sandy ground, Liang Xiaoxia swiftly retrieved her dual swords by flicking up sand and delivered a kick to the waist of a survivor who had attempted to roll away. On the beach, the numerous cloaked figures surrounding her resembled monolithic boulders of the wasteland, their blades clashing in a cacophony of steel. Liang Xiaoxia, relying on her nimble physique, weaved gracefully among them, akin to the father of the moonlit figure in her meditations, seeking the vulnerabilities of her foes and biding her time for the perfect moment to strike. After an arduous skirmish, she had managed to dispatch 3 adversaries but narrowly avoided a blade aimed at her back, prompting a sense of fatigue to wash over her. It is indeed somewhat overwhelming. The techniques she had memorized for her dual swords were executed with a disjointedness, lacking the necessary force and precision. What should have been lethal maneuvers merely served to inconvenience her enemies. Her full potential, if realized, would have been utterly devastating, yet in her hands, it barely reached a fraction of that power. Had the father of the moonlit figure been present, the ground would already be strewn with corpses. With a sudden, muffled thud, she was caught off guard as a human kicked her from behind, sending her sprawling onto the sand in considerable pain. The human, witnessing the troublesome little sprite collapse, could not conceal his delight and raised his blade to strike her down. Liang Xiaoxia raised her arm to block with her sword. The clash reverberated, leaving her arm tingling from the impact. It seemed this body still lacked strength. With a deft maneuver, she evaded the human's blade, arching her body to leap, her legs locking around the human's neck. With a twist of her waist, he crumpled onto the beach. The 4th adversary had fallen. This technique was inspired by the jujitsu she had once observed. Lacking in strength, she had to compensate with her flexibility. Furidello observed the battle from her submerged position in the sea, as a dozen humans besieged the diminutive sprite, who had yet to succumb but bore injuries nonetheless. She felt a flicker of doubt. Could an alliance with such frail beings truly be trusted? Contemplating this, Furidello inhaled sharply and let out a piercing wail. The siren's song summoned the harbinger of death. Liang Xiaoxia fought valiantly against her adversaries when suddenly, a high-pitched shriek akin to thunder resounded in her ears. The sound was jarring and sharp, cutting through her senses like a steel blade, causing her to clasp her hands over her ears. The elves, known for their acute hearing, found this cacophony to be an unrelenting assault on Liang Xiaoxia's eardrums. Even with her hands pressed tightly, the sound continued to infiltrate through her fingers, resonating painfully within her skull, a torment beyond measure. Furidello's sonic attack enveloped all on the beach, yet the sprite exhibited a notably weaker constitution, already crumpled to the ground, hands clutching her ears in agony. Just as Furidello contemplated intensifying her assault, she felt a sudden sharp pain in her chest. An iron-feathered arrow had embedded itself within her, piercing her flesh, its fletching quivering in the air as it siphoned her blood and warmth. The buzzing noise reminiscent of bees gradually faded, allowing Liang Xiaoxia to muster her strength. Seizing the moment of confusion among the humans, she swiftly dispatched 2 more foes. Meanwhile, Reno's subordinates did not relent, synchronizing their efforts with Liang Xiaoxia's onslaught, releasing a barrage of arrows to cover her retreat. Liang Xiaoxia exhaled in relief. Without Reno's timely intervention, her life would have been forfeited. She recognized her own impulsiveness. Reno's presence swiftly turned the tide of battle, and within a short span, the remaining assailants were vanquished. Liang Xiaoxia meticulously left behind a frail human captive, hoping to extract intelligence from his lips. "You have been overly reckless this time." Reno gazed at Liang Xiaoxia's silhouette, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He wished to shield her a while longer, at least until she reached maturity and acclimatized to these harsh realities. Yet Xiaoxia unexpectedly took this bold step, prematurely embracing the bloody shadows. In the unseen corners, she was slowly transforming, increasingly resembling that individual, the one who had vanquished him. "This is my choice." Liang Xiaoxia feigned nonchalance, shrugging her shoulders. The myriad of human provocations no longer permitted her to hide beneath Reno's protective wings and act coyly. Chapter 38. Seeking peace. Suffering is being forcibly uprooted from one's place. After Liang Xiaoxia threatened to transform the diminutive figure into a mere human stick. The last surviving human knelt in supplication, spilling everything as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Initially, she had thought him a stoic, unwilling to divulge anything. Yet he turned out to be a scoundrel who cried for his ancestors at the slightest tug of his braid. In stark contrast to the steadfast assassin they had previously captured from the elven tribe, this human epitomized the extreme of cowardice. The disparity in quality between the 2 groups of humans was astonishing. This shifty-eyed individual was named Rambo, bearing the exact name of the hardened protagonist from First Blood, and was a mere soldier under General Luca of the 7th Legion of the Kingdom of Egg. General Lucas had dispatched them on 2 missions. The first was to locate a legendary artifact of war, though he himself was unaware of its appearance. The second task is to meticulously chart the forest terrain. Rambo's primary vocation is that of a thief, distinctly different from the talents of a scout or a hunter. He is, in every sense, a genuine rogue, observing his nephew's daily mischief and lack of ambition. His uncle invested a sum to secure him a position within the 7th Legion. Initially intending to lead a life of idleness, he unexpectedly garnered the attention of General Luca, who recognized his nimble skills and assigned him to this squad for reconnaissance. Did even Egg become involved? Métis and Egg are 2 human nations on the southern continent, separated by a formidable mountain range that conceals a rare diamond vein. Thus, the conflicts between these nations have been ceaseless. Should these 2 nations forge an alliance, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. As summer wanes, do you have any plans? Liang Xiaoxia, feeling the gentle tug of Qian's hand, noticed his struggle to conceal his discomfort, a look of anxious concern warming her heart. This is what it means to have companions, trustworthy allies upon whom she can rely. Fear not, these are all villains, and they deserve their fate. The terror was palpable in Yochio, yet he boldly uttered words that elicited both laughter and tears. How can you be so certain they are all villains? They are all clad in black. In Liang Xiaoxia's tales, only villains don black attire. Yochio nodded with conviction. The elves remained silent. Yochio's whimsical reasoning had slightly lifted the gloom in Liang Xiaoxia's heart. The 4 elves had no time to linger on the beach. After a brief respite, they hastened into the forest with their human captive in tow. Everything remained unchanged since their departure 3 months prior. The meadow nestled within the woods. Her Majesty seated in the same posture, surrounded by blooming flowers, her attire clinging to the dew without a care. Queen Heidi of the elves listened attentively to Reynolds' report while idly toying with the aquamarine double-sided mirror in her hands. Little did she anticipate the myriad events that would unfold during the negotiations with the sea folk. Former allies had shifted their stance, unfamiliar mermen had entered the fray, and human nations were cautiously probing. Unbeknownst to them, the Western Crystal Elven tribe had transformed into a sumptuous cake, tempting all to take a bite. Liang Xiaoxia stood behind Reynolds, observing the Queen's changing expressions of worry and distress. Recalling the Queen's usual kind and approachable demeanor towards her, she could not help but speak. Since the waters have grown murky, why not stir them further? As her words echoed, several gazes converged upon her. No matter. Share your thoughts. This recent coalition of humans and merfolk presents several enigmas, she continued, emboldened by the Queen's lack of reproach. I believe that clarifying these mysteries will unveil the means to dismantle the threat. Liang Xiaoxia had pondered these issues for quite some time. She felt that by addressing these specific angles, they could sever the alliance endangering the elves. Thus, as long as we comprehend the ties that bind them, the matter will be readily resolved, she concluded. Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound, the queen acknowledged. The elven queen nodded and instructed Rainer, very well, Rainer. Prepare yourself to accompany Loki to the Métis Empire, where you shall present a gift to the human crown prince and inquire about their true desires. Liang Xiaoxiao's intention was to gather intelligence and seek ways to sever the ties of interest, thereby dismantling the alliance. However, upon realizing that the queen had not heeded her counsel, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, since Her Majesty had issued her directive, she could only remain silent and comply. After all, she was merely a young elf, not yet 20, and her words carried little weight. The elven queen, Haida, had weathered countless storms, and the burdens of responsibility on her shoulders rendered her cautious and conservative. Despite the myriad threats surrounding the elven race, they had lived in relative peace and stability for many years, suggesting that this situation was but a minor issue. As long as the secret of the elven tree remained concealed from humanity, any other matter could be negotiated, indicating an intention to extend goodwill towards humans and strive for a peaceful resolution. Liang Xiaoxia felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. A weak nation lacks justice, and a weak nation lacks diplomacy. Their elven population was so sparse that they could scarcely be deemed a nation. How could they negotiate with humans on equal footing? How much credence could they place in the words of those human politicians? The history of her homeland had imparted a bloody lesson, and she wished to never witness a similar fate in her lifetime. For now, she could only pray that the friction between elves and humans was truly trivial, for she dared not contemplate the graver consequences. After bidding farewell to the elven queen, Liang Xiaoxia walked behind, her head drooping in dejection. Renaud gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort, stating, "I find your reasoning quite compelling. If we continue to appear weak, we shall merely be seen as easy prey." Although he did not concur with Her Majesty's stance, he ultimately complied. After a moment of silence, he continued, "But she is the queen. She harbors concerns and considerations that remain beyond our comprehension. I hold her in high regard, as well as the burdens she carries. Therefore, let us adopt a more open perspective and proceed accordingly." This sentiment seemed directed at Liang Xiaoxia, yet it also resonated with himself. With pursed lips, Renaud strode away from her gaze, his silhouette embodying a conviction and determination that she could not grasp. Chapter 39. A farewell at dusk. He is beautiful, he is pure. Yet he loves no one, not even himself. He is a solitary black swan adrift upon the water, quietly drifting with the currents. Bitterthorn has not taken root among the elves. Unlike other elves, he has not constructed a quaint, sunlit abode. Instead, he resides in a cave with a certain careless nonchalance, as if merely going through the motions. The cave is dim and damp, with water dribbling down from the penetrating tree roots, pooling in certain areas to form small puddles, rendering even his bedding perpetually moist. It is barren, containing little more than the bare necessities for survival, resembling nothing of a habitable space. Bitterthorn lives a life akin to that of ascetic monks from a former existence, often eating little or nothing at all, scarcely engaging in conversation, shrouded in a dark cloak, the edges frayed like the petals of a withered flower. His tendrils swaying in the breeze. The children of his clan fear him, the adult elves regard him with strange glances, and the elders, who are aware of history, look upon him with pity. However, the dark elf, KJ, offered little opportunity for communication, unless one sought him out deliberately. Few were aware of his presence within the clan. Liang Xiaoxia stood at the entrance of KJ's cave, surveying the pitch-black interior where the chilling wind howled. But KJ was absent. In her hands, she held the cake she had meticulously crafted, now slowly cooling. Regardless of whether the food was delectable or distasteful, KJ never displayed any particular emotion. For him, sustenance served solely as a source of energy, devoid of any enjoyment or pleasure. The only exception was the plate of iris grape cake she held, sweet enough to overwhelm the senses. Liang Xiaoxia recalled having read that those who have a penchant for sweets often harbor profound feelings of insecurity. It was indeed remarkable to consider that her iris grape cake had been taught to her by KJ himself. Over the years, their relationship had evolved from initial tension to a more amicable rapport, allowing for occasional exchanges of words. Yet, most often, it was Liang Xiaoxia who spoke while KJ remained silently beside her, lost in thought, his gaze drifting into the distance. Standing at the cave's entrance, Liang Xiaoxia dipped her finger into the cake's jam and tasted it, wondering if it had gone cold. The sweetness sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to stick out her tongue in distaste. Indeed, it was too torturous to sample. He stood there quietly beneath the tree, one hand gripping the shadowy essence, the other casually extended, resting by his side. The late summer sunlight dappled through the leaves, casting gentle beams upon him, warming his uninviting black cloak. The thorny figure removed his hood, revealing a face as smooth and luminous as white jade, marred by grotesque scars. One scar slashed diagonally across his cheek. Another extended from his ear to his neck, and a serpentine line traced the corner of his mouth. There were so many that Liang Xiaoxia lost count. The severed ear reminded her of the Venus de Milo, admired sincerely, yet tinged with regret. His eyes remained as profound as ever, unwavering, akin to a black butterfly perched on a blossom, both beautiful and fearsome. Even with his disfigurement, he retained an undeniable allure, Liang Xiaoxia mused quietly. This serene beauty was distant and proud, unconnected to mere appearance, existing solely within the soul. Liang Xiaoxia stood at the cave's entrance, holding a cake, her gaze lost in thought. The passage of time had left little mark on the elf. 10 years had passed, and she had merely grown a tad taller. Still unmistakably a child. Her round face and bright eyes sparkled like stars, not conventionally beautiful, yet evoking genuine affection. This child was intelligent and lively, yet inherently stubborn and proud. She navigated her interactions with grace, never crossing the line into annoyance nor feigning superiority with brooding silence. He thought, even if he didn't particularly like this little one, there was a sliver of concern for her. Oh, heavens! Did she just witness something? Did the thorny figure smile? His smile was subtle, the corner of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. Were it not for Liang Xiaoxia reading mirth in the slight arch of his eyes, she might have believed herself to be hallucinating. The sunlight streaming upon his face delicately caressed the furrowed edges of his silver scars, transforming them into a rose-like embellishment, beautiful, almost illusory. The thorny vine naturally approached Liang Xiaoxia, taking the cake from the hands of the little silly melon, and seated itself upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves to indulge in its delight. The taste was exquisite, surpassing even the most cherished memories. Closing his eyes for the final time, he unveiled a genuinely radiant smile. Liang Xiaoxia was taken aback. After months apart, could it be that someone unfamiliar had replaced Kuji? That blissful expression, was it truly him? In the past, when consuming the cake she had crafted, his satisfaction was merely indicated by a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth, never revealing such overt emotions. Could it be that an accidental misstep in the cake's preparation had somehow altered his very essence? Liang Xiaoxia, filled with uncertainty, observed Reno, who, with both hands cradling the cake, savored it with deliberate, small bites. This scene evoked memories of Kuji feasting on a mouse. Kuji remained silent, leaving Liang Xiaoxia at a loss for words. The two sprites basked under the sun, inhaling the rich, earthy aroma of the trees, enveloped in a profound silence. Come now, let me see if you have regressed. After finishing the cake, Kuji meticulously consumed the remnants, startling Liang Xiaoxia from her reverie. Oh, Liang Xiaoxia summoned Shirtzi, adjusting her emotions, and seized the initiative. In a duel with Kuji, one must never strike second. Doing so would result in being completely outmaneuvered. Their encounters were always fierce. As Kuji had previously stated, simulation and luck merely signify a child's play. Thus, each strike must be executed with utmost commitment, devoid of hesitation. Gradually, Liang Xiaoxia developed her own distinctive style in combat. Before the passage of time, she could only humbly serve as an archer, though she saw no fault in that role. However, the Liang family, in addition to their avarice, was adept at exploiting every advantage at their disposal. To confine this moment merely to archery would indeed be a lamentable waste. Recently, her encounters with humans in battle had provided her with significant insight, prompting her to amalgamate both ranged and melee tactics, thereby crafting her own unique combat techniques. Within the forest, two figures danced through the air, resembling playful sprites in pursuit of one another, yet the effort and peril inherent in their duel were known solely to them. The two elves weaved and parried, engaged in a fierce struggle, unaware that the sun was gradually descending towards the horizon. Ultimately, amidst the golden-red hues of twilight, a moment of oversight caused Kiki to be disarmed, his shadowy weapon sent flying by Liang Xiaoxia's leap and kick. Breathless and exhilarated, Liang Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled, her round cheeks flushed with a rosy hue from exertion. This marked her first victory over Kiki, albeit one achieved by sheer luck. Nevertheless, a victory remained a victory. Liang Xiaoxia, with her petty nature and penchant for holding grudges, understood that even if she baked cakes for Kiki or engaged him in conversation, it would not erase the unpleasantness of their initial encounter as rivals. The objective of vanquishing Kiki had never wavered. Kiki retrieved the shadowy weapon from the ground. His gaze clouded with a complexity that Liang Xiaoxia could not decipher. "You have taken a life," he asserted, his tone unequivocal and serious, as if stating an undeniable truth. He had sensed it during their duel. Liang Xiaoxia not only executed varied maneuvers, but also emanated an indistinct aura of hostility, unmistakably the result of having taken a life. This subtle bloodlust was usually well concealed, only surfacing inadvertently during combat. When did one commit their first murder? At 100 years old? Or perhaps 200? How delightful. She has finally matured. Bitterthorn scrutinized Liang Xiaoxia once more, and, upon confirming that she posed no issues, remarked, "Once you have done it, do not regret it." A jolt ran through Liang Xiaoxia's heart. She did not possess an overwhelming sense of guilt, yet she hesitated. Was bloodshed and murder truly an effective means to resolve conflicts? It was not a good method, merely a definitive one. Liang Xiaoxia understood the answer. Bitterthorn crouched down, gazing at the petite sprite who was only slightly taller than himself. She was growing rapidly, even beyond his expectations. Modestly attractive. At most, she could be described as gracefully beautiful, yet she bore a wisdom that belied her years. This was preferable. Beauty without corresponding strength could only lead to calamity. Fragile and exquisite beauty incites destructive desires. Gradually, it seemed as though time had come to a standstill. Bitterthorn extended his arms, gently enveloping the small sprite in an embrace. Liang Xiaoxia stiffened completely. She had been embraced by many sprites before, and this slight figure offered little comfort. Yet, being held by Bitterthorn, had he truly been brainwashed? Or had he ingested the wrong medicine? He emanated a sour, bitter scent, a testament to how long it had been since he last bathed. His form was so emaciated that his bones jutted out uncomfortably. The coarse fabric of his clothing chafed against her skin. As Liang Xiaoxia twisted in Bitterthorn's embrace, lost in her thoughts, a faint sigh reached her ears. As delicate as a mosquito's buzz, had her hearing not been acute, she would not have detected it. "I'm sorry." He owed apologies to many, just as many owed him. Yet, he was the only one, sincerely, apologizing to the little sprite before him. It was time for him to depart. Kuji gently caressed Liang Xiaoxia's back and released her small frame. He stood, turned, and walked slowly into the woods, facing the brilliant, blazing hues of the sunset. Akin to the final revelry of a glorious eve, the next encounter would likely be a farewell for eternity. Liang Xiaoxia rubbed her eyes, watching as Kuji melded with the crimson twilight, feeling a sense of bewildered days. Chapter 40. Flying Cat. The sun shone brightly. Do not forget to smile. The rainy season had passed, and after months of cleansing, the trees in the forest were lush and dripping with vitality. The soil was soft and damp, and the air was imbued with the distinctive scent of grass and dew, dissipating with the mist of late summer. The stream swelled, carrying away petals that had recently fallen, while plump fish darted playfully through the currents in search of food. The tall trees began to shed their fruits, occasionally punctuated by the sound of falling, ripe offerings landing softly upon the carpet of leaves below. Liang Xiaoxia lay atop her favorite lookout, allowing the immense full moon to dominate her vision, casting clear shadows and light. The night breeze whisked a few clouds across the sky, infused with the unique warmth of late summer and the calls of nocturnal birds. Gazing at the sky, which resembled blue-violet velvet, Liang Xiaoxia stretched languidly, feeling drowsy. Having returned to the tribe for 2 days, she found herself perpetually irritable and restless during the day. Tasks that once seemed manageable now felt half-completed, her patience waning and her temper flaring. Akin to a volcano brewing with pent-up energy, her expression dark and her spirit low. Only in these moments could Liang Xiaoxia find solace, listening to the whispers of the forest, forgetting all else, and merging with nature. Reno and Loki are scheduled to embark for the human empire of Métis tomorrow. Liang Xiaoxia and her companions undermined the merfolk, plundered their pearl farms, and ultimately killed one of their kind, irreparably severing the amity between the two races. Her Majesty, the Queen, was left with no alternative but to solicit an alliance with the fishmen to provide a protective escort. Without the aegis of these denizens of the deep, any expedition to the human empire would be a foolhardy endeavor. In all propriety, Liang Xiaoxia ought to bid her 2 mentors farewell, especially given that this marks the inaugural formal foray of the elven race into human territories in decades, a venture fraught with potential peril. Yet, Liang Xiaoxia found herself disinclined to stir. Such diplomatic overtures were intrinsically anathema to her. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the library beneath the plaza, she mused. Liang Xiaoxia acknowledged her own willfulness. Prolonged juvenescence had seemingly eroded her emotional intelligence. Perhaps a sojourn among the tomes would serve me well, she reflected. Noting that since discovering the library, she had yet to properly explore its contents. Few elves were privy to the existence of the subterranean plaza, save Her Majesty. A handful of elders, Reno, and Liang Xiaoxia herself. Presumably, Swiftwind was also aware. Liang Xiaoxia and Reno had secured the queen's permission to peruse the library's contents in solitude, selecting books to their liking, albeit with the stipulation that they remain within its confines. The prospect of delving into ancient texts of untold vintage filled Liang Xiaoxia with a certain elation, mitigating, to some extent, her inner disquiet. A strident avian cry pierced the heavens, jolting Liang Xiaoxia from her reverie. As she prepared to turn over, her ears perked up, and she sat upright. After months of absence, Loki remained unchanged, adorned with a pair of twin swords and dressed flamboyantly. With a few agile leaps, he sprang up from beneath the trees to the lookout tower, landing right in front of Liang Xiaoxia. With your talent, it's a pity you aren't playing Dongfang Booby. You wouldn't even need makeup. Loki's attire dazzled Liang Xiaoxia's titanium alloy eyes. After more than a decade of acquaintance, she thought she would have grown accustomed to him. Yet he continuously tested her limits. Perhaps in the future, she would not even flinch at the sight of Loki cloaked in alien skin. Indeed, one grows accustomed to the absurd over time. What did you say? Loki either didn't hear or comprehend Liang Xiaoxia's words. I said, move aside. You're blocking my moonlight. She pulled Loki closer. If he was going to be a rogue, she had to outdo him in mischief. Otherwise, he would always take liberties. Oh dear, it truly pains me to hear such words. How could you be so heartless? I might just leave from here. Loki feigned wiping away a tear, pretending to be utterly heartbroken, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed him with a mischievous smile. Take your time leaving. I shan't see you off. Initially, Liang Xiaoxia had been concerned about this impish man encountering danger in Métis, but upon seeing his irritatingly smug face, she felt a strong urge to kick him away, wishing he would distance himself as much as possible. I was foolish to worry about you. I should be more concerned for those humans instead. With that, Liang Xiaoxia closed her eyes and turned her head, ignoring Loki. He pouted, finding the situation rather dull, noting how he had become less endearing with age. Lying beside Liang Xiaoxia, Rocky imitated her posture, resting his hands behind his head, and crossed his legs while humming a tune. Oh, upon hearing Rocky's discordant singing, Liang Xiaoxia wished fervently to sever her own ears. For years, it had always been this way. Could he not cease for just a moment? The siren's melodious voice truly resonated painfully in her ears, while Rocky's singing resembled nails scraping against a blackboard, twisting her insides with discomfort. Good heavens, spare me, dear sir. Liang Xiaoxia could hardly contain her urge to slap Rocky, for she had sought solace in this tranquil place, only to be besieged by this harbinger of misfortune, with no end in sight. I hear you have recently acquired a batch of exquisite pearls. Might you spare me a few? Rocky, having relished the torment evident on Liang Xiaoxia's face, blinked his eyes and continued, I wish to craft a belt adorned with pearls. You know, it would beautifully complement my complexion. Compliment a pepper, you wretched creature. Liang Xiaoxia retorted, still preoccupied with sorting through a pile of seashells. Bewildered by how he had acquired such information and so quickly devised a scheme. The prospect of him requesting anything from her was as improbable as the notion of the light and dark elves sitting together for a game of cards. Oh, Xiaoxia, do you not possess even a shred of respect for your master? He lamented theatrically. My heart is shattered. Not again. Liang Xiaoxia covered her ears, resolutely deciding to ignore Rocky. How about this? I shall trade you something in exchange. Rocky insisted, forcibly prying Liang Xiaoxia's hands apart, his voice dripping with temptation. What treasures could you possibly offer? If it involves those ostentatious garments, I shall graciously decline. With a sharp whistle, Loki summoned a shadow that soared from the heavens, gliding directly towards the lookout tower. As it approached, it decelerated and gently descended into Loki's embrace. It was a long-eared flying cat, its wings folded neatly, adorned in a blend of yellow and white. A tuft of soft fur peeked from its elongated ears, and a crimson patch graced its forehead. With round, tea-colored eyes exuding innocence, it nestled in Loki's arms, purring softly. A deal was swiftly struck between Liang Xiaoxia and Loki upon her sighting of this enchanting creature. It is a well-known fact that cats cannot fly. However, many such certainties are cast aside in this realm. Ah, but there are no rubbish bins here. Thus yet another axiom is overturned. Certain elven archers possess magical companions that assist in reconnaissance and combat, providing solace in moments of solitude. The flying cat stands as the quintessential choice for such magical companions, being both agile and capable in battle, as well as readily trainable. Elves disdain the notion of subjugating animals as humans do. Although referred to as magical pets, they are, in truth, partners and friends. Liang Xiaoxia herself harbors a deep affection for animals, yet she refrains from being overly assertive due to the amicable rapport between the elves and forest creatures. For quite some time, she has yearned for a flying cat, long-lived, gentle, and charming, but the necessity of nurturing a magical companion from a young age to foster mutual trust and understanding had delayed her quest for the ideal match. The long-eared flying cat nestled in Loki's arms is a distinct variety among flying cats, with its elongated ears endowing it with superior auditory capabilities. Even more precious is the fact that this particular specimen is evidently a juvenile, the crimson marking on its forehead signifying a lineage of no small merit. One can only wonder at the stroke of fortune that has befallen Loki, enabling him to discover such a rare flying cat. Greetings. Have you perhaps pilfered a nest of cubs? Liang Xiaoxia recounted 100 unopened clams to Loki while reaching for the flying cat nestled in his arms, only to be met with a fierce display of teeth and an intimidating glare from the creature, as if it were poised to strike. However, once its injuries healed, it became utterly unmovable, no matter the effort. Alas, the burden of charm weighs heavy. Even the animals seem to be enamored with me. The flying cat, with its shaggy fur and lack of beauty, pales in comparison to the regal avian I hold dear. Loki rubbed his forehead, appearing genuinely troubled by his boundless allure, while Liang Xiaoxia's lips twitched in exasperation. It seems he finds her unworthy of his esteem, yet he seeks to benefit from her presence. Nevertheless, she decided to let it slide. Liang Xiaoxia extracted several clams, deftly using a small knife to strip away the meat and pearls, serving the delicacies in a shell before the flying cat. Upon catching the scent of the clams, the cat's meows transformed as it wriggled free from Loki's embrace. Casting a cautious glance at Liang Xiaoxia, once assured of her benign intentions, it eagerly indulged in the sumptuous feast laid before it. Indeed, regardless of the realm, a cat's penchant for fish remains unchanged. After feasting to its heart's content, the flying cat licked its paws and, quite naturally, sought refuge in Liang Xiaoxia's arms, purring softly and drifting into slumber. Oh, is my allure truly overshadowed by a mere pile of stinky clam meat? Loki lamented, though his expression betrayed no dissatisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. The invocation of the magical pet contract was somewhat intricate. Liang Xiaoxia recited a few lines, and with a surge of elemental energy, a small golden circular emblem appeared on the flying cat, swirling gently before fading into nothingness. Could it be that she is truly insatiable for wealth? Liang Xiaoxia gazed at the copper coin from her past, now an emblem of her identity, feeling a sense of despondency. Oh, Xiaoxia, I've heard you encountered a setback with the queen? Loki tousled her hair casually, effortlessly grasping a knife to assist her in peeling the remaining unshucked clams. The pungent odor enveloped them, his hands sticky with slime, yet he approached the task without the slightest grimace, casually inquiring as if counting leaves. You know about it? At the mention of this, a wave of helplessness washed over Liang Xiaoxia once more. The queen had dismissed her counsel, a fact that didn't incite much anger in her. Rather, it was the uncertainty of the future that troubled her. Liang Xiaoxia smiled faintly, sincerely mourning for the fate of humanity. That's more like it. Smiling more is charming. Keeping a perpetual deadpan expression is utterly stifling to witness. Loki pinched her cheek with his slimy hand, seemingly dissatisfied, and gave it a gentle tug. Loki, I shall slay you. Liang Xiaoxia pushed his hand away, wiping her face with her sleeve, her expression marred by the lingering stench. The sleeping flying cat was startled, flapping away, and she struck Loki a few times in frustration before gradually calming down. The watchtower stood sturdy as the two elves, one large, one small, frolicked for a while, causing naught but a slight sway. Liang Xiaoxia wiped the slime from her face onto Loki's green attire, indulging in a small act of retribution. Feeling a bit lighter in spirit, if it were you, what would you do? Loki, unfazed, undid the buttons of his shirt, revealing a flat chest adorned with a dark scar that traversed it. It was only upon seeing his scar that Liang Xiaoxia was reminded of the fact that this individual beside her was, indeed, a grown man. If I were Her Majesty the Queen, I would dispatch agents to infiltrate human nations, seeking to exploit the weaknesses of alliances, severing their chains of interest, and ultimately dismantling them. Simultaneously, I would seek to win over other races that could become our allies, creating divisions to confront our foes. Liang Xiaoxia articulated her intricate strategy in detail. "Oh, how I anticipate the day you ascend to the throne." Loki feigned admiration as he remarked. "Humans are a cunning lot. If the queen were to adopt your strategy, who could she possibly send? It would be a stroke of luck if they weren't deceived into selling themselves." Just as Liang Xiaoxia prepared to retort, "Are you not the most suitable candidate? Proficient in high-level deception and various schemes?" Her words faltered as she caught sight of the scar on Loki's chest. His knowledge and skills likely bore a history that was far from glorious. Out of office, one should not meddle in politics. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Xiaoxia realized her thoughts were rather superficial. The reality of managing such affairs was far more complex than she had imagined, not nearly as effortless as she had suggested. Nevertheless, she resolved to confront challenges as they came, trusting that fate would guide her. Liang Xiaoxia reclined heavily, gazing at the bright full moon, finally allowing her eyes to close slowly. Observing that she had entered a meditative state, Loki gently smoothed the furrowed lines on her brow. Watching her in silence for a while, with a faint smile, he resumed polishing the shell by his side. The moonlight bathed the two elves, enveloping them in its serene glow. "You still require time to grow. Do not rush. Until then, I shall shield you from the storms." Chapter 41. Taboos. The science of life must be founded on experimentation. Only through the sacrifice of certain lives can we rescue others from the clutches of death. Bernal. Anatomist days flowed by like a ceaseless stream. Reynold and Loki had departed, and the thorny bramble had vanished as well. Liang Xiaoxia sought them several times, but to no avail. She was well acquainted with a few familiar sprites and had traversed nearly half of her journey. Gradually, she returned to her daily routine, engaging in discourse with her father in the study each morning, assisting Elder Yuchuan, practicing archery in the afternoon, and learning the dual sword techniques in secrecy from a ribbon sprite. As night fell, she would stealthily descend into the underground plaza, lantern in hand, accompanied by a thick stack of papers, diligently transcribing materials that might prove useful for her experiments. Elder Yuchuan's soilless cultivation experiment had flourished remarkably since Liang Xiaoxia's arrival. The two sprites, the larger one diligent and meticulous, the smaller one brimming with imagination and whimsical ideas, had steered their efforts in the right direction. With a plethora of experiments and the unique cultivation techniques of the sprites, Elder Yuchuan and Liang Xiaoxia successfully nurtured several varieties of plants. The elderess, once dim and oppressive study, shrouded in heavy curtains and devoid of ventilation, had now transformed entirely into a greenhouse. The expansive experimental table had been removed, and the books and apparatus that once cluttered the shelves had vanished. Shelving of varied heights and arrangements now brimmed with an assortment of transparent flower pots and culture dishes. While vibrant green tendrils spiraled forth from the mouths of bottles, their roots and stems clearly visible, immersed in nutrient solutions. In the heart of the experimental zone, several plants were meticulously arrayed, their root systems exposed to the air, while nested arrays etched below ceaselessly emitted nebulous nutrient solutions. The curtains had been replaced with translucent white voile, and during the sun's zenith, the windows would automatically tint to sepia, mitigating the intense light for the delicate flora. A gentle luminescence and verdant foliage pervaded the conservatory, evoking a sense of burgeoning vitality. After acclimating to the sudden warmth and the distinctive aroma of the earth, Liang Xiaoxia cautiously entered the conservatory, clutching handwritten documents. The walls and floor were adorned with arrays of varying sizes and purposes: heating, humidifying, deodorizing, and more. At least half of these had been etched by Liang Xiaoxia herself. She was wary of inadvertently stepping onto a forbidden array, as re-etching would be a minor inconvenience compared to triggering an explosion. Elder Yuchuan sat on the veranda outside his study, cradling fragrant tea in one hand. Uncharacteristically, he was not smoking and appeared deeply troubled, his grip on the teacup tightening and relaxing repeatedly. "What's wrong, Elder?" Liang Xiaoxia inquired as she traversed the conservatory. She handed the documents to Elder Yuchuan, poured herself a cup of tea, and settled comfortably into the adjacent chair. Taking a small sip, she watched with amusement as the vaporous steam ascended from her cup. "Where did you obtain these documents?" Elder Yuchuan asked absently, glancing through the stack of freshly transcribed papers in his hand. The notes were in Liang Xiaoxia's hand, but he had not overlooked their profound content, including a small portion written in ancient elven script. "Oh, that? Her Majesty the Queen has entrusted me with this, which should prove useful. Since the existence of the underground plaza cannot be disclosed, Liang Xiaoxia has entirely shifted the responsibility onto Her Majesty. After all, her statement holds truth. The queen permitted her to transcribe the books inside, yet forbade her from bringing them out. Liang Xiaoxia, in her kindness, has attributed both merit and trouble to the queen. Below the balcony lies a modest training ground, where Qianhe stands at the center, rhythmically wielding his twin swords. With each swing, beads of sweat scatter from his tousled hair. Upon noticing Liang Xiaoxia's arrival, he blinked. Despite maintaining a serious demeanor, a sweet sensation flickered in his heart. The distance between the upper and lower floors allowed Liang Xiaoxia to clearly observe the rosy hue of Qianhe's rabbit-like eyes. His swordplay quickened, as if eager to impress. Much like a child vying for candies and praise from a parent. Still just a child, she scoffed softly, only to be playfully struck on the head by Elder Yuchuan, who held a stack of documents. He is, after all, still a child, and you are one too. Stop sighing so dramatically. Elder Yuchuan, ever protective, knew this sentiment was widely recognized among the elven folk. Liang Xiaoxia rubbed the spot where she had been hit, feeling somewhat defiant as she retorted, "And what about you? Aren't you the one hiding here and lamenting instead of conducting your experiments?" At this juncture, Elder Yuchuan's previously relaxed expression grew stern once more. He stroked his chin thoughtfully before rising to leave the balcony. "Come with me." The two elves proceeded to Elder Yuchuan's chamber, located adjacent to the flower room. The bed was pushed into the far corner, while books and experimental apparatus occupied 3/4 of the remaining space, the entire room perpetuating the disheveled beauty characteristic of the elder. Liang Xiaoxia cautiously maneuvered her steps, avoiding the books strewn on the floor, and found a relatively vacant spot at the bedside to sit down. "Go on, go away. I still need to sleep here tonight." Elder Yuchuan shooed Liang Xiaoxia from the bed, rummaging through a dark compartment at the head of the bed for a while before retrieving several thick notebooks. Liang Xiaoxia shifted some books from the floor and resumed her seated position, accepting the notebooks Elder Yuchuan passed to her, flipping through their pages. The first book was somewhat yellowed with age, clearly having been written years ago, while the last one was brand new, likely penned recently. The contents of the notebooks were not particularly enigmatic. They chronicled Elder Yuchuan's insights from decades of experimentation, detailing the initial exploratory phases to extensive data records once a routine was established, encompassing various plant growth patterns, and so forth. The future? The future is splendid. Liang Xiaoxia found Elder Yuchuan's demeanor today rather peculiar. "I mean, look, we are currently cultivating plants without soil, right?" Elder Yuchuan rolled his eyes, pondering why the little sprite had suddenly become so dim-witted, as if he needed to voice the obvious. "Indeed, if we cannot cultivate plants, what else do you wish to cultivate?" Liang Xiaoxia exclaimed, only to be taken aback and cover her mouth in astonishment. The elder implied that if not limited to cultivating plants, the only other option would be humans, or more specifically, sprites. Chapter 42, The Council. The Elder Council. One of the secret locations of the West Crystal Sprite clan has existed for an untraceable duration. Whenever the elven race encounters a monumental and catastrophic issue that demands resolution, the Council of Elders is convened. 12 esteemed elders, alongside the Elven Queen, gather in a hall that epitomizes nature, order, and tranquility to deliberate the course of action. This clandestine chamber, whose location remains a mystery, features gracefully arched bridges in lieu of traditional support beams, while a circular dome is elevated by dozens of statues, each striking a unique pose in pure white. The walls of the circular assembly hall are punctuated at intervals by recesses, each filled with life-sized statues of mortals. The edges of the walls are delicately traced with the distinctive leaf motifs of the elven race, their textures palpable to the touch, revealing even the intricate veining of the leaves upon closer inspection. The polished marble floor is devoid of any carpeting, reflecting light so brilliantly that it casts shadows. A window has been fashioned at the center of the ceiling, allowing bright, crystalline light to filter in, through which one can glimpse the majestic tree of life. Bathed in the resplendent glow of the moon, its vast verdant canopy swaying gently in the breeze. At the heart of the assembly hall lies a vast circular table, hollowed at its center, surrounded by 12 high-backed stone chairs, pristine and without armrests, meticulously arranged at precise angles. The chair backs bear no soft cushioning, but are instead adorned with a myriad of enigmatic engravings, resembling bas-reliefs encircled upon them. On either side, 6 chairs are filled with elves, the eldest sporting a flowing white beard, while the youngest appears to be merely middle-aged. At the pinnacle of the circle sits the elven queen, Zilia, upon a resplendent golden chair. With an air of elegance and earnestness, yet unable to conceal her weariness, she gazed at the figure reporting in the center of the round table. Beside her, Elder Huarong diligently took notes in a notebook, his hand moving swiftly across the pages. The other elven elders, their expressions solemn, directed their attention to the middle of the table, lost in silent contemplation. Atop the table's pedestal lay the memory crystal, projecting the image of Raynor with impeccable clarity. Clad in the distinctive armor of humankind, specifically that of Métis, he adorned a silver and gold ensemble, intricate and opulent. Blood-red roses cascaded from his sleeves to his arms, while several emeralds, fashioned into leaf-shaped brooches, adorned his chest and cuffs, signifying his rank. He appeared somewhat unaccustomed to such rigid attire, occasionally stretching his arms in a manner that seemed slightly awkward. "Such is the matter, your majesty," he concluded, bowing respectfully to the queen before his figure gradually dissipated into the air. The memory crystal, a method of long-distance communication, proved to be more reliable and stable than written correspondence, impervious to forgery. However, each crystal bore a hefty price and had a limited number of uses, becoming nothing more than a common stone after 3 or 4 playbacks. The two elves did not linger long in Egg-Maria, redirecting their journey to Métis to partake in the grand ceremony for the royal heir, Prince Finn Métis, to take a consort. The proceedings unfolded relatively smoothly. The ceremony resplendent with guests and extravagance, despite a brief disruption caused by an intruding assassin. Yet, the prince seemed unperturbed by the incident. In the interim, Raynor and Loki seized the opportunity to engage in conversation with the prince, though their discourse yielded no fruitful outcomes. The crown prince exchanged a few courteous pleasantries before dismissing the elven envoys, merely accommodating their stay and providing them with sumptuous meals and drinks. In the following fortnight, Loki successfully infiltrated the aristocratic circles of Métis, attending various soirees and salons, mingling with influential high-ranking officials, yet he gleaned little in terms of useful intelligence. There was, however, an inebriated noble who seemed to mention, in a drunken stupor, that the crown prince was searching for some key. The assassination attempt merely served as the prologue to the events surrounding the prince's consort ceremony. On the 15th night following the conclusion of the ceremony, the prince faced another assassination attempt. His newly appointed mermaid concubine was slain, and the prince himself sustained injuries, albeit not grave. Reynolds reported to Her Majesty the Queen, expressing his suspicion that the assassins were not a single faction but rather several groups targeting the crown prince. The assassination incidents prompted a state of martial law. And after conferring with Loki, Reynolds decided to return, remaining there seemed futile. Loki, however, chose to stay in Métis, seeking to acquire further intelligence. At this juncture, the situation grew increasingly enigmatic. Queen Hade found herself perplexed as to what the humans were pursuing, for the elven race possessed nothing that could be associated with a key. Instinctively, the queen believed that what the crown prince desired was not the tomes of the underground plaza or the curse bow in Char's possession. As the de facto highest leader of the nation, a bow laden with curses held little practical value beyond its inherent unpleasantness. Elders, what are your thoughts on this matter? The elven queen ceased her rhythmic tapping of fingers upon the round table, straightened her posture, and inquired of the other elders present. To her left, a diminutive elder wore an expression of discontent. The Elder Council had not convened for decades, yet, for the slightest disturbances in the human realm, they summoned a formal gathering, which seemed an overreaction. What can be done about it? Let humans do as they please. Why should we concern ourselves with their affairs? He grumbled, his face darkened. Naglon. Do not speak so, interjected a robust elder adorned in a deep green cloak, his visage marked with intricate totem tattoos. I believe the probing actions of humanity have become quite apparent. We must prepare in advance to lay the groundwork for the future. Prepare? What preparation? Are we to prepare for war? That is indeed laughable, Manzir. You are overthinking this, Naglon retorted loudly, dismissing the tattooed elder's assertions. Indeed, it is preparation for war, Manzir declared, his fists clenched as he struck the surface of the round table with a resounding thud. Chapter 43, Compromise make the best preparation while anticipating the worst. The consequences of failure are burdens we cannot bear. Chapter 44, Relocation. The path of history is not a neatly paved sidewalk on Neva Street. It traverses the fields, at times through dust, at times through mud, and occasionally crossing marshlands. Chapter 45, Farewell after your departure. I was cast upon a solitary isle. Chapter 46, The post station in the vastness of the sea. I acknowledge no master. I am entirely free amidst the waves. Captain Nemo. Chapter 47, Onshore. To prevent the fragile ice beneath my feet from collapsing, one must continue to advance relentlessly. Chapter 48, Rumors. Gossip is omnipresent, Otherwise, the world would not earn its title as such. Countless individuals would languish in idleness, perishing in mass like flies. Chapter 49. Domesticity. Personal glory, unsupported by the foundation of family, ultimately descends into arrogance in the desolate path of solitude. Chapter 50. Communication. Your misstep lies not in possessing too little knowledge of life, but rather in knowing too much. You have corrupted the exquisite purity of the dawn's light once held in your childhood. Chapter 51. Invitation. I don a mask in every circumstance, engaging in conversation, dancing, and smiling behind its facade. Over time, I find it increasingly difficult to discern which is the mask and which is my true self. Chapter 52. Brotherhood. The bonds of brotherhood surpass all else. Familial interests take precedence above all. Chapter 53. Banquet. The overpowering scent of perfume merely serves to obscure the reality of their years without bathing. The opulent attire only disguises the lice that infest their bodies. Chapter 54. Undercurrents. War is not solely defined by the clash of weapons and clubs. Chapter 55. Confidential conversations. Courage, restraint, and justice stand solely upon the foundation of wisdom, surpassing all genuine virtues. Plato. Chapter 56. Enrollment. Upon reaching the age of 13, one believes themselves to be of considerable significance to the world, while the world merely begins to forgive one's youthful naivete. Shun Kaiga. Chapter 57. Sweetness. Friendship not only guides one through the tempestuous storms of emotion towards the radiant skies of sunshine, but also liberates the mind from the chaotic darkness of errant thoughts into the light. Chapter 58. Dispute. When the blind followers align themselves with truth, they exude arrogance. Yet when they stand beside fallacies, they reveal their cowardice. Chapter 59. The slap. A weakness. Thy name is woman. The Count of Monte Cristo. Chapter 60. Reception. O God, please reveal to me when I shall find liberation. Turn back. Sailing against the light of the lighthouse, your vessel shall drift further from the shore. Chapter 61. Melting gold. Madness is a contagion cloaked in invisibility. Chapter 62. Robbery. A so-called villain, regardless of a previously virtuous past, has descended into depravity, erasing their goodness. A so-called virtuous individual, even if once morally lacking. Chapter 63. Sword theft. It is not strength, nor humanity, that is at fault, but rather desire. Chapter 64. Pursuit. Love is a principle, lust is a snare. Intoxication and addiction to alcohol are distinct. Intoxication seeks a singular woman, while addiction yearns for all women. Chapter 65. Rescue. When one speaks from their own identity, they become less of themselves. Provide him with a mask, and he shall reveal the truth. Oscar Wilde. Chapter 66. Redemption. Those in power are often prone to its abuse. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. The powerful wield their authority until they encounter boundaries. Chapter 67. Old friends. The mountain stream babbles softly, splashing against the verdant grass, water cascading from the rocky heights. The gentle sunlight caresses me, watches over me, and brings me solace. Chapter 68. Coronation. I shall inscribe the history of the living with iron and blood. Chapter 69. Heart's desire. In the north, there dwells a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. One glance captivates a city, a second, a nation. Do you not know that a beauty who can enthrall both city and nation is a rare treasure? Leonian. Chapter 70. Bloodshed in the game of power. If you are not the victor, your only fate is demise. There exists no middle ground. A song of ice and fire. Chapter 71. Bloodbath. The most radiant day in a person's life is not the one marked by achievement and fame, but rather the day when one emerges from lamentation and despair to challenge life, boldly stepping forth with resolve. Chapter 72. Convalescence. Yet none of these scars are new. They are as ancient as the eroded spots in a desert devoid of fish. Everything about him appears aged. Chapter 73. Lurking. Although we often speak of the joys of life, we are acutely aware that both hard days and good days are fraught with challenges and trials. Chapter 74. Perseverance. Shared experiences of growth and maturity are sufficient to transform the most superficial acquaintance into the closest confidant. Logan Pearsall. Chapter 75. Departure. Maturity is a bright, yet gentle radiance, a harmonious sound that does not grate upon the ears, a tranquility that no longer requires one to gauge the moods of others, a state of finally stopping. Chapter 76. Fraud. Life is inherently beautiful, even money, for it imparts wisdom to people. Money is akin to a musical instrument. If one cannot play, it remains merely. Chapter 77. Truant. Skipping class is a compulsory lesson. Chapter 78. Squad. The scabbard safeguards the blade's sharpness, content in its own dullness. Tagore. Chapter 79. Escape a tender heart detests the vast and impenetrable void. The sky is hauntingly beautiful, resembling a grand altar. The sun drowns in its own coagulated pool of blood. Chapter 80. Proposals strive in every possible way to marry, if you want a good wife. Happiness will be yours. If you take a bad wife, you shall become a philosopher. Marriage or solitude. Chapter 81. Refinement curiosity is akin to a seed. A wild grass. The more it is suppressed, the more resilient its growth becomes. Before you even realize it, it takes root, sprouts, spreads, and becomes uncontrollable. Chapter 82. Forest spirit. The forest's most commendable trait is its self-expression, be it the handle of a tool, the gnarled trunk of a dead tree, or each living branch. They all bear witness to the whispers of the wind. Chapter 83. Adventure surpasses caution, for fate is a woman. The Prince, Machiavelli. Chapter 84. Monster. Those who do not cherish life are unworthy of possessing it. Chapter 85. Crystal. In moments of indecision, let the coin be your guide. For in the instant it falls, you shall discover the answer you seek. Chapter 86. Centaur. The stars either guide me or mislead me, whichever the case. The celestial bodies propel me towards my destined path. Chapter 87. Exploration. The hunters tracking the deer remain oblivious to the mountains. Chapter 88. Blood sacrifice. Only through blood and fire can one attain rebirth. Chapter 89. Abandonment. From the edge of the valley, a mournful wail reverberates, while within, the winds rage unceasing. To my astonishment, I discovered the presence of many souls lost. Chapter 90. Glimmer. Light always seems to flee faster than anything else. However, it is mistaken, for no matter how swiftly it runs, darkness invariably arrives first, patiently awaiting its arrival. Chapter 91. Interdependence. He is gentle, cautious, cool, and silent, just as his name suggests. Chapter 92. Hope. Hope is a creature with wings, dwelling within the soul, singing a wordless melody that never ceases. Emily. Chapter 93. Benevolence. Even when lost in pursuit, the kind-hearted will ultimately recognize the righteous path. Chapter 94. Transfer of power. Fear reduces you to a prisoner, while hope grants you freedom. The strong can redeem themselves, yet the great can save others. Remember, hope is a precious gift. Chapter 95. Redemption. Treat all with equality, extend sincerity to the few, and never wrong anyone. Shakespeare. Chapter 96. Absorption. To despise oneself through death, to betray oneself. To renounce one's beliefs is the greatest punishment and the gravest sin in the world. It is preferable to endure all the sufferings and calamities of existence. Chapter 97. Blocking the door. Man is neither angel nor beast. Unfortunately, those who aspire to play the role of an angel often end up embodying a beast. Thoughts. Pascal. Chapter 98. Assault. An inflated sense of self-worth merely tightens the noose around one's neck, while cruelty and arrogance offer a swift blade for one's demise, leading to a quick and cheap death. Chapter 99. Conclusion. I know that one day you must leave. I have always told myself this. It is fortunate that when you depart, the sorrow may be lessened. At least I have learned to stand alone. Chapter 100. Special training. One cannot shield oneself from the night with reason. One must wield fire. Soul Knight. Chapter 101. Hosting. It is not the circumstances or the situation in which one finds oneself that induces joy or sorrow, but rather the realm of the spirit. Roger Lestrange. Chapter 102. Behind the scenes. Politics is devoid of morality. Machiavelli. Chapter 103. The return of the swallow's fear is an unavoidable aspect of human nature. If harnessed wisely, it can serve as a whetstone. Chapter 104. The aspiration. Chapter 105. The abduction. The more devoid of compassion you are, the more swiftly you ascend. Your merciless strikes instill fear in others, reducing them to mere mounts, exhausted beneath your relentless pursuit. Chapter 106. The golden cicada. He embodies a certain audacity. One might liken him to a figure standing atop a mountain in the midst of a tempest, clad in wet bronze armor, boldly proclaiming his defiance amidst the cacophony of thunder and lightning. Chapter 107. Shedding the shell. There exist horrors more daunting than death itself, which one would rather not confront. Chapter 108. The day of change. 1. With courage, one is invincible. With steadfastness, one remains unyielding. Alexander Dumas. Chapter 109. The day of change. 2. On that fateful day, a tempest shall rage, toppling some oaks, causing the lofty spires of churches to crumble, and shaking the foundations of palaces. Chapter 110. The day of change. 3. To endure is to bury the blade of anguish deep within the wound. Reflections on Spirituality, Chapter 111. The White Tower art does not transcend nature. Rather, it serves to enhance its beauty. Miguel de Cervantes, Chapter 112. The dark box. All fathers possess a duality of expression. They are both inept and adept at articulating their feelings. They simply lack the words, thus resorting to actions instead. Chapter 113. Imprisonment. Every circumstance has a unique strategy tailored to its nature. André Beaufort. Chapter 114. The Prison Break. You may ask of me whatever you desire. Behold these hands, akin to a digger. If you wish to excavate down to China, I shall facilitate your endeavor. I shall act as a madman. Chapter 115. The Dash. Like fate itself, I extend this hand, guarding you until that day arrives. Chapter 116. The Revision. Between ideals and reality, between motives and actions, shadows incessantly linger. Thomas Eliot. Chapter 117. The Wedding Heist. 3. I do not lack in virtues such as tolerance, patience, and forgiveness. However, my dear, those are not reserved for you. Chapter 118. The Atrocity. Even if the entire solar system and galaxies were to collapse, one may only die once. T. Carlyle. Chapter 119. The Departed. Suffering and death are integral to life. To forsake them is to forsake life itself. Havelock Ellis. Chapter 120. The Renowned. Villains do not perish easily, for God seems to continue to watch over them, employing them as instruments of his vengeance. The Count of Monte Cristo. Chapter 121. A Temporary Farewell. You smile gently, indifferent to my words, and I feel that, for this moment, I have waited in eternity. Tagore. Chapter 122. The Dragon Boat Festival Special. The Zongzi is like this. Some individuals have departed, leaving the living in discomfort, such as Newton, Ohm, and Faraday, while others have passed, granting those who remain a 3-day respite, like Chu Yuan. Chapter 123. The destroyed box. Time erodes the gleaming visage of coins, concealing the true perpetrator of the murder. The rushing rivers that we see today were, eons ago, mere deserts and mountains. Chapter 124. The Dead City. To kiss the earth and to savor the maggots. Those devoid of free will find little distinction between living and dying. Chapter 125. Procrastination. Which is more dreadful, to perish in hell or to endure existence in hell? Chapter 126. Frozen beneath the obsidian sky. A mournful melody rises, a heart-wrenching lament that speaks of the soul's sorrow. Chapter 127. To save a father. Chapter 128. Confrontation. His very existence embodies a form of malevolence. Chapter 129. Self-detonation. Rationality moves sluggishly. It must conduct numerous checks and adhere to countless principles that necessitate its constant presence, resulting in a state where reason may easily fall into slumber or disarray. For it is not. Chapter 130. Temptation. Those who sketch the paradise before you are often the very devils of hell. Chapter 131. Taking risks. It is the necessity to transcend oneself that leads humanity to its ultimate choice, creation or destruction, love or hatred. From Chapter 132. Liberation. Unexpected surprises are always more captivating than the gains we possess. Chapter 133. Encounters. Making choices is not difficult. The challenge lies in bearing the consequences of those choices. Chapter 134. Interception. The emotions expressed through silent simplicity are the richest. Shakespeare. Chapter 135. Frenzy. Who are you? An adversary or a friend? Chapter 136. Villain. When emotions govern all, reason appears powerless. John Dryden. Chapter 137. Education. The value of knowledge lies not in possession, but in its application. Chapter 138. And it is the instinct of all living beings to seek benefit and avoid harm. Chapter 139. Betrayal. Those closest to you can cause the deepest wounds. Chapter 140. Slumber. There are 3 things that alleviate the burdens of life: hope, sleep, and laughter. Kant. Chapter 141. Partnership. You cannot hide in a corner of the forest waiting for others to find you. Sometimes you must venture out to seek them yourself. Winnie the Pooh. Chapter 142. Bodyguard. The best deals, at their inception, often advise you against making a purchase based on the numbers. Buffett. Chapter 143. Boarding. Fear arises from wonder. Chapter 144. Laurel. Are you cognizant of your vulnerabilities? Your pulchritude and striking presence render you excessively conspicuous. One ought to emulate my unassuming demeanor, inviting others to underestimate you, thereby enabling one to deceive adversaries with ease. Chapter 145. Tsunami. The ocean. Capricious betrayal is not an exclusive attribute of humankind. Chapter 146. Immersion. Nature is wont to lash out with unforeseen brutality, potentially leading to one's demise. Chapter 147. Exposure. The art of feigning ignorance necessitates a certain intellectual prowess. One must discern the sentiments of those being ridiculed, comprehend their standing, and seize the opportune moment, akin to observing. Chapter 148. Acts. Meticulous observation, cogitation, judicious hypothesizing, and rigorous substantiation. Mastery of even one of these four pillars ensures invincibility. Chapter 149. Visitation. Fear may propel one forward, yet it is unwavering perseverance and steadfast conviction that truly impel advancement. Chapter 150. Amnesia. Unceasingly playing the lyre will inevitably result in the severance of its strings. Chapter 151. Starry canopy. Two phenomena evoke an ever-increasing sense of wonder and reverence within my soul, the more profoundly and enduringly I contemplate them. Chapter 152. Desolate. Magnanimity stands as the solitary luminescence capable of illuminating a truly great spirit. Notre Dame de Paris. Chapter 153. Plunder. Wherever the sweet songs of birds resound, there too are the hissing of venomous serpents. Tess of the D'Urberville. Chapter 154. Ambush. Blindness may augment your courage, for you cannot perceive the lurking dangers. Gulliver's Travels. Chapter 155. Inevitability. To stand outside of suffering and counsel those in pain is an endeavor easily undertaken. Prometheus Bound. Chapter 156. Alliance. It is better to sever the putrid flesh. A Month in the Country by Turgenev. Chapter 157. Annihilation. In the realm of reality, it is impossible to preserve a spot of immaculate purity. To earnestly pursue a vocation requires both adaptability and a heart of stone. Chapter 158. Clean up. To translate the unattainable into reality is indeed the hallmark of extraordinary perseverance. The Fall of Byzantium by Zweig. Chapter 159. Sea of blood. Let the dead bury the dead. Since we are alive, we ought to live, and live joyfully. War and Peace. Chapter 160. Encirclement. A blissful imagination only heightens one's awareness of the cruelty of fate. When sorrow's sharp teeth know relentlessly yet fail to extract the festering wound, the agony of the rotting injury is most profound. Chapter 161. Massacre. The weak shall perish. Chapter 162. Light and darkness. Wherever there is light, darkness inevitably follows, just as there is birth and flourishing alongside decay and death. It is in the balance of fluctuations that the essence of all things resides. Chapter 163. Heavenly dragon. Life swiftly passes by. An opportunity seldom presents itself twice. One must act decisively, or forever remain in regret. Chapter 164. Brooch. In this world, no joy exists without an accompanying sorrow. No peace is free from strife. No love is devoid of suspicion, and no tranquility is without its hidden perils. Chapter 165. Great change. Adversity undeniably serves as an excellent teacher. However, this instructor demands a steep tuition, often leaving students with lessons that scarcely match the price paid. Chapter 166. Volcano. Our lives resemble the weather of March, capable of being both tempestuous and serene within the span of an hour. Chapter 167. Betrayal. A great soul possesses two hearts, one that bleeds and another that embodies compassion. Chapter 168. Separation. A person who is certain of their grasp on the truth remains indifferent to the opposition and approval of others. The passion of the soul. Chapter 169. Plea. Greed, lust for power, and vanity inflict profound suffering upon individuals. These are the three pillars of collective consciousness, unwavering in their support at all times and in all places. Chapter 170. Conditions. Where shatters societal stagnation, allowing individual strengths to manifest in the crucible of conflict. Chapter 171. Tenderness. Even the gentlest of souls possess an iron will. Chapter 172. Aspiration. Merely harboring dreams is insufficient. One must stand upon a platform capable of realizing those dreams to seize them firmly, rather than merely gazing at the distant stars. Chapter 173. Grand Feast. War is won through slaughter and strategy. The greater the general, the more they contribute to strategy while demanding less bloodshed. Chapter 174. Softness and hardness. A flower as thorn, concealed beneath its delicate petals, is most capable of inflicting pain. Similarly, a heart shrouded in emotion can wield the most profound influence. Chapter 175. Deployment. Kindness and cruelty are not mutually exclusive. They can coexist, much like the full moon and the dark craters upon its surface. Chapter 176. Capture. As we bid farewell to this world, our tormented hearts tremble, emitting sighs and beseeching for survival, even humbly uttering. Chapter 177. Constraint. Life and death are a duel that unfolds with each passing moment. Romain Rolland. Chapter 178. Consensus. Land, friends, and gold. These three entities are the fruits of war. If there is no hope for even one, people would refrain from waging war. Chapter 179. The end. Every beginning has an end. The timing and manner of conclusion are inconsequential. What truly matters is whether the outcome aligns with your desires. Chapter 180. The map. One should not be excessively clever, for the clever often miss out on much joy. Chapter 181. The left leg feeling like a superfluous ornament in this world is a profound discomfort. To exist without purpose is a terrifying ordeal. Anton Chekhov. Chapter 182. Anger. The most effective remedy for anger is to exercise patience. Seneca. Chapter 183. Glacier. Most pessimists are also perfectionists, as their relentless pursuit of eternal perfection and purity renders them incapable of joy. Chapter 184. Unsolvable. What appears to be unsolvable is merely an illusion of complexity. Chapter 185. Ashes. Witnessing the death of others often invigorates our own sense of vitality. That is the sensation of life, feeling that we still remain in this world. Chapter 186. The soul. Death signifies an end, yet simultaneously heralds a new beginning. Chapter 187. Disappearance. Some things reside in your heart, unreachable and untouchable by others. These belong solely to you. Chapter 188. Refusal. Passion embodies a form of hope, one that may eventually transform into disappointment. Passion simultaneously connotes suffering and excess. When hope shatters, passion ceases to exist. Chapter 189. Confession. If a person falls into the water, their swimming ability becomes irrelevant. They must struggle to escape, lest they drown. Chapter 190. The devil. The more one knows, the less pleasant it becomes. Chapter 191. Firmness. Self-esteem is akin to an inflated balloon. A single prick can unleash a tempest. Chapter 192. Interest. It flows like a stream, born among water plants, winding through pebbles, gathering and meandering towards the distance, either disappearing into the brook or merging into the sea. The numb find it tedious. Chapter 193. Homecoming. I resonate with your soul, understanding you not through appearances, but through deeper connection. Chapter 194. Water training. 1. How does one conceal a secret? The answer lies in employing another secret. Chapter 195. Water training. 2. It is akin to a flower. If you fall in love with a blossom on a distant star, then at night, gazing at the starry sky will fill your heart with sweetness and joy, as if all the stars are splendid. Chapter 196. Apology. I am uncertain which of my current actions are right and which are wrong. And it is only when I reach the end of my days that I shall comprehend these matters. Thus, all I can do now is. Chapter 197. Candidates. You may possess everything, yet not all at once. Chapter 198. 7 challenges. The difficulty of reverse thinking lies in its ability to shatter conventions. Akin to a stealthy assault that distorts and reflects normal thought, such unconventional elements are indeed rare and perplexing. Chapter 199. Progress. Do not become a puppet on strings. Understanding the ebb and flow, knowing when to advance and when to retreat, is the hallmark of wisdom. Chapter 200. The second class. Chapter 23. Joy in music. Just as poetry is the harmony of words, music is the harmony of notes. Similarly, as poetry elevates prose and oration, music transcends poetry. Chapter 201. Statue. What I know is accessible to all, yet my heart holds thoughts that are uniquely mine. Goethe. The Sorrows of Young Werther. Chapter 202. Riddle. Wisdom is not a lifeless recitation, but rather a vibrant contemplation. Spinoza. Chapter 203. Roar. The path to strength resembles a black hole, insatiably drawing me forward or towards oblivion. Chapter 204. Counsel. I shall not permit you to inter me. Chapter 205. The spider. Fate is responsible for shuffling the cards, yet we alone play the game. Chapter 206. Shared wounds. To still possess life is a strength beyond compare. Chapter 207. Dual stones. To exert influence over another is to relinquish a part of one's own soul. Oscar Wilde. Chapter 208. Dawn. We stand atop the circle, ever fixated on the world beyond, yet neglecting our own selves within. Chapter 209. Qualification. There exists no secret shared by two individuals. Chapter 210. The past. The essence of a person does not reside in what they reveal to you, but rather in what they cannot. Thus, if you seek to understand them, do not. Chapter 211. Negotiation. Chapter 212. Blueprint. Those of strong character, akin to celestial bodies, invariably carry their personal atmosphere in their actions. From Return to the Native Land. Chapter 213. Jealousy. Those consumed by jealousy may perish, yet jealousy itself shall never be extinguished. Molly Ree, The Hypocrite. Chapter 214. Birth, the destruction, and creation of life are equally poignant matters that stir the soul. The beauty of the former lies in its ability to instantaneously transform prosperity into collapse, plunging one into profound depths. Chapter 2:15. Custody. All parents nurturing children are the greatest fools in this world, endearing fools. Chapter 2:16. Poaching. The most exquisite things do not appear simultaneously, nor do the finest opportunities arrive together. There must always be some shortcomings. Chapter 2:17. Affinity. Shrimp and crabs must reside within a hard shell. For their insides are exceedingly tender, they must rely on the outer shell for survival. Chapter 2:18. Companionship. Some individuals behave this way. They leap and scurry, tirelessly exerting themselves, and everything they do is ostensibly for your benefit, yet you remain unaware. Chapter 2:19. Dark deity. The truly dark souls, exuding a sweet fragrance of malevolence, possess a profound understanding of good and evil, and then steadfastly choose evil without remorse. Chapter 2:20. Threat. Anticipating pain torments me 100-fold more than the pain itself. For me, threats are far more terrifying than blows. Wanderings of Reverie. Rousseau. Chapter 2:21. Hell. When it matters not where one is, but rather where one's heart resides. Chapter 2:22. Hell too, even if one must sell their soul, they should seek someone who can afford the price. Faust. Chapter 2:23. Qa. The wolf howls in but a single tone. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Chapter 2:24. The demon. To refrain from punishing evil is tantamount to encouraging its proliferation. Leonardo da Vinci. Chapter 2:25. Cowardice. The realm of goodness possesses boundaries, whereas the manifestations of evil know no limits. The stage of life. Chapter 2:26. Fuck in the whip and the club subjugate subjects for a decade or two. The dominion of thought transcends this limitation, as individuals prostrate themselves in the radiance of the wisdom of great minds. Chapter 2:27. Entrustment. All advancing life treads upon the remnants of the victim. No truly novel society arises without being built upon the ruins of the former. Chapter 2:28. The nine hells. The turbulent waters reflect grotesque images, which not only appear larger than the original but also more repugnant. Gulliver's Travels by Jonathan Swift. Chapter 2:29. Disparity. Resolute confidence begets strength, and strength is the progenitor of victory. Henry IV. Chapter 2:30. Slave. The eagle may indeed soar lower than the chicken coop at times, yet the chicken is never renowned for its ascendance. The Eagle and the Chicken by Ivan Krulov. Chapter 231. Name. The docile sheep may reveal sharp teeth, inflicting wounds deeper than those of a wolf. Farmer. Lament. Chapter 232. The madman. The insane often proclaim their lucidity to others. Cliff. Goncharov. Chapter 233. Healing. Chapter 234. Cliches. When one falls in love, they may become oblivious to the world around them, deaf to all sounds and blind to all sights. In such moments, they resemble the ancients, confined in a wooden vessel, swaying. Chapter 235. A tragic mistake. The most exquisite rose wilts the fastest. Ender Morwa. Chapter 236. Awakening. The finest cider often bears the aroma of the wooden barrel, and even the sun reveals dark spots upon closer inspection. Heine. Chapter 237. Disappearance. Parting the towering, lush green underbrush, one discovers not only the vibrant crimson roses of the secret garden, but also the damp, fertile soil beneath them. Chapter 238. The Fall of the Divine. The history of religion reflects the anxious endeavors of all fearful nations seeking refuge from the unknown darkness and terror. Chapter 239. Duality. Snow embodies a false purity. Goethe. Chapter 240. Divine Signs. Fate holds no intrinsic value for us. It merely provides the materials and seeds of circumstance, allowing a more potent soul to twist and shape them at will, for the soul is the true essence of self. Chapter 241. The Dark Lord. Brutality is a habit that perpetually evolves, ultimately transforming into a pathological condition. Notes from the House of the Dead by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Chapter 242. Sacrifice. On the path to victory, we must shed considerable blood. Great ideals can only be triumphantly realized through selfless struggle and sacrifice. Chapter 243. Backlash. Love can endure separation and death far better than suspicion and deceit. The Climate of Love by Ender Morwa. Chapter 244. Significance. Death reigns over the world, yet it is love that dominates death. A Light Blue Book. Chapter 245. Leisure. Neither smoke nor fire can intimidate a warrior. Storms and chill cannot cause a brave soul to retreat. A formidable foe cannot bring a hero to his knees, yet Chapter 246, Exhaustion. The higher one stands in the social hierarchy, the more connections one possesses. The greater the power to influence others, the more determinative and inevitable each action becomes. Chapter 247, Battle. The enemy employs bloodshed, war ravages innocence, and sacrifice compels maturity. Chapter 248, Eruption. To evade one's enemies without understanding their habits and way of life is sheer folly. If I wish to shoot a wolf in the woods, I must first know. Chapter 249, Radiance. Change an era, change the birds. Change the birds, change the song. Chapter 250, Care. Expressing genuine concern and kindness towards others yields far greater effects than any gift, providing more tangible benefits than any present could offer. Chapter 251, Division. One believe that the narrow-mindedness of a mouse is most unambitious, fixated solely on burrowing through a hole. Should it fail to penetrate, all is deemed lost. Chapter 252, Cataclysm. Do not presume that deceiving an individual is a simple task. The more innocent a person, the more direct their response. Chapter 253, Rupture. Amidst the desolation of despair, the howling winds that herald an impending storm often signify that the darkness is nearing its end. Chapter 254, Confrontation. The combined darkness of the entire world cannot overshadow the brilliance of a single candle's flame. Chapter 255, Truth. If chaos is unavoidable, let it conclude in my era, ensuring that my descendants may bask in enduring peace. Chapter 256, New Monarch. The true authority is not conferred by a king's crown, a regent's sword, or an emperor's robe, but by the trials of crisis, turmoil, and suffering. Chapter 257, Deviation. 1. A single branch may easily snap, yet an entire tree remains steadfast against upheaval. Chapter 258, Deviation. 2. If I do not strive to live according to my own desires, I cannot help but perceive existence as an absurd endeavor. Chapter 259, The baptism. Merely possessing sudden impulses and unwavering spirit does not constitute life. Life also encompasses compromise and forgetfulness. Yourcenar. Chapter 260, The Tiger Man. It is a common flaw among us all to be intimidated by beautiful clothes and exquisite furniture. Dickens. Chapter 261, Fire and salt. Descending is far easier than ascending. A leap from a building is swifter than climbing it, and falling is simpler than redemption. Chapter 262, Poverty. Poverty is a dreadful concept in the minds of adults. To children, it is even more terrifying. They find it difficult to comprehend the dignity of hard work and the respect afforded to the impoverished. Chapter 263, Departure. The land is vast, yet it lies beneath my feet. Vortex. By Rivera. Chapter 264, The mind life is never as delightful as one might imagine, nor as dismal as one might fear. A Life. By Maupassant. Chapter 265, The Mouse. The cost of truth is exorbitant. Should you strive to uncover every secret, you may ultimately sacrifice your happiness, and perhaps even your life. Chapter 266, The Temptation. Before leaping into a deep pit, one must first ascertain its depth. Chapter 267, Infighting. When the powerful engage in internal strife, the insignificant also seek to assert their importance. Aesop's Fables. Chapter 268, Infighting. What unites allies is merely wealth and self-interest. What divides them is also nothing but these two elements. Chapter 269, Bloodshed. True and unadulterated evil is not swayed by greed. The genuine demon seeks only deeper and broader depravity. Chapter 270, Bloodstains. I have created you, yet you have first shaped me. Chapter 271, Nocturnal Conversations. The most fundamental attribute of a person is the ability to be human, not confined to a profession, a class, a faction, or a particular ideology, but rather. Chapter 272, Enlightenment. We are taught to remember thoughts rather than individuals, for a person may falter. They may be captured, slain, or forgotten, yet 4 centuries later, ideas endure. Chapter 273, Aftermath. Brightly colored and charming mushrooms are often the most toxic. Chapter 274, Counterfishing. The desire to seize is one of humanity's most innate cravings. Do infants not invariably stretch forth their tiny hands to grasp all that delights them? The Sorrows of Young Werther. By Goethe. Chapter 275, Nocturnal Struggles. Some things, once absent, allow you to truly feel their presence. Chapter 276, Sudden Wealth. The most mundane individuals are often the most susceptible to provocation. Even the slightest novelty or an unforeseen change can ignite within them a fervor akin to a flame thrown into an oil well, compelling them to seize the earth. Chapter 277, Home purchase. To err is human, yet to refrain from action is the only way to avoid mistakes. Chapter 278, Confrontation. 1. Chapter 279, Confrontation. 2. Life is a grand arena where everyone may engage in the contest for victory. Yet it is imperative to adhere to the rules of the game with utmost sincerity. Chapter 280. Trust to doubt everything and to trust everything are equally fallacious. Chaucer Chapter 281. Protection. All professions and businesses that generate wealth bear traces of vice. Emerson Chapter 282. Provocation. Thank the flame for its light. Yet do not forget the one who holds the lamp. He steadfastly endures in the darkness. Tagore. The Flight of the Birds Chapter 283. Fragmented statues. To love is to place the happiness of the beloved above one's own. The History of Shelley's Love Chapter 284. The Unicorn. It is best to refrain from speaking if the conversation does not resonate. Silence is preferable when words do not align. Suddy. The Rose Garden Chapter 285. Blessings. Familial love and romantic love are distinct entities. Familial love brims with blessings and stability, akin to a flowing river. Romantic love burns with selfishness and loyalty, reminiscent of the vibrant blooms of summer. Chapter 286. Breaking the taboo. His feelings for her do not require the comprehension of others. To seek such understanding would be to desecrate the very essence of those emotions. Chapter 287. Intrigues. Some individuals exist as parallel lines, extending infinitely into space, never destined to intersect, while others are like intersecting lines, a mere point of contact sufficing to alter their trajectories. Chapter 288. Strife. Not everyone will engage in a battle for righteousness and resolve conflicts at great personal cost. There are those who, while conducting business, wield daggers and stab one another in the back. Chapter 289. Betrayal. Principles are futile when applied to those who cannot be defined by humanity. Chapter 290. Blood rain. All who pursue their ideals in their own manner invariably acquire adversaries. Daisy Bates. Chapter 291. Tempest. Abandon all hope. O initiates. Dante. Chapter 292. Life and death. I may risk my life or reputation 20 times over, yet I shall never barter my freedom. Contemporary heroes me. Chapter 293. Exile. To the soul, there exists no trivial matter. Madame de Langeais Balzac. Chapter 294. Escape. Happiness is not about immortality, sumptuous feasts, or wielding power over others. True happiness lies in the fulfillment of each modest aspiration in life. When desire beckons, there are three things that cannot be concealed: a cough, poverty, and love. The more one attempts to hide them, the more they manifest. There are three treasures one should never squander: the body, wealth. Chapter 296. Prophecy. Fatalism is but an excuse for the feeble-minded lacking in willpower. Romain Roland. Chapter 297. Unshackling. Being late is preferable to waiting in vain forever. Chapter 298. Turbulence. How challenging is it to render the world a more beautiful place. Chapter 299. Letting go. It is perhaps best that we part ways, yet this does not signify a lack of love for you. The Siamese love. Chapter 300. Deception. There are two methods of waiting. One is to do nothing and wait idly. The other is to advance one's endeavors while waiting. Turgenev. Chapter 301. Echoes. Choices are illusions crafted by the strong to deceive the weak. The Matrix Reloaded. Chapter 302. Dual eagles. Politics is synonymous with certain material interests, such as fine food, exquisite clothing, comfortable housing, and the means to acquire these things. Chapter 303. Dark eyes. Suffering should never serve as a justification, nor can it ever justify the persistence in a singular endeavor. Chapter 304. Sacrilege. A woman capable of becoming utterly pure, gentle, and kind can equally descend into extreme depravity, cruelty, and malevolence. Chapter 305. Confrontation. Never harbor hatred for your adversaries, for such feelings will cloud your judgment. Chapter 306. Ambition. A businessman who does not anticipate bankruptcy is akin to a general who is unprepared for defeat. He can only be regarded as a half-hearted merchant. Chapter 307. Speculation. Winter may strip away your possessions, yet spring shall return them to you. Chapter 308. Illusion. Illusion beguiles the eyes to deceive the body, ensnares the body to numb the mind, ultimately hypnotizing reason and muddling logic. Chapter 309. Corridor. One exists first, encountering various experiences as the world ebbs and flows, and then confines oneself. For, in the beginning, one possesses nothing, only later becoming something. Chapter 310. Purple light. Friendship is eternally a sweet and gentle obligation, never merely an opportunity. Chapter 311. Accusation. Apart from love, I deem independence to be the most precious of all virtues. Chapter 312. Skill. Any emotion holds value only when it arises naturally. Chapter 313. Contest. A nightingale caught in a cat's claws cannot sing. Krelioth. Chapter 314. Sisters the English Patient. Chapter 315. The Serpent King life is indeed ironic. It teaches you the essence of happiness through sorrow, instructs you to appreciate silence through sound, and evaluates existence through absence. Chapter 316. Secrets. One must either perish like a hero or endure until witnessing one's transformation into a villain. Batman, The Dark Knight. Chapter 317. Misunderstanding in the absence of love. Jealousy is a natural consequence. The Pursuit of Love. Gonker. Chapter 318. Blood wine. Nothing enhances a person's stature more than an unassuming demeanor. The Art of Living. Chapter 319. Rainforest. Absolute evil and absolute good are both non-existent. Total malevolence is hypocrisy, while total benevolence is vacuous. Humanity is a paradox of good and evil, constantly pulled. Chapter 320. Golden insect experience bears no ethical value. It is merely a name we fabricate for our own errors. Oscar Wilde. Chapter 321. Hunting. 1. Understanding the spirit requires a century, while trusting it takes but a moment. Chapter 322. Hunting. 2. Success and failure are but fleeting moments. Chapter 323. Garlic. I yearn to behold you. Yet please remember, I shall not utter a request to meet you. This is not a matter of pride. You know I possess no pride before you. Chapter 324. Mushroom. The environment has changed, and in turn, we have transformed into different individuals. People alter their surroundings, and the surroundings also shape the people. Chapter 325. Birdsong. Food is not merely a necessity for sustaining life. Oftentimes, it serves as a vital medium for nurturing relationships. Chapter 326. Warning. One must ultimately pay for their own mistakes, whether sooner or later. Chapter 327. Soul fragmentation. Whether in moments of utmost joy or in times of deep sorrow and frustration, rationality remains the sole element capable of tempering various tempers. Chapter 328. Pursuit. Pursuing and thievery are akin. The crux lies not in evading detection, but rather in how to evade capture or elimination once discovered. To avoid demise. There are two paths to consider. Chapter 329. Branch's fate is a blind, capricious nurturer, often bestowing its favors upon its wards with no consideration or choice. Chapter 330. Abandonment. Stepping away from the door that lies within reach, releasing the cup that grazes your fingertips, spitting out the morsel caught between your teeth. Just as humanity has adapted to moving forward rather than retreating, letting go is eternal. Chapter 331. Resistance. It is all that has once opposed you that has contributed to the creation of your present self. Chapter 332. Resistance. 1 foot already within the sepulchre is no justification for the other to follow suit. Chapter 333. Potency. I harbor an affection for potency. Yet my ardor mirrors that of a violinist enamored with their instrument, seeking to conjure enchanting melodies through its magic. In essence, I am. Chapter 334. Divine manifestation. Tragedy serves as an instrument, bestowing wisdom upon the living. However, it should not dictate one's way of life. Robert Kennedy. Should the choice lie between fish and bear's paw, I would rather forfeit both than spend my remaining days agonizing over the one I could have had. Chapter 336. Reunion. Love is to surreptitiously observe the subtle nuances in the gaze of one's beloved, akin to a nomadic Arab yearning for each drop of rain to quench their parched lips. Chapter 337. Startling revelation. The fallen endeavor to artfully embellish their depravity. This represents the most profound disability attainable by humanity, perceiving refuse as resplendent diamonds. Chapter 338. Assurance. Wisdom dictates the velocity of the voyage, while the spirit determines the expanse of the expedition. Chapter 339. Cessation. The most exquisite treasures in existence are those bestowed freely. Lost Paradise by Clifford Odets. Chapter 340. Transformation. The matchsticks are cold, the striking surface of the matchbox is frigid, and the firewood is likewise chilled. Yet they possess the remarkable ability to ignite, providing warmth and the means to prepare steaming meals. Chapter 341. Rationality. All is a matter of reason, akin to a blade that is entirely sharp, causing the wielder to bleed. The Flight of Birds by Rabindranath Tagore. Chapter 342. Preparation. Having grown accustomed to being propelled forward by fate, one cannot blame its cruelty. To remain ever ahead of destiny is to secure an invincible position. Chapter 343. Resolution. We arrive alone, live alone, and die alone. It is only through our lovers and friends that we momentarily feel we are not solitary. Chapter 344. Counsel. As long as life persists, there will be needs, compelling one to strive for oneself. Chapter 345. Pardon a person does not gravitate towards wickedness out of a desire for it, but rather misidentifies evil as the happiness they pursue. Chapter 346. Provocation. Human instinct is to chase after that which eludes them, while simultaneously evading that which pursues them. Chapter 347. Gaze. Beneath anger lies profound anguish. Chapter 348. Arrow of the heart. Pain is a revelation that emerges from breaking free of one's cocoon. Khalil Gibran. Chapter 349. The exchange of life. If I were to expend all my strength, I could only trade my life for yours, for your safety. Thus, my demise would embody the entirety of my worth in this love. Chapter 350. The carnage. Grant me a hero, and I shall return to you a tragedy. Scott. Chapter 351. Death. Death brings down the curtain on his limited earthly existence while simultaneously raising another, rendering his radiant essence eternally immortal. Chapter 352. The mirror moon. Extra 1. The new moon. Apart from time, only love can transcend life and death. Chapter 353. Oblivion. Chapter 354. The mirror moon. Extra 2. The eyebrow of a goddess. Maternal love is blind. You have achieved great success, your brilliance captivating many. Your name resounding through the ages, your endeavors celebrated worldwide. Your mother would rejoice beyond measure. Chapter 355. The common adversity is akin to a fierce wind, stripping away our outer garments yet failing to sever our inner selves, allowing us to behold our true essence. Arthur Gordon. Chapter 356. The mirror moon. Extra 3. The waxing crescent. The depth of an individual's beliefs and knowledge is determined by the extent of their endurance. Chaucer. Chapter 357. Solitude. Know thyself. Socrates. Chapter 358. The mirror moon. Extra 4. The waxing gibbous. The terrifying weight often hangs upon delicate, nearly invisible threads. Conspiracy and Love by Schiller. Chapter 359. The End. Chapter 360. Mirror moon. Side story 5. Full moon. Intense love is formidable and perilous. Spartacus by Giovanni. Chapter 361. The Observer. Missed in the side story of Vorel. Romain Roland. Chapter 362. Mirror moon. Side story 6. Waning. Faith is the oasis within the heart. The caravan of thought can never reach it. Sand and Foam by Gibran. Chapter 363. Appreciation. The essence of harmony and mutual attraction is of utmost significance. Chapter 364. Mirror moon. Side story 7. Last quarter. When I say I know you, I mean I know the you of yesterday. I do not know the you of today. Krishnamurti. Chapter 365. Mirror moon. Side story 8. Waning crescent. We can only love what we comprehend, yet we shall never fully understand what we do not cherish. A. L. Huxley. Chapter 366. Insight. A bold insight is akin to moving a chess piece. It may be captured, yet it is the inception of victory. Goethe. Chapter 367. Mirror moon. Side story 9. Dark moon. The 3 cups of tea of the Arabs. The first cup is bitter like life. The second is sweet like love. The third is light as the gentle breeze. Chapter 368. Battle song. Only the genius of the Bermensch can renew itself like a serpent. Balzac. Chapter 369. The eagle's arrow. Fortune does not naturally arrive in the places where one waits for it. Rather, it descends through winding paths fraught with unimaginable difficulties. Chapter 370. Interruption. Sorrow resembles a stone. It can overwhelm an individual, yet 2 can effortlessly remove it from their path. William. Chapter 371. Nourishment. Curiosity is a manifestation of female bravery. Hugo. Chapter 372. The palm of the hand. It is said that true love harbors no secrets. Those who utter such words neither comprehend love nor understand secrets. Chapter 373. Exploration. Wonder is the sentiment of philosophers. Philosophy commences with astonishment. Aristotle. Chapter 374. Purple. Descend in the unfathomable depths of the watery grave. There eternally reside waves and spirits, colossal and incomparable, resilient and forever unconquered. Chapter 375. The Dead Sea. Water is the essence of all things. Ultimately, all returns to water. Thales. Chapter 376. The lich peace among all beings resides in the balance of order, which arranges equal and unequal matters in their respective places. Augustine. Chapter 377. Introduction. Any society must be founded upon 3 essential elements: freedom, security, and independence. Selected fables of Shedrin. Chapter 378. The rift. If it is so arduous to trust in truth, then falsehood must undoubtedly serve as the currency of this realm. Chapter 379. The bone flute people fear freedom and responsibility, preferring instead to hide within the confines of their self-fashioned cages. Chapter 380. The storm. I can compel the birds to call you a nightingale, yet I have no power to transform the cuckoo into one. Chapter 381. Resistance. The vibrations experienced by individuals manifest in various forms. Some resonate in the spine, others within the nerves, and still others in moral sensibilities. Yet the most potent and enduring are. Chapter 382. Shattered bones. The prelude of night commences with the music of the setting sun, beginning with its solemn ode to the indescribable darkness. Chapter 383. The shriek. The most difficult emotion to suppress is pride. Despite your efforts to conceal it and your struggle against it, it persists. Even if I dare to believe I have completely vanquished it, I find. Chapter 384. The missed opportunity. Humans possess a corporeal body, which simultaneously serves as both a burden and a temptation. One drags it along, subject to its dominion. Chapter 385. Implants. The most extraordinary things are often the most challenging for humanity to comprehend. Les Miserables by Hugo. Chapter 386. Conspiracy. If an individual can only secure the most basic necessities for himself and his family, then that household dwells in poverty, since he cannot enjoy. Chapter 387. Mirage. Though marble is precious, it holds no intrinsic value. It only attains true worth when the sculptor transforms it into a masterpiece. Chapter 388. Gem. While gathering petals, one cannot capture the flower's beauty. Gitanjali by Tagore. Chapter 389. Tea Conversation 2. Faith arises from a desire. Believing comes from the willingness to believe, hoping to believe, and from an existing interest in believing. Chapter 390. Animal Spirits. Chapter 391. False friends. A distinctive trait of human nature is the concern for how others perceive oneself. Schopenhauer. Chapter 392. Concealment. The lantern in my hand turns the darkness before me into an adversary. Tagore. Chapter 393. Assassination. People resemble rivers. While the waters may be the same, each river possesses unique characteristics, some narrow and swift, others broad and languid. Chapter 394. Self-mockery. Self-deprecation often signifies a heart unwilling to concede. Under the chestnut tree, Maluoya. Chapter 395. Picking up. True friends possess an instinctive spiritual connection. As keen as a dog's sense of smell, they can perceive their companion's sorrows and intuit the reasons behind them, forever holding them in their hearts. Chapter 396. Parting. If the soul lacks a definitive purpose, it risks losing itself, for as the saying goes, being omnipresent equates to being nowhere at all. Chapter 397. Conveying messages. Who can assert that the myriad beings are not but a plaything of the Creator? Chapter 398. The Romance of Xia's Parents 1. First plan. Matakini stood before the laboratory bench, adorned in otter fur protective gloves, cautiously measuring the final spoonful of yellow powder, bringing it close to the stirrer. Chapter 399. The Romance of Xia's Parents 2. Third plan. Matakini received a peculiar commission to rescue a kidnapped youth. This request was strange. Seeking. Chapter 400. The trap. Anger is akin to a raven, cawing loudly as it swoops down, pecking at all in its vicinity, bringing misfortune upon itself. Chapter 401. The Beating Bloody Duke. May I offer you a taste of hellfire? Queen Charles. Today, I desire only soul hail. The Bloody Sovereign. We. Chapter 402. The Cruel Beating. Taming a wild horse cannot be achieved merely by leading it around. One must employ a robust bit to control its mouth and wield spurs to guide it. Chapter 403. The Romance of Xia's Parents. Conclusion. The sixth plan. The love of elves is not as intricate as one might presume. It is the simple and direct emotions that bear the purest essence. Chapter 404. Resurrection. We cannot step into the same river twice, however. As the waters flow away, the incoming stream remains refreshingly cool and invigorating. Blade's Edge. Chapter 405. Perseverance. Our most authentic selves are embodied in our capacity to create, conquer, endure, transform, and love. It is the strength that enables us to triumph over pain and adversity. Chapter 406. A token of gratitude. Everyone should possess the ability to engage in various forms of contemplation. Borges. Chapter 407. The Bun-Faced Handsome Man. 1. Prelude to the Bun Diary. Number 0. I disagree. The face of the thorny handsome man is as cold as ice, arms crossed, and his gray soul is intertwined with darkness. Chapter 408. Counterpoint. Thought precedes action, much like lightning precedes thunder. On the History of German Religion and Philosophy. Heine. Chapter 409. Enshrouded in mist. The time of parting has arrived. Let us each go our separate ways. I shall depart into death, while you shall continue to live. Which is superior? Only the divine can ascertain. Chapter 410. Turning point among all living beings that breathe and act upon this earth. Humankind stands as the most feeble and inept creation of the land, when heaven bestows upon them courage, rendering their limbs agile. Chapter 411. Confrontation. The majestic ocean gives rise to dragons and whales, while the shallow rivers yield only delectable fish and shrimp suitable for the dining table. Exeunt Bellan. Shakespeare. Chapter 412. Coincident. Success is born from perseverance, while impatience leads to ruin. Chapter 413. Torment. The coward has experienced the terror of death multiple times before his own demise. Julius Caesar. Chapter 414. The Bun-Faced Handsome Boy. 2. Diary of the Bun. Number 6. Parents cannot consume sweet treats, which is a tremendous torment for the unseen and voiceless thorn, who languidly awaits each day. Chapter 415. The Bun-Faced Handsome Boy. 3. Diary of the Bun. No. 8. A Kiss. Chapter 416. A millennium time is a diluted form of death, a poison administered in harmless doses over an extended period. Initially, it may exhilarate us, even. Chapter 417. The black armor wrinkles merely signify the places where smiles once resided. A Tramp Abroad. Mark Twain. Chapter 418. Heroes in this world. There exist two types of individuals, those rich in thought and those rich in emotion, with reasoning minds and feeling hearts. The former has led to a general renown for his actions. Chapter 419. The Grim Reaper. What is death? The answer to this question cannot be articulated with a mere handful of meager, pretentious words. Death is a form of bliss, profoundly deep. Chapter 420. Metamorphosis. No matter where one finds oneself or what one does, the faithful companion of humanity, death, shall ever remain by one's side. Hesway Bungshi has perished. Chapter 421. Handover. A gentle conscience is not a trait befitting a great man. One must navigate words and actions with such caution that they become ensnared in myriad constraints. Chapter 422. Dark Light. The human heart possesses a peculiar capacity, occasionally bestowing the highest accolades upon trivial matters. Balzac. Chapter 423. Through the Tower. Those whose minds are solely filled with self are often the most vacuous individuals. Lermontov. Chapter 424. Truth and Falsehood. Truth is often a bitter pill, difficult to swallow, yet we must not allow illusions to proliferate like rampant weeds. The Sin of Sympathy. Zweig. Chapter 425. Convergence. Pleasure bears resemblance to certain substances. To achieve the same effect, the dosage must be incrementally increased. Within these heightened doses lie the seeds of death or folly. Chapter 426. Dusty memories. The history of death shall be resurrected. The past shall transmute into the present, all necessitated by the evolution of life. Chapter 427. Myths. What humanity seeks to evade traverses a closed circle, inevitably leading to pursuit or encounter. Trust is not innate. The bonds of trust are meticulously fortified through small acts of care. Chapter 429. Insomnia. Casting stones upon the lake, the ripples persist in their ceaseless dance. Chapter 430. Captivation. What, indeed, delineates the distinction between man and beast? Chapter 431. Revelation. An individual's talent resembles water when poured out in its entirety. It amounts merely to a single cup. True ability, however, lies in the continual flow. Chapter 432. Obstruction. Life endures without cessation. Chapter 433. Blind slaughter. Time shall rust the sharpest blade, and the years may snap the strongest bow. Chapter 434. Enlightenment. Each of us embarks upon our own journey, encountering unique adventures. Throughout these adventures, we face a myriad of challenges. Chapter 435. Return. I hold the belief that human nature is inherently contradictory. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that each individual harbors a shadowy aspect within. Some choose to embrace faith, others opt for acquiescence, while still others select. Chapter 436. Pirates. The reason I can blend into the crowd is that others choose to disregard my existence. Ralph Ellison. Chapter 437. Sea monsters. The ocean is not a realm where the complacent can linger. Chapter 438. The final battle. 1,000 friends may still be insufficient. One enemy is already too many. A. Babayeva. Chapter 439. Worries. Dreams are the pursuits reserved for the capable. Chapter 440. Sea demons. Only those unforeseen occurrences can truly be deemed adventures. Chapter 441. Collapsing island. The sweetness or sourness of fruit can only be discerned through tasting. Those who turn their backs to the sun can only perceive the dark shadows that loom beneath their feet, never to dissipate. Chapter 443. Greed. Everyone occasionally yearns to spit upon their palms, raise the black flag, and slit another's throat. H. L. Macon. Chapter 444. The North. Nothing enhances one's prestige quite like the art of remaining inscrutable. Ender Morwa. Chapter 445. Fears. Chapter 446. Former Acquaintance. Chapter 448. Complexity. Chapter 449. Inquiry. Chapter 450. Assistance. Chapter 451. Gratitude. Chapter 452. Findan. Chapter 453. Ice City. Chapter 454. Duality. Chapter 455. Analysis. Chapter 456. Homeward Journey. Chapter 457. Passage of Time. Chapter 458. Changing Circumstances. Chapter 459. Topics of Discussion. Chapter 460. Decentralization. Chapter 462. Awaiting Enlightenment. Chapter 463. Avalanche. Chapter 464. Selection. Chapter 465. Deadly Abyss. Chapter 467. Time Reversal. Chapter 468. Sympathy. Chapter 470. Choices. Chapter 472. Secret Meeting. 1. Chapter 473. Secret Meeting. 2. Chapter 474. Psychological Warfare. Chapter 475. Shop Conflict. Chapter 476. Hostage. Chapter 477. The East. Chapter 478. Attire. Chapter 479. Setback. Chapter 480. Surrender. Chapter 482. Triad. Chapter 483. Candle. Chapter 484. Ominous Signs. Chapter 485. Competition. Chapter 486. Performance. Chapter 487. Defamation. 1. Chapter 488. Defamation. 2. Chapter 489. Cold. Assembly. Chapter 490. Divine Retribution. Chapter 491. Rampant Python. 1. Chapter 492. Rampant Python. 2. Chapter 493. Surprise Attack. Chapter 494. Against the Arrow. Chapter 495. Pharaoh. Chapter 497. Future. Chapter 498. Income. Chapter 499. Old Friends. 1. Chapter 500. Old Friends. 2. Chapter 501. Impact. Chapter 502. Mess. Chapter 503. Initial Encounter. Chapter 504. Discussion. Chapter 505. Contest. Chapter 506. Melting. Chapter 507. Backtrack. Chapter 508. Strategy Determination. Chapter 509. Kill and Escape. Chapter 510. Prison. Chapter 511. Bait. Chapter 513. Rescue. Chapter 514. Shock. 1. Chapter 515. Shock. 2. Chapter 516. Shock. 3. Chapter 517. Past Events. Chapter 518. Arrangement. Chapter 519. Invoice. Chapter 520. Meeting. Chapter 521. Informing. Chapter 522. Succession. Chapter 523. Announcement. Chapter 524. Local Law. 1. Chapter 525. Local Law. 2. Chapter 526. Transaction. Chapter 527. Regret. Chapter 528. Atonement. Chapter 529. Same Position. Chapter 530. Startling Dream. Chapter 531. Inheritance. Chapter 532. National Strategy. Chapter 533. Incitement. Chapter 534. Royal Competition. 1. Chapter 535. Royal Competition. 2. Chapter 536. Labyrinth. 1. Chapter 537. Labyrinth. 2. Chapter 538. Exit. Chapter 539. Harvest. Chapter 540. Southward. Chapter 541. Suggestion. Chapter 542. Airdrop. Chapter 543. Hearing Change. Chapter 544. Clearing Path. Chapter 545. Gathering. Chapter 547. Black Rain. Chapter 550. Discussion. Chapter 551. Descendants. Chapter 552. Settlement. 1. Chapter 553. Settlement. 2. Chapter 554. Settlement. 3. Chapter 555. Misguided Affection. Chapter 556. Solving Difficulties. Chapter 557. Relenting. Chapter 558. Bidding. Chapter 559. Revolt. Chapter 560. Shipwreck. Chapter 561. Visiting. Chapter 562. Playing. Chapter 563. Collection. Chapter 564. Chapter 132. Night. Chapter 565. Integration. Chapter 567. Final Battle. 1. Chapter 568. Final Battle. 2.